We had completed several of NMOGA's witnesses, the last one being Mr. Kraft. This morning, the chair will be joining us a little bit late, but has committed to reading the transcript for what she misses here at the beginning. We had no folks signing up to offer public comment at 8:30 this morning. We do have two folks who signed up to offer public comment at 4:30. So just keep that in mind. We do need to have a scheduling discussion sometime soon in the event extra days are needed, but I don't want to do that without the chair. So is there any reason not to leap into NMOGA's next witness?
Yeah, Madam Hearing Officer, just for everyone's understanding, we intend to call Joseph Leonard this morning, and then Ryan Davis, and then David Greaves. So I don't know who's operating our system here, but all three of those will eventually need to be panelists, but we intend to call them in that order.
Thank you very much. Mr. Balin Lampkin is our technical host this morning.
Oh, we're in trouble now.
All right, thank you. So do you have Mr. Leonard queued up here?
Yeah, he's a analyst now.
Okay.
He should be able to see it now.
There you are, Mr. Leonard. Hello.
So you can see me.
I can see you and I can hear you.
Hey, perfect.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And your last name is spelled?
Leonard, Leonard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Feldwart, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Balin, if you could be so kind to allow me to share content. Mr. Leonard, would you please state your name, identify by whom you're employed, and in what capacity?
Joe Leonard. My name is Joe Leonard. I am employed by Devon Energy as a facilities engineer.
Okay, you may need to speak up a little bit, Mr. Leonard.
My apologies. I will speak louder.
Okay. How long have you been a facilities engineer with Devon Energy?
I have been a facilities engineer with Devon Energy for the past 7-ish years.
Okay, can you please describe your job responsibilities during that time frame?
It has been predominantly for design of production facilities, upstream facilities. In my recent capacity, it has been for design and execution of production facilities in the Delaware Basin in the southeast New Mexico area.
As a result of your job responsibilities, Mr. Leonard, are you familiar with the equipment necessary to produce oil and gas?
Intimately.
And are you familiar with the troubleshooting that occurs to address various operational issues?
Yes, sir. I am very involved in our troubleshooting efforts.
And are you familiar with the maintenance requirements and other issues associated with the life of that equipment?
Yes, I do advise on maintenance requirements for equipment.
Okay. If I turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit G, as in Gary 1, does that accurately reflect your educational background and your work experience?
Yes, sir. Yep.
It shows, Mr. Leonard, that you have a degree in chemical engineering. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Are you a licensed chemical engineer?
I have a professional engineering license in the state of Oklahoma.
Okay. I want to talk, Mr. Leonard, briefly about the emergency definition, and I want your perspective on those definitions as a facilities engineer for these upstream facilities or upstream operations, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to look at give me 1 minute. I put up on the screen NMOGA Exhibit A, which is the small white binder, Mr. Leonard. And I want to go to subpart 28, or sorry, the definition of emergency, which is in subpart G. And I want to address briefly the changes that NMOGA seeks in subparts G5 and G6.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Would you give us your perspective on, or first off, Mr. Leonard, do you agree that it's appropriate to exclude in D5 recurring equipment failure?
I am supportive of excluding the language, including a recurring equipment failure.
And would you please explain why?
Recurring equipment failure is an important diagnostic tool. And one of the most common times, to build on what was said yesterday, one of the most common times that we will witness recurring equipment failure is when an operator is trying something new. An example I want to give is when we moved from mechanical dumps on our separators to pneumatic dumps that used instrument air. We installed many compressors in the field, and there is a learning curve associated with that, with new equipment and those air compressors. And when winter came around, we had a lot of issues in keeping them running. And so there was a learning curve and a learning effort within those recurring equipment failures. And eventually over time, we arrived at the right solution to employ instrument air within our processes.
And Mr. Leonard, were you present for the testimony about the troubleshooting that sometimes is required for this type of equipment?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And does, in your experience, does that troubleshooting take time?
That troubleshooting does take time. You witness a failure, or you see a failure, and you try and employ a fix, and you hope it works. And then if it doesn't, you try another fix, and if it does, that's great. So recurring equipment failure is part of the troubleshooting process.
And in your opinion, does recurring equipment failure always mean that an operator is negligent?
No, it does not.
Okay. Then I want to talk about subpart G6, where NMOGA seeks to add at one site for similar causes.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you explain what you've seen that supports the idea of adding at one site to this definition, or to this exclusion as currently drafted?
Yes, I do want to talk about that. And I want to back up and talk about the definition of emergency and reflect on what causes an emergency. From a technical perspective, what causes an emergency is a deviation from normal operating conditions. And if we can turn to Exhibit G3. So for anyone interested in learning about deviations in production facilities, or any processing facility for that matter, and how to design around those, I would ask you to refer to API 14C. And that is the recommended practice for analysis, design, installation, and testing of basic surface safety systems for offshore production platforms. Granted, that says offshore, but a lot of those practices translate into the onshore, upstream, and even midstream, really anywhere that you have processing. And so what you'll find in API 14C is that a production facility is comprised of multiple processes. And in each one of these processes, you could have a deviation from normal operating conditions that could or could not constitute an emergency. You could have deviations in temperature, pressure, rate, level, composition, etc. And so what Exhibit G3 illustrates is that you have a pressure vessel, and in this pressure vessel, you could have deviations in any of those aspects of it. So then I want to go back to Exhibit G2. That is a process flow diagram that represents a normal production facility. This is not specific to Devon or any company, but this is just maybe typical production equipment that you might see out there. And the way you look at it is it reads left to right. You got your well heads, separators, heater treaters, vapor recovery towers, free water knockouts, tanks, etc. What this is supposed to illustrate is that a production facility is comprised of multiple processes. Each one of these processes can have those deviations that I talked about. And so what I'm trying to get at is that a production facility can be very complex. And that's why it's supportive. I'm supportive of including the language at one site for similar causes.
So, Mr. Leonard, let me ask you this. You mentioned that there are various color scenarios down at the bottom. We have red, blue, and green.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does, looking at the phrase at one site, does the scenario in colored in blue, does that address that aspect of the language?
So if you were to include that at one site for similar causes, I think this is, consider you have 3 production facilities. Each one of those production facilities has an air compressor. Some event, whether it be power or weather or whatever, comes and knocks those 3 air compressors down at those 3 independently operating production facilities. The way the rule is written right now is that would be that would not be defined as an emergency. That's why we would be supportive of it, including at one site. So scenario B is multiple sites. It's the same process and the same cause.
Yeah. Which scenario is that?
That's scenario 2. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
My apologies. The air compressor one.
Okay. Let's look at the red scenario. Can you explain what's involved with the red scenario and why that's important to the additional language that NMOGA seeks to add here?
So the red scenario plays to at one site for similar causes. The red scenario is one site, it is different processes within that site, and it is different causes. And so here I have written, let's say you have a high sales line pressure that could constitute an emergency. You have a VRU fault that could constitute an emergency, and you can have a clogged arrestor, a high differential pressure across your flame arrestor on the low pressure side of your flare. That could constitute an emergency.
And how have you identified each of those circumstances on your diagram, Mr. Leonard?
Sorry, I have bubbled them, and so it's hard to see at the resolution that I've printed them off at, but the high sales line pressure would be.
Is that the upper right-hand corner of the diagram?
Yes, sir. That is the upper right-hand corner. The VRU fault is XA 301. That's kind of in the middle topish area. And the arrestor is in the middle right. That's in the bubble around the flare.
And then, and what are you illustrating there? What have you seen?
What I'm trying to illustrate is that at one site, you could have 3 emergencies for different causes. And the way the rule is written right now is that if that scenario happened, that would not be defined as an emergency the way the rule is currently written.
So, Mr. Leonard, in your experience, do 3 or more emergencies experienced by an operator in a 60-day period always mean that the operator is negligent or has poor maintenance?
No, sir, it does not.
And so, in your opinion, should a 3rd emergency in a period of 60 days automatically be excluded as an emergency?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Should a third emergency in a period of 60 days always be excluded as an emergency?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, there was a question about if I go down to part 27.8E3 in Exhibit A, I'm going to go down here.
Okay.
And E3E is the performance standards for separation, storage tank, and flare equipment. And E3 addresses the language associated with retrofitting flare stack pilots. You familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the division, and even with NMOGA's proposed changes, has some timeframes to address this retrofitting. What's been your experience with respect to the lead time that is needed to retrofit these flare stack pilots?
So in my experience, there's a longer time than many think that is required to define the scope of a retrofit project. In my experience, I was part of a retrofit project in South Texas. It took approximately 1 year, and it was in the first 4 months that all the scope was being defined, and we didn't really start executing until after that.
Now, when you say it took a year for what part of the process?
That was from acquiring a company, a new asset in South Texas, to the due diligence process of looking at their facilities, to defining the scope of what retrofits these facilities might need, to executing on those retrofits.
Okay. And in terms of that entire time frame, how much was associated with the planning, the pre-planning, before you actually commenced conducting the work?
Approximately 4 months. And then throughout the life of the retrofit, as we learned more about the asset, scopes changed. And so even as the retrofit project was ongoing, we continued to amend the scope of the project.
There was a question about the cost to retrofit pilots on flare stacks. Have you had an opportunity to look at that?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what did you find out?
Objection. This is Eric from OCD. I'm not seeing anything in the description of Mr. Leonard's testimony that deals with flare stacks and retrofitting.
Mr. Valdor, I'm trying to follow myself here.
Mr. Ames, are you talking about the description of his testimony?
That's right.
In the
Okay.
pre-hearing statement.
Yes, I believe that Ms. Sandoval asked a question and we indicated to her that we would have a witness that would address the question. Now, if you don't want us to, I understand, that's fine, but she asked it and I told her that Mr. Leonard would be able to answer the question.
All right.
Call that.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hearing Officer, I'm a little, if Mr. Feldwerth could orient us, what was the question that Ms. Sandoval asked that Mr. Leonard is going to address?
She was inquiring
Specifically.
about the cost to retrofit flare stack pilots.
Yeah.
The cost to fit it. Is that correct?
Mr. Ames, you'll have to look at the record. That's my recollection.
Right, so cost, not process. I'm just trying to make sure that the testimony doesn't stray too far from what you're suggesting he is responding to. But
Mr. Ames,
Madam Hearing Officer, it's your decision. Thank you.
all right. No, I remember the exchange, Mr. Feldor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Leonard, did you have a chance to look at the costs that are associated with retrofitting flare stack pilots?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find out?
What I found out was that, and I want to comment that for a grand retrofit effort, there's still the scope development and the engineering process behind that. But if we, Devin, were to replace the pilot assembly, which is probably representative of most pilot assemblies, if we were to replace the pilot assembly on our current flare design, that would cost around $3,000 to $5,000 in equipment, and then probably another $3,000 to $5,000 in labor.
So then what was the total cost that you determined?
So all in, I would estimate $6,000 to $10,000 per flare.
Per flare, okay, all right. Looks like I'm able to skip a little bit here. Okay, Mr. Leonard, I want to now discuss the subpart G2 and the reporting categories that are involved there and NMOGA's changes to those proposed reporting categories, okay?
Okay.
And it's on page 19 of NMOGA Exhibit A in subpart G2.
Yes, sir. Did you lose your ability? Did you lose your screen share?
I did, but I'm turning it back on.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So we're in subpart G2. I'm on page 19 of NMOGA Exhibit A.
Yep.
And in these proposed changes, NMOGA is seeking to remove 5 of the reporting categories. You
Yes,
familiar
sir.
with that?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I think we've already had a witness talk about subpart D. Mr. Davis is going to talk about subpart E, manual liquids unloading. I'd like you to apply your expertise to NMOGA's proposal to exclude as a reporting category for what the division calls vented and flared natural gas. I want to apply your expertise to uncontrolled storage tanks, okay?
Okay.
would you would you explain what the division apparently means when they reference uncontrolled storage tanks and what's involved with respect to the releases, the low pressure releases from those tanks?
Sure. So a storage tank is the end of the line at a production facility. It is where the produced water or the produced oil waits to be transferred to the third party, whether it be a truck or pipeline typically. And it is at the storage tank where you can either be controlled or uncontrolled. A controlled tank can have any vapors generated from it either combusted or recovered. An uncontrolled tank is vented to the atmosphere.
At what part of the process do you find uncontrolled tanks?
At one point in the process, can you?
Yeah, in other words, when you look at the movement of the gas from the wellhead to the sales line, at what point in that process do we have uncontrolled tanks?
That would be at the very end. So the vapor that you'll find in the uncontrolled storage tanks is the flashing vapor that is from pressure and temperature change from the upstream process, which could be a heater treater, a three-phase separator, two-phase separator, vapor recovery tower. Vapor can also be generated in small quantities from working and breathing losses.
At that point,
Vapor gets in that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
at that point in the process, has the recoverable gas been taken out of the stream?
If a tank is uncontrolled, then the operator has deemed it that gas not recoverable, either per their emissions calculations, how they have sized equipment that could combust or recover that. But if a tank is uncontrolled, it is because the operator has deemed it infeasible to control it.
And are we at a point in the process where those vapors can be recovered for sale?
Not easily.
Is there any concern about trying to recover these vapors for sale at the end of this process?
Yes. Yeah. Given the operating pressure that tanks operate, recovering those vapors in compression has a high risk of oxygen ingress. And whether a company chooses to do that or not is a risk-based decision for that particular company.
And why is it a risk-based decision? What's the risk concern?
Oxygen ingress is a severe risk from a technical standpoint. If you get it in your process, it's very corrosive, and it also makes a combustible mixture, which is very dangerous.
Okay. Now you mentioned this as vapors coming off of these tanks.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Is those types of vapors, is that venting as normally understood by engineers?
If you don't have a control on your tank, the vapor has nowhere else to go but to vent. So yes, from a technical standpoint, on an uncontrolled tank, its only choice is to vent.
Okay. And in your opinion, does it make sense to have vapors from an uncontrolled storage tank as a reporting category for monthly production volume accounting?
My opinion is that it is very difficult to measure with any certainty, and it is very difficult to evaluate with any certainty.
Now, the next category is subpart, the subsection dealing with venting as a result of normal operation of pneumatic controllers and pumps. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a exhibit that relates to this, Mr.
I
Miller?
do. Exhibit G5 just shows kind of different styles and some pictures of pneumatic controllers that I am familiar with.
Can you briefly explain to us what each of these pictures show?
Right. So the first one is a switch style pneumatic controller, and you'll see that in liquid a lot, pretty exclusively. The next is a displacer style or level controller pneumatic controller. This is typically used in a liquid gas interface or even a liquid liquid interface. The next is a pilot style, which you'll typically see on back pressure or pressure reducing valves that are used in gas service.
And how are these devices utilized in the field? What purpose do they serve?
So these devices communicate with a valve. And what they do is they act as the gatekeeper between a pressure source, whether that be instrument gas or instrument air or any pressure source, and the valve it is trying to control. So when each of these devices receives a signal, whether that be a change in the liquid level or a change in the set pressure, when it receives that signal, it opens up and allows a pneumatic signal to travel to the valve that it is communicating with. The valve will do whatever it's been set to do, whether that be open or close. And then when the set point has been reached, it will discontinue that signal to the valve. And now it has to do something with the gas that is trapped within the tubing and within the body of the controller itself. Traditionally, what that does is it vents to the atmosphere.
Are operators able to capture those releases and send it to a sales line?
It would be very, very difficult. And that is because, especially on those liquid level styles, the switch and the displacer style, the valve that those devices communicate with, that valve is held in the position it wants to be in by a spring. And so it's using that pneumatic pressure to combat the force of a spring. And so if you were to put that back into a system somewhere, any pressure that would remain on that valve could interfere with that valve's ability to function properly. And I misspoke. That also includes the pilot style that would be used on a spring-operated back pressure or pressure-reducing valve in gas service.
So that would interfere with the working aspect of the pneumatics? Is that what you're saying?
It does have the potential to interfere with the valve's ability to function properly.
Given the nature of these operations, are operators able to estimate for production volume, monthly production volume accounting, these types of releases?
You are risking a lot of variability, and it would be very, the calculations from that would be very uncertain. What causes a pneumatic controller to leak is how often it actuates. And how often it actuates is a function of its supply pressure, the length and size of the tubing, the weather conditions, the rate of which the valve it's communicating with needs to actuate. So it's very difficult to evaluate that with any certainty. So to want that as a reporting category, there is a significant risk of that being an inaccurate number with a lot of variability.
And then, I don't know if we've touched this, what type of releases are we talking about here? Are these high pressure, low pressure? What type of releases?
Those displacers, they typically request a supply pressure of about 30 pounds. And the pilot style, that uses the supply pressure of the process it's controlling. So whatever that may be. But again, the volume that these would vent is the gas that could be trapped within the body of the controller, as well as the gas that would be trapped within the tubing from the controller to the valve.
In your opinion, Mr. Leonard, does it serve any purpose to have pneumatic controllers and pumps as a reporting category for monthly production volume accounting?
So I can't speak to whether risking inaccurate and unreliable data is worth it. I just think that's what you'll get.
Okay. The next category that NMOGA seeks to exclude is improperly closed or maintained thief hatches that are routed to a flare or control device. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
What are we talking about here? What kind of a device?
So an improperly closed or maintained thief hatch that is routed to a flare or control device. One clarification I want to make is that a flare is a control device from a technical standpoint. So a control device can either be a method of recovery or a method of destruction or combustion. And so what this reads to me is that they're wanting to evaluate any leaks from an improperly closed or maintained thief hatch that is routed to a control device. So that's the first comment I want to make. And Mr. Fellower, can you help me? Can you repeat your question and say what you were getting at, or ask me?
Sure. I mean, yeah. In other words, what are we talking about here when we talk about thief hatches? It says that are routed to a flare control device. I think the division had language now. It says thief hatches on a tank that are routed to a flare control device.
Yes, I apologize. So, thief hatches are inherent to tanks. I think that was covered extensively in previous testimony. One thing I will stack on is that they should be sized in accordance with API 2000. And so you have the tank, and then it's routed to a control device, and then also on that tank is a thief hatch that is used for maintenance and vacuum and overpressure protection.
Now, when you look at an improperly closed or maintained thief hatch, are there going to be releases from that?
An improperly closed or maintained thief hatch would be any release that you see from that would manifest itself in a leak state. That would be very difficult to detect with anything but, I think, an optical gas imaging camera. If it's a significant leak, I suppose AVO could catch that.
If you were in a leak state, what kind of pressures are you dealing with from these types of tanks?
So if it's an API 12F tank which is 99% of tanks you're going to see out there. I didn't do the math. That is just to illustrate my point that I would be very surprised if you see any different kind of tank from an upstream operator. So an API 12F tank can be rated to up to 16 ounces or 1 pound of pressure.
So when you say 1 pound of pressure, that's the pressure you would see if it was in a leak state?
That is the pressure that the tank is maximally rated to. If the tank was in a leak state in normal operating conditions, I think you would more likely see that it's operating at ounces, but much less than that. Probably between, in my experience, I've seen tanks operate under normal operating conditions between 0 and 2 to 4 ounces.
So any emissions from an improperly closed thief hatch would fall in that range?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Which, and see, when I use a tire gauge, Mr. Leonard, to check my tires, would that kind of release even move my tire gauge?
No, I don't believe so. I think you'd have a hard time determining your tire pressure if there was only 16 ounces of pressure in your tire.
Is there a way, are you able to accurately measure or even estimate the this type of release if you had an improperly closed or maintained thief hatch?
To estimate a thief hatch in a leak state would be incredibly difficult. You would be risking a high variability, and I would argue that it'd be relatively inaccurate.
Okay.
Both from a measurement and a mathematical calculation standpoint.
Now, I believe that Climate Advocates has proposed to add as a reporting category under G2 what they called controlled tanks.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Which means that you would be asked to track what is vented or what is released from those types of tanks on a regular monthly volume accounting, okay?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you explain why that would be? Do you agree that that would be appropriate to try to calculate those releases from a controlled tank for a monthly production volume accounting section like this?
Okay, so to unpack that, again, a controlled tank from a technical standpoint means it is either combusted, destroyed, or recovered. And so for that to be a reporting category, as I've said on several of these other low pressure sources, you are risking a high degree of variability, and the numbers will probably be inaccurate. It is difficult to measure, and it is difficult to calculate with any degree of certainty.
Did you undertake an effort to, at some point, to try to estimate or measure the types of releases that came off of these controlled tanks?
Yes, sir. I have tried to employ designs where we've used thermal mass measurement to evaluate these rates, and we've used just pressure measurement to try and correlate, a pressure to a rate. What we found is that the data, the measurements were not accurate. They were very good for relative measurement. That is to say, are we in a state of more or a state of less than the previous measurement? But for it to yield an absolute measurement that we had confidence in, we determined that that technology was not suited for that.
In your opinion, will operators be able to report with any accuracy the monthly volumes of emissions released from controlled storage tanks?
No, sir.
Mr. Leonard, were exhibits G1 through G5 prepared by you or compiled under your direction and supervision?
Yes, sir.
Madam Hearing Officer, I would move into evidence NMOGA exhibits G1 to through G5.
We pause for a moment in the event there are any objections to NMOGA exhibits 1 to G5. No. G1 to G5 are admitted. Thank you.
And then I will pass the witness.
All right. We have Commissioner Kessler who would like to ask some questions before she has to depart briefly. Commissioner Kessler.
Thank you, Hearing Officer. Good morning. I just have a few questions, and I'd like to begin with your testimony related to changing the language that the division has proposed for emergencies. Do you
Yes.
understand the intent of the division's rule, which is trying to prevent regular flaring for non-emergencies?
I believe so.
And have you been listening to testimony the past couple of days?
I have.
We have kind of a recurring theme here of avoiding mischief, but that's what I would characterize as companies using given exceptions in a way that those exceptions are not intended for. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? So how would you propose the division address a situation where a relatively innocuous category is created, such as expanding this definition of emergency, and operators routinely using that category in a way that the division did not intend?
Okay, so we're just so I'm clear, we're talking about the operator's negligence, including recurring equipment failure.
Correct.
And it's my understanding the intent of including recurring equipment failure is so that the operator can't use that as an excuse for mischief. Well, this thing doesn't work, so we have to vent or flare.
Precisely. It hasn't worked these past 5 times, so we've flared 5 times in the past month.
So you guys are the ultimate authority on language and what the rule needs to state, but I don't think that I think it could be at your discretion that if it is equipment failure, that is operator negligence. What I don't want is, just from an engineering standpoint, for recurring equipment failure to always mean an operator is negligent.
Well, but the rule is not written that way. Currently, there is an exception that the division is allowed to grant upon request of the operator.
Okay.
So would you agree that that allows the operator flexibility to be able to I see that Mr. Feldward is hopefully pulling it up, or at least unintentionally sharing a screen one way or another.
Well, I mean to, Commissioner Kessler, only because I want to make sure we have the language in front of you. I think right now you're talking about subpart 5, which I don't believe includes the language you were referencing.
And I believe that's right. So I was looking at 6, which says 3 or more emergencies experienced by the operator within the preceding 60 days, unless the division determines the operator could not have reasonably anticipated the current event. So that is the language that I was referring to that exists in the emergency portion. Mr. Leonard, do you agree that as related to emergencies affords the operator flexibility to rectify situations that through the division that would otherwise be prevented?
So I'm very sorry, Commissioner but that was a very long question.
I know. Let me try again.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
What we've discussed has been, what you discussed in your initial testimony was the need for flexibility, both as I understand it through routine maintenance and with emergencies. Is that correct?
Right. I am familiar with emergency planning and design and routine maintenance and troubleshooting.
So if the division were to add a similar clause into the routine flaring provision in 5 that it currently exists in 6, where the division is authorized to review circumstances and grant an exception for routine flaring, would that satisfy your concern related to routine flaring?
I think such a process would provide some relief and comfort. I don't know if. So yes, I guess that would provide some comfort. Really, all I'm trying to get at is that. So I'm very supportive of operator negligence does not constitute an emergency, and I am also very supportive of equipment failure does not necessarily mean negligent operator. And I'm probably repeating myself, but those are just my 2 concerns as a technical facility designer. And so if you guys are proposing language to, I guess, help alleviate that concern, then I would be supportive of that.
Okay. My next set of questions, you preemptively addressed or responded, I suppose, to Director Sandoval's questions yesterday related to the cost of flare stacks for retrofitting. How many flare stacks does Devon have to replace?
As part of this rule?
Yes.
I have not done that evaluation.
Can you give us a ballpark?
So this would be flare stacks that are not equipped with a pilot ignition system as described within the documentation.
That's right.
I would be, I think, very many.
Okay.
But I am very unfamiliar with facilities constructed prior to 2018, 2017.
You had mentioned a $6,000 to $10,000 per flare figure, so I'm trying to determine, what the roll-up of that would be with the number that Devon would have to replace.
My general concern for it would be little. I would not be very concerned for Devon as an operator to undergo that effort.
Okay.
From a cost impact standpoint, I would not be very concerned.
Thank you. And now that Director Sandoval has joined us, I'll generally leave this line of questioning to her, but can you tell me whether Devon uses modeling to determine or estimate emissions?
We do use process modeling to evaluate permit calculations. We also use it to evaluate, to get a good understanding of how our production facility will operate.
Why couldn't Devon use process modeling to determine some of the emissions for categories that you mentioned would be difficult to calculate otherwise?
So process models can certainly be used to evaluate stuff like that. And I want to just go back and talk about what a process modeling software is. And really all it is a high-powered, it's a high horsepower chemistry calculator. And so a process model is only as good as its inputs and the understanding of the system that the modeler has. And you can make them very simple, you can make them very complex, and depending on the range of assumptions you make for a process, it can spit out anything you want it to. As modelers say, trash in, trash out. And so if I said I never meant to say, and I don't think I said it was impossible to calculate that. I think the point I was trying to make is there's a high degree of risk and uncertainty with those numbers. Another comment I want to make with evaluating, using process models to evaluate rates of low pressure sources is that, and I want to compare it to a high pressure source. So let's say you have gas at 200 pounds. And let's say that gas is associated gas from the wellhead. Well, if you model it at 200 pounds, it says one thing. If you model it at 199 pounds, you don't get very much different results. And a lot of that has to do with you're not deviating from the actual probably best assumptions you can make. And also that associated gas wants to be a gas. By changing it, a 200-pound gas stream by 1 pound is not going to impact that calculation really at all. What makes tanks difficult is that it's a low pressure source and that the gas from tank flash is having an identity crisis in that it's unsure if it wants to be a gas or a liquid. Slight changes in temperature or pressure could shift that composition in one phase or another. So if your methodology is off by several simple assumptions, you could get a pretty different number than a different set of assumptions. And so when I say it's difficult to evaluate, I mean there's just a high degree of variability that you're risking. Process models are great for permit calculations because the way we use them for permit calculations is we are building a box that we are saying we will operate in using the most reasonably conservative assumptions we can. And so that's kind of the difference in calculation methodology between saying we'll operate in this area versus what's actually happening, especially from low pressure sources.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And again, I'll let Director Sandoval follow up on that. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Leonard?
Yes, I do have a couple questions for him.
Good morning.
May I proceed? Good morning. May I proceed? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Leonard. Just a couple questions. First, I want to say I did appreciate your testimony regarding the cost to retrofit flares. I think you said it was $6,000 to $10,000 per flare. Is that right?
That would be the cost to replace one of our current pilot assemblies.
Is that cost of materials and labor?
Yes, sir.
So I think you said all in. I just wanted to confirm that. Okay. What do you have an idea of what it would cost to actually, as opposed to when you said retrofit, you meant to replace it with a different kind of flare tip?
So a retrofit could apply to either replacement or addition.
Ah, okay. So to bring a current flare up to a automatic igniter, for instance, if it's not already an automatic igniter, that's what you mean by retrofit? It's a replacement in essence?
That could be within the scope of a retrofit project,
Okay.
yes.
All right, good. I wasn't sure if there was a difference between retrofitting and replacing in your lexicon.
No, when I say retrofit, I mean going back to an existing location and making modifications based off of new
Okay,
design.
thank you. So you were asked whether, I think whether emissions from tanks could be captured. You remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And I think your answer was not easily. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So you're not suggesting that the standard for whether operators should control waste should be whether or not it's easy or not to capture, are you?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. He didn't testify on the standard for waste.
Mr. Ames, would you rephrase?
Sure. Mr. Leonard, what were you testifying about when you answered the question not easily? Was it capturing or measuring emissions from tanks?
Both.
It was both. So you're not suggesting that the standard for either measuring or capturing emissions from tanks should be whether it's easy or not, are you?
Object to the form of the question.
The question was perfectly fine.
Sorry, what is your objection to the form of the question?
He's asking him what he thinks the standard is for capturing waste.
I'm asking him what he thinks should be the standard for whether or not emissions from a tank should be measured or captured.
Right.
He had answered the question, he had answered the original question that it wasn't easy. I'm asking him what he thinks the standard should be.
So the original question was whether he could capture it and send it to a sales line. That was the question.
He can answer that one then.
Okay.
Okay.
I think capturing vapors from an atmospheric storage tank introduces new risk that you would not see from capturing vapors from a pressurized vessel. And I am likening increased risk to the ease or difficulty of doing such.
But you're not suggesting to this commission that it should make its decision whether to require such gas to be measured or captured based on whether it's easy or not.
He never said that. Mr. Ames, object to the
I'm
question.
a hearing officer, question's been posed, there's no objection.
Right. Mr. Valdeward, I think his questions are legitimate based on the testimony we heard earlier from Mr. Leonard.
Mr. Ames, can you repeat it? And I want to understand it. So I'm not suggesting that the commission make regulation based off of ease.
Thank you. Thank you. With respect to pneumatics, just had a couple questions for you on this. If I understand correctly, you're suggesting or arguing that operators should not have to report data regarding lost gas from pneumatics because the data is unreliable. Is that correct?
My argument is that it is unreliable and inaccurate. I cannot speak for the commission whether they are okay with data that could be reliable or inaccurate.
And you're aware that this is only a reporting requirement, right? The OCD is not proposing that emissions from pneumatics constitutes waste, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Devin and other operators report emissions from pneumatics pursuant to EPA regulations. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you do that annually under subpart W, is that right?
That's my understanding of subpart W and how Devon complies with it.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Leonard?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do not have any questions for Mr. Leonard.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fox or Mr. Bach, questions of Mr. Leonard?
Good morning there, Mr. Leonard.
Good morning. Mr.
I remember you from the map presentation, and to be honest, your presentation was so rich here that I was still working on working on some questions, but I'm up, so I'll do the best I can. Thank you. So, Mr. Leonard, we spoke a little bit about the cost of retrofitting flares and talked about flaring and venting and so forth. I want to start with a pretty basic question, which is,
Okay.
When gas is in an comes up from the well and it's in an operator system, there's three basic outcomes for the gas, right? You either capture it, you flare it, or you vent it. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
And in general, there's going to be a variety of factors that an operator is going to take into account in deciding what to do with the gas between those three outcomes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Is cost usually an outcome the operator is going to consider?
Cost is always considered. We try to find the most cost-effective solution to complete a goal or a scope.
But the social cost would not necessarily, absent a regulation that tells you have to consider the social cost, that would not necessarily be a consideration.
I would disagree with that. I think we would make decisions differently based off of the location of a facility from a design standpoint.
Okay, but like, okay. Now, as between flaring and venting, would you agree that in the vast majority of circumstances, flaring is going to be the preferable option from a safety perspective?
I agree.
And if you have venting going on, you could have a risk to personnel safety, toxicity problems. Would you agree?
Yes.
Even asphyxiation, people can asphyxiate if there's gas in the air.
That is a risk of personnel exposure. I would say asphyxiation is lower on the totem pole of risks that concern me, but it is a possibility.
So a prudent operator is almost always going to be flaring rather than venting, except maybe when it's not, real emergency, you can actually get a flare up and running. Would you agree with that?
From a design standpoint, it is always my goal to minimize venting, and yes, that is my goal from a design standpoint.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, I'd like actually to pull up your presentation to the map if I could. Could I get sharing authority here? And I actually don't know if this is in evidence or not, but we would be willing to introduce it. It is on the NMED website, and Mr. Leonard, I'm sure you're intimately familiar with it.
Mr. Bach, I think that it's an exhibit for the division. I don't remember what number.
Oh, fantastic. I still not having sharing here, and I can move forward without it because if I don't have it, but it might be a little helpful. Balin, are you able to give me sharing capacity?
Yeah, sure. 1 sec.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Is okay. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay. So let me. So yeah. So this was your presentation you gave.
Mm-hmm.
October 24th, 2019, in person, back when that was a thing that people did, and I was there. I enjoyed it. So we're here on slide. It's 8, I guess,
Okay.
including the title there. So what causes emissions? And just for the record, I'll read them, even though we can all see them. So unforeseen operating conditions, improper design, improper construction, improper operation, improper maintenance, and malfunction. So Mr. Leonard, we talked a lot about the definition of recurring equipment failure. And I think you made the point that it's not always due to operator negligence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I want to kind of put aside the question of negligence because that's kind of a legal term. And I'd rather just kind of focus on these categories that you listed and kind of see if we can kind of put maybe use these terms to figure out what might cause a recurring equipment failure. So is improper design a potential cause of recurring equipment failure?
Yes.
And that might even include, if I think you talked in later in this presentation, a piece of equipment not being properly sized for the job. Would you agree with that?
I think an improperly designed piece of equipment would fall into an improperly designed piece of equipment. Yes.
Right. No, but my follow up is if something is too small, like if you have a tank that's like maybe too small for the maybe you answered the question I misunderstood. If it's the wrong size, that would be one potential cause. If a tank or some other device is not large enough for the job or too large.
That would be an improperly designed piece of equipment.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I answered that question, but I'm glad you followed me. So same question with improper construction. That's also a potential cause of recurring equipment failure. Correct? Yeah. And same for improper operation.
Right.
Improper maintenance.
Yes.
So really the only one here that I can see would be really beyond the operator's control is unforeseen operating conditions.
Unforeseen operating conditions are beyond the operator's control.
But there are a variety of reasons why you might have recurring failures, and it might be something the operator could control, either by maintaining the equipment better, changing how it operates, even reconsidering the design of the facility. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Great. I want to actually switch over to a very technical question that we're going to present a little direct testimony on, and that you spoke on as well, so it's fair game. And I don't even know if I understand it well enough to ask the question, but I'm going to try. Madam Chair, do we know that this is an exhibit? This is the presentation that actually was given the day after Mr. Leonard testified by Peter Mueller.
Actually, I'm not sure if those presentations are. Maybe Mr. Ames can clarify. I know that the map report is an exhibit. I'm not sure if the individual presentations, so that might be a clarification.
Okay. I actually don't need to look at this. I just wanted to kind of orient people that this presentation was given, I think it was the day after yours, Mr. Leonard. I don't know. Do you remember it? Were you there by any chance?
That's correct. I was there. I think it was
Okay.
just the next presentation. I don't know if it was the day after, but see your point. Sorry.
Okay. And so just for the record, what I briefly had pulled up on the screen was the enhanced vapor recovery presentation by Peter Mueller, co-founder of Eco Vapor Recovery Systems. And this is on the NMED Methane Advisory Panel website. We're happy to introduce it into evidence if need be. So you testified, and Mr. Ames already asked you a little bit about this, that vapors cannot be recovered from tanks very easily, correct?
I did say that.
And I think one of the specific issues you spoke about is that this is really low pressure gas. And so to put it into a sales line, you have to compress it, right?
Right.
And so compression could introduce oxygen into the system, correct?
That is correct.
And oxygen isn't. We've heard testimony earlier that oxygen is something you definitely do not want in your pipeline because it's an explosion. Is that?
The main risk of having oxygen in your pipeline is its corrosiveness.
Corrosiveness, okay. That's why I like doing cross. Go ahead.
As has been said before, midstream operators and downstream operators will quickly close that valve that oxygen source is coming from, because they have their own risks with oxygen in their system. But from an upstream standpoint, it is corrosive in our lines. After the sales point, there are other risks upstream of that.
And this is why I like doing cross-examination in these technical cases, because I legitimately was not thinking that, but I appreciate that. I learned something every time I dig into this. So corrosiveness. But anyway, we all agree oxygen is not something you want in the system. So the Eco Vapor presentation, which you saw, this is technology that has been developed to remove oxygen from these low pressure gas. Would you agree with that characterization?
A more apt description of the technology that Eco Vapor is selling, at least as far as what I gathered from their presentation, is that they will remove oxygen downstream of the vapor recovery unit. What that does not account for is oxygen ingress within your tank, within your flare line if you have one, or really anything upstream of the compressor. So that would be additional design consideration that someone would have to make.
Okay. But I think if I understand the technology correctly, and I probably don't, you basically use a catalyst to drive a reaction, a combustion reaction in this stream, and then you end up with CO2 in the stream, which is not a problem, rather than oxygen. Is that your understanding?
I'd be speculating. I'd have to rely on Eco Vapor to explain their technology.
That's a totally fair response. But anyway, you're aware that this technology is out there, and that there are technologies that can be put into place to, or that at least people are marketing as having the ability to remove this oxygen and deal with this problem of recovering vapors from tank.
Mr. Bach, I'm going to have to object to the compound question. Do you want to break that down, please, for the witness?
That's fair. So you agree that there are technologies out there that could potentially deal with this problem of oxygen being introduced in the process of capturing tank vapors?
There is technology that advertises as mitigating risk of oxygen in your system.
Okay, Okay, I think that's all the questions that I have. I really appreciate the discussion, and I'll pass the witness. And Mr. Falterworth, do you want me to introduce this into evidence? Like I said, it's on the Methane Advisory Panel website. I'd be happy to introduce either or both if you'd like that.
I don't see any need to introduce it, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Ms. Paranos?
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Commissioner Engler?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Leonard. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
I guess my first comment would be congratulations on being a professional engineer.
Thank you.
Despite you went to OSU, you made it.
Maybe it took a little more work.
No. A couple questions, clarifications, if you will. Going back to the cost that you provided for the fair, you gave both an equipment and labor costs, an approximation. Is that equipment cost for there's multiple ignition systems? Is that cost you gave for any particular one of those types of ignition, or just in general for all of them it's the same?
So the cost I gave is for our pilot assembly. Our pilot assembly is a continuous pilot, but I would not expect, I would expect the same order of magnitude for any other pilot ignition system. But again, you know, I'm speculating, but I'm having a hard time fathoming it being much different.
Yeah, so that's just, I guess my other question, I guess Devin is going with the continuous pilot as their preferred ignition system.
That's what we use. That's what we have experience in. You know, I don't want to speak that it's more reliable than the other one. That might have just been the one that we picked, and we're happy with it.
Okay. You provided, I think you had an example in South Texas that you used.
Yes, sir.
That seems like, and I think you were talking about mostly about timing there, and that seemed like a fairly worst case scenario. I would like to know more of a, you know, between scope, the design, scoping, and actually completing, what would be more of a typical installation or I said a retrofit, I guess.
It's hard to say that without being able to identify the scope of the retrofit. Mine was introducing upgrades to flares, installing new flares, upgrading other vapor recovery technology, and other small aspects like replacing PSVs and stuff like that. So it's really difficult to speculate the scope of a project and the amount of facilities that scope might encompass.
So yeah, I would say, so you would agree that as you just stated, but it's very dependent upon the facilities out there now, and then the scoping to get it up to a particular level.
Very dependent. Yes.
Do you know, I think your example again in South Texas, if I remember right, you said it was another operator and you purchased that facility, I believe, or something like that. Is that correct?
It was a collection of facilities, multiple facilities. But yes, we acquired them from another operator.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We purchased them, sorry. I just wanted to be clear how that shook out. So
for facilities that are Devon owned and operated now, do you have a feel how much, again, that scope or how much you would need to do to bring them to compliance?
So when we say the scope of compliance, are we talking about this rule, the OCD rule?
Yes.
From an equipment installation standpoint, I think the impact would be not very significant. Again, a lot of work goes into understanding the scope, but I would not be too concerned about the scope of any retrofitting of this. I think where this, the way this is written mostly concerns me is the reporting requirements. But a scope retrofit, I'm not too concerned about.
Okay. Let me switch over to the others. This what do you call it? Uncontrolled tanks, I guess is what they call it.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never heard that term. Okay. What's the parameters that on your design between an uncontrolled tank and then in situations where you do put a VRU and have a controlled tank situation?
So for me, I would look at the rules given by the air permit. That's what would determine whether I have a control or uncontrolled tanks. I will say that we don't have I don't on new construction, which is what most of what I do these days. We don't put in uncontrolled tanks. We combust. So I'm very unfamiliar with installing uncontrolled tanks.
So in your figure, if I refer to your figure G2, that's your process diagram.
Yes.
Yeah. So in that diagram, you've got tanks, and it looks like to me you've got it going to flare stacks. So that this would be kind of a design I would see, or Devin would do in terms of controlling having controlled tanks. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I made this purposefully not representative of Devin or really anyone.
Right.
This is something that if you drove around, you might see something similar to it. But yes, that would not be a control strategy that I would consider wild.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler. Madam Chair lost her connection briefly, but I believe we have her back on. Madam Chair, can you hear me? Madam Chair? Well, it seemed like she was back on, and I see a box here that says...
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can. Sure.
Okay, let's see.
There you are. Sorry, now you're gone. Madam Chair, perhaps leave your camera off and just ask your questions through audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clearly.
Okay, maybe I'll just try to keep my video off, but it keeps going in and out for me. There's literally an Xfinity truck outside my house, which is like basically means impending doom, I think, in this day and age. All right, sorry, Mr. Leonard. I know I think I've missed, well, I just missed part of what Dr. Engler was asking, so I apologize if I repeat anything at all.
No worries.
And if you said this earlier too in your testimony, again, I apologize for that. So you talked about, I think, 6,000 to 10,000 all in for retrofitting of flares. And you said that you did not have a count of how many flares Devin would need to retrofit, correct?
So the 6 to 10,000. A little incorrect. The 6 to 10,000 the cost of on our current flare, what that would cost to replace a pilot assembly on our current existing flare design. And if we were to do a retrofit project, that cost would be, determined as part of that scope, but I would expect it to be of that order of magnitude.
Okay. And just confirming what Ms. Iannuzzi said yesterday, there is not a count across New Mexico as to how many of these need to be retrofitted?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. But NMOGA still believes that 24 months is the adequate time frame to retrofit flares.
That is my understanding that that's NMOGA's stance.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with costs, like how capital appropriations are done? Do you have any additional insight from what Ms. Iannuzzi said?
Capital appropriations, can you help me? What do you mean?
Like how capital planning. So if it's going to cost 6,000 to 10,000 and say a company has 5 of these they need to retrofit, what was talked about yesterday was that, well, basically it's going to be at least a year before you can get that money.
I understand. So I have the luxury in my role of not being very involved in well economics. I propose solutions to challenges with that associated cost, and I get feedback from the folks who do that.
Okay. So you talked about process modeling. I think you said trash in, trash out. That's the nicer version of what I have heard, or the or maybe group appropriate version. You said, it's a good box to operate in for environmental permits. If a process model is good enough to base a permit for either EPA, NMED, some other state agency, why is that data not good enough for OCD?
So I think that, again, I'll just state that the process model is very good for permit calculations because you use conservative assumptions to build the box that you're guaranteeing you will operate in. And as far as what's actually happening, that could require a lot more detail and have a large variability depending on the assumptions you make. I don't want to speak to whether that's good enough or not for the commission. I'm just saying that there is a high risk of variability in inaccuracy.
Right. So the model is going to predict even flow throughout the 365 days per year. It's going to look almost the same every day, understanding that operations are not even each and every day. Your flow is not even each and every day, but that it balances out and averages out over the year. Do you not think that a process model would be a good average throughout the year? Which is essentially what I think, OCD's reporting is looking for.
Madam Chair, I would only interject here because I think we're talking about G2, which is monthly reporting.
Okay, let me rephrase that. For example, Colorado regulations in some situations require monthly reporting of tank emissions in that situation. that model is rerun on a monthly basis. So would something similar to that work in this scenario?
You would definitely get a number. The degree of accuracy of that number and whether that is good enough, that's a matter of opinion.
For environmental agencies, be it federal or state, correct?
Good enough for representative for what's actually happening.
Okay, thank you. I missed this part of your conversation, but you have a slide. Let's see. G5, I'm guessing you talked about pneumatic controllers since there's a picture of pneumatic controller examples here. I guess I'm just curious, did you discuss in your testimony about the different types of calculations that are available to estimate the gas volumes off of that due to normal operations?
I didn't talk explicitly on that. It's my understanding, and I'm not, I haven't looked at subpart W in years, but it's my understanding that there are emissions factors used to evaluate the bleed rates of those.
Is there, I can't recall, I have it written down somewhere. Were you the one who I was said to ask pneumatic questions to, or was that somebody else?
I'm probably one of the people, at least. I have a pretty understanding of pneumatic devices, and I will answer anything to the best of my ability.
Madam Chair, I did mention, I think when you asked the question, that we had a David Greaves, a measurement expert.
Okay. All right. But I'll ask, and if you can't answer, that's fine. So do you have any, do you have any expertise in what the factors are that are out there, be it for subpart W or any other, say, manufacturer specs or anything like that that might be associated with pneumatic devices to show how much gas is used in the actuations?
I have looked at manufacturer specifications. Some advertise a leak rate and some do not.
So would that leak rate be would it be accurate, I guess, to use that manufacturer advertised leak rate to use in your reporting of the normal operations of a pneumatic?
I think in the absence of any other number, that would be probably the one you would use. But I want to comment that the actual leak rate of a pneumatic device is, again, a function of how often it actuates, which is a function of operating conditions. And there is a degree of variability.
Understood. Okay. I think that's all. Oh, I forgot my first normal questions here. Do you support this rule?
Yes.
Do you, from your experience in this rulemaking or previous, feel like it was a collaborative process?
I do. This is the most collaborative I've ever felt in a rulemaking, so that's my experience.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you.
All right,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Valdor, do you have any follow-up with Mr. Leonard?
I'm checking, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
No reason not to excuse you, so thank you, you're excused.
Thank you.
Let's see. I see Mr. Davis on the screen. I'm wondering though, Mr. Feldewert, if we could fit a break in between Mr. Leonard and Mr. Davis.
I think that's a great idea.
All right, let's come back at 10. Thank you all. Let's come back from the break, please. Mr. Valdor, do we have you on?
Yes, I'm here. Mr. Rank, my colleague, Mr. Rankin, will be presenting our next witness.
Ah, all right, thank you. Mr. Rankin, do we have you on?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Our
Good
next
morning.
witness, good morning. Our next witness will be Mr. Davis.
All righty. Would you raise your right hand, please, Mr. Davis? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. In order to orient the Commission and the Hearing Officer, I just review quickly what we're going to be addressing so that you have the materials handy in front of you. We'll be referring to the NMOGA exhibit notebook, exhibits C through M, in particular, the exhibits behind tab H, so the exhibits H1 through H10. In addition, I'll be putting up on the screen, and if you want to have handy, NMOCD's Exhibit 2A, which are the updated modifications to Part 27. We'll also be referring to NMOGA Exhibit 2, Exhibit A, which is the NMOGA's modifications proposed to the Division Part 27 rule. And then also, in order to save time, in the interest of efficiency, we'll be addressing EDF and Climate Advocates proposed modifications as well. So we're referring to EDF Exhibit 4 and Climate Advocates Exhibit 1. So I have those handy as well. I appreciate that. Mr. Davis, will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Jeffrey Ryan Davis. Last name Davis.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for Marion Oil and Gas, currently as their operations manager.
And where do you reside?
Farmington, New Mexico.
Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit H1 and H2 in the NMOGA exhibit packet, is that a complete copy of your updated resume?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it accurately summarize your educational background and work experience in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Davis, we just briefly review for the examiners your experience in the oil and gas industry as it pertains to production engineering, managing, and overseeing liquids unloading.
Yes, sir. I guess I'd start off. I received my Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering from New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, or New Mexico Tech. I've spent the last 12 years working for Marion Oil and Gas, a third generation family owned and operated oil and gas company here in Farmington. I spent the first 4 years with the company as the production engineer. Primary objective there was well optimization, which included artificial lift selection, lease operating expense optimization, well workover analysis, and I also supervise the field work associated with that.
And are you a member of any professional groups or engineering affiliations or other types of organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, sir. Member of Society of Petroleum Engineers, American Society of Mechanical Engineers. I am also the current board president for the Independent Petroleum Association of New Mexico, or IPNM.
Regarding IPNM, will you just clarify for the record, just so it's clear, since you're the current board president, IPNM's involvement here in terms of the modifications that are being proposed by NMOGA?
Yes, sir. As the board president and having other members, we have participated with NMOGA in drafting the proposed changes that are being put forward by NMOGA.
So the idea was to consolidate those modifications into one, so to avoid additional parties here at the hearing. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, Mr. Davis, your testimony will address the process known as liquids unloading at gas wells. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The manual liquids unloading from gas wells.
And then NMOGA's and IPNM's proposed modifications addressing those issues?
Yes, sir.
Now, specifically, I'm going to go ahead and just lead you to this, and then I want you to, we'll get into the details here, but you're going to be addressing NMOGA's proposed modifications, in particular at in Part 27, Section D, subpart, which part is it? Sorry. Subpart 3, which relates to requiring an operator to be present on site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in addition, your testimony is going to support NMOGA's and IPNM's request to delete manual liquid unloading from Part 27, Section 8, paragraph G to E. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So, Mr. Davis, in preparation for today's testimony and in support of those proposed modifications and changes, have you prepared a series of slides for presentation today?
Yes, sir, I have, and they can be found in NMOGA Exhibit H.
Thank you very much. Now, in discussing liquids loading, Mr. Smitherman has briefly touched on it initially, but I think it's important to understand a little bit better the physics and the engineering behind it. Will you please review, referring to Exhibit H4 for the Commission, exactly what we're talking about here when we talk about liquids loading, what the process is, what the physics are behind it, and how it occurs?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So liquids loading is a phenomenon in gas wells, which is the accumulation of liquids in the wellbore. The liquid accumulation is due to the well flowing below the critical rate. The critical rate is the gas velocity required to suspend a droplet of fluid in the flow. Gas velocity is dependent on the flow rate of the well, the flowing pressure of the well, and the tubing size. The gas flow rate is dependent upon the differential pressure from the reservoir to the flowing surface pressure. And one thing to note is, gas rate or the gas flow rate from a well decreases over time. So just real quick to illustrate those points that I just mentioned, figure 1 on H4 illustrates a droplet of liquid shown with the forces that are acted upon it. The gas velocity exerts a drag force on the water droplet. Then you've got the weight of that water droplet having an opposite force acting upon that droplet. The critical rate is that point in which the droplet is suspended in the flow. Any flow below that point, the water or the liquid droplet is going to fall back into the reservoir. So the key point I think from this is the gas flow rate is, or the critical velocity is dependent on the gas flow rate, and the gas flow rate is dependent upon the differential pressure from the reservoir to the flowing surface pressure. Mr. Rankin, I believe you're muted.
I was trying to take care for background noise. Mr. Davis, if you would just review on the same slide why it is that there are even liquids in the wellbore. Explain that process here.
All gas wells are going to make some liquids. It could be produced water. In some cases, there may be condensate or oil that is produced with the gas.
And to be clear, this phenomenon, this process of liquids loading, it occurs just in gas wells?
That is correct.
Now, what factors, if you would, reviewing your next slide, as you talk through it, will you just review again, what are the factors that would cause liquid loading to occur? I think you touched on it briefly, talking about pressure differential issues and the fact that there's liquids in the reservoir, but explain, if you would, just what causes over the life cycle of a well liquids loading to occur.
Yes, sir. So if we move to H5, this discusses the impacts of liquids loading, and figure 2 there illustrates kind of the natural decline of a well. The red line there is showing the gas flow rate declining over time. As we progress from the left to the right, you will see the different flow regimes that a gas well will exhibit as that gas flow rate decreases over time. We start off with a very steady state annular mist flow. And as we move to the right there, you'll see that we begin to see the liquid loading phenomenon occurring, where you move into more of a churn flow, slug flow, and the flow of that well becomes relatively unstable. This makes the well difficult to operate, as the gas production and the fluid production are sporadic, and this makes the well more difficult to operate and requires more manual intervention. Overall, the biggest impact from liquids loading is it creates additional back pressure on the well and ultimately reduces the well's production performance. If liquids loading is not addressed, eventually you get all the way over to the right, where the hydrostatic pressure exerted from the fluid that is accumulated in the wellbore reaches equilibrium with the reservoir pressure. And at that point, the well is unable to flow at all. Mr. Rankin, I think you're muted again.
I'm taking too much care to prevent background noise. I apologize. Now, to address that situation, to address the phenomenon of liquids loading in wells, what tools do operators have to manage the efficient production of their wells, and to address the circumstance where liquids loading will essentially, as you described, prevent production from the well? I'll ask you just to refer, I think, well, go ahead and explain, and then we can move to the next exhibit.
Okay. So we employ various artificial lift methods. Just to touch on a few that are common for gas well applications, the operator can use a surfactant or a foamer to try to lighten the density of the fluid and be able to still free flow the well and get those liquids out of the wellbore. The operator can move to the installation of a velocity string, which would be just a smaller size tubing that would lead to increasing that gas velocity. The operator could move into an intermittent flow configuration, where the well is shut in for a period of time for the well to build pressure, and then flowed at a higher production rate to ensure that that critical rate is exceeded, ensuring that liquids are removed from the wellbore. Compression can be used for artificial lift. This would be a place where you are artificially lowering the flowing pressure of the well, which would assist in increasing the gas velocity to remove liquids. And then plunger lift is probably one of the most common applications for deliquification of gas wells.
So on that topic of plunger lift, let's go ahead and look at your exhibit H6, Mr. Davis, and if you would just review briefly the elements of a plunger lift system, how it works, and how they function to address liquids loading within the well.
Yes, sir. So if we move to H6, got a slide here kind of identifying the general components of a plunger lift system, and then intend to walk through the cycle that takes place for plunger lift. But really want to start off, all of the artificial lift methods that I mentioned earlier, as well as plunger lift, are an engineered solution that are applied to wells on a case-by-case basis based on the parameters of that well and the well site and production facilities. So for plunger lift, if we look at figure 3 on H6, you'll see a cross section of a well to illustrate what the components are for plunger lift. We have the well bore, which is the biggest cylindrical piece in the cross section there. And there is tubing that is run down into the well. At the bottom of the tubing, you'll see the bumper spring. Its purpose is to cushion the plunger during its descent into to the bottom of the tubing. As we move up, you'll see the plunger. This is the mechanical device that assists in lifting the liquids out of the wellbore. On top of the plunger, you'll see liquid. This is commonly referred to as the fluid load. As we move back up to the surface there, you'll see the wellhead. At the top of the wellhead is the lubricator. The lubricator has a spring in it that cushions the plunger upon arrival. As we move towards the right of the lubricator, you'll see a pneumatic control valve. This can be installed at the wellhead or at the production facilities. The purpose of the pneumatic control valve is to stop and start the flow of the well, which controls the cycle of the plunger. The other key takeaways from that figure are the tubing and casing pressure. The lease operator can use the tubing and casing pressure to get an idea of how the well is doing and use that information to optimize the cycle times that are set in the plunger lift controller. The pneumatic control valve there is controlled by some sort of timer. My experience it has been that most of those are based on time. So the lease operator will input times for the plunger to arrive, the time that it takes for the plunger to descend the depth of the well, and then also put in a time there for afterflow. This is the period that occurs after the plunger has arrived at the surface. So touching on that, I think it's worth going through the cycles of a plunger. So figure 4 shows the different plunger cycles. If we start there at number 1, the well is flowing. The pneumatic control valve is open to the sales line, and the well is flowing with the lubricator held, or the plunger held in the lubricator by the flow. As the well is flowed, the liquids accumulate in the tubing. That can be seen in 2 of figure 4, where there is liquid accumulation at the bottom of the tubing. The lubricator is still, or the plunger is still in the lubricator. At this point, after that predetermined amount of time has expired, or for the afterflow there, the controller would send a signal to the pneumatic control valve, closing the well to sales, and the plunger would begin its descent to the bottom of the tubing. So 3 shows the plunger descending the length of the tubing, and then as we move into 4, see that the plunger has made it to the bottom of the well, has fallen through the fluid that is accumulated at the bottom of the tubing, and is awaiting the well to come back online to bring that fluid load to the surface. So on 5, we see at this point the controller would have sent a signal to the pneumatic control valve, opening the valve, and the well is flowing to sales, and the plunger is bringing the fluid load to the surface. The pieces that I wanted to touch on here indicated that the tubing and casing pressure are useful for the lease operator to understand how the well is performing and make adjustments. The other key factor with plunger lift is the sales line pressure. We use a term called the load factor, which is the casing pressure minus tubing pressure, which is your fluid load, divided by casing minus the line pressure. And then if this is less than 0.5, the plunger is going to make it to surface. The casing minus line is really the energy available from the well relative to the resistance of flow, which is the sales line pressure. So with plunger lift, there still is a need to have differential pressure for the plunger to be able to lift liquids out of the wellbore.
And are there circumstances, Mr. Davis, even where operators have a plunger lift system in place, that the fluid load will exceed the ability of the plunger to rise and unload those liquids?
So there are circumstances that impact it really on both sides of the equation there. You could have an increase in the sales line pressure, and that would keep the plunger from surfacing. And as a plunger lift system makes multiple attempts and they're failed attempts to surface, that liquid accumulation compounds. So the well may not be able to lift that fluid load to the surface against the sales line pressure. And this would require intervention by the lease operator in the form of manual liquid unloading. There's also the side of the equation where the fluid load could increase over time. Maybe the plunger is not cycling optimally, and the fluid level or the fluid load is increasing over time. As I mentioned before, the lease operator would be monitoring the production rates and the casing and tubing pressures, should be able to identify this and proactively prevent the need for intervention. But when we look at the sales line pressure increase, a lot of times this is outside of the control of the operator and may not be something that the lease operator can circumvent ahead of time.
Okay, so that might be, what are some of the circumstances when an operator may not be able to control or anticipate some of those changes in the pressures that would impact?
Mr.
Sorry,
Rankin, it's hard to hear you when you're not facing the camera.
Sorry about that. Mr. Davis, what are some of the circumstances then where those events or circumstances outside the operator's control might impact the ability of the plunger lift to unload the liquids?
So the increase in sales line pressure could be due to a midstream upset. There is some natural variability in the sales line pressure, but if there was an outage on the midstream side, our sales line pressure could increase. Could be a freeze, in the winter that would increase that sales line pressure. There are also, at least in my experience, situations where we have central compression. So we aggregate or surface commingle production from multiple wells and utilize a central compressor to lower the gathering pressure for those wells. The compressor is a mechanical device and it can go down for various reasons. And so with that, if the central compressor goes down, that could negatively impact the wells that are behind that central compressor.
Okay. So you used the term manual liquid unloading. Will you just review briefly what that is? And then I think we'll move into your next set of exhibits, H7. But I want to just establish a basic overview of what manual liquids unloading is.
So manual liquids unloading is a manual intervention that an operator takes to purge the liquids that have accumulated out of a gas well. And this is done by maximizing the differential pressure. I mentioned earlier that the gas flow rate is dependent upon the differential pressure. Manual liquids unloading is an effort to maximize the differential pressure. So the well is opened to an atmospheric storage tank to maximize the differential pressure.
So looking at exhibit H7 next on your series here, explain the process of, in more detail, referring to the elements of your exhibit, how that works and exactly what the sequence is.
Yes, sir. So figure 5 on H7 is a depiction of a well in normal production operations. So we see the well bore and the wellhead there. Number one is the flow line from the wellhead to the production facilities. At this point, we've got multi-phase flow, gas, water, possibly oil. That production is sent to the production facilities where separation occurs. At this point, the fluid, the water, and oil are separated from the gas. The oil and water go to their respective storage tanks, and the gas is metered and sent to the gas sales line.
All right, now let's look at your next slide, Exhibit H8, and explain this scenario here.
So during the normal production operations, there could be, as we've mentioned, situations where the well accumulated liquids, the well was flowing below its critical rate, or there was an upset condition on the midstream side, and we had an increase in sales line pressure. So the lease operator is keeping an eye on the well, again, based on production and the pressures that are seen at the well. Once the lease operator has seen that there is indications that liquids loading is occurred on that well, the lease operator will take reasonable measures to try to address that. That could include making cycle time changes on plunger lift controller or the intermittent flow controller. Could increase the surfactant amount that's being pumped in that well to assist with the liquid removal. But at the point that we get to where the lease operator is unable to unload that well against the sales line pressure, we move into what we refer to as manual liquids unloading. At this point, the lease operator, this is really somewhat of a last resort to take, but the lease operator would open a bypass valve. And with this, you can see in figure 6 on H8 that we would be taking the production from the well. Again, number 1 there shows that this is multi-phase flow, so you've got gas, water, and possibly oil. That is bypassed to the atmospheric storage tank on the location. And you're bypassing separation, multi-phase flow sent to the tank. Really, your tank becomes the point in which you have separation. Your liquids fall out in the tank, and the gas is released to atmosphere. And the purpose of this, as I mentioned before, is to maximize the differential pressure to assist in purging the liquids out of the wellbore. The points I wanted to make here, I think, related to the reporting requirements are measurement is very difficult during manual liquids unloading. You have multi-phase flow. If you attempt to measure the production prior to the storage tank, there are challenges with multi-phase flow measurement. I've had a little bit of experience with that, but we have someone coming up later that I think can get into more details on the challenges with multi-phase flow measurement. And then once the production has reached the storage tank, this is a low pressure point of release, and measurement is difficult there.
Mr. Davis, I want to just go back to touch on a couple of points that you raised in your testimony here. Number 1, you testified that this phenomenon of liquids loading and then is related to, only really occurs in gas wells, correct?
Correct.
So what is the primary commodity that's being sold from these wells?
Natural gas.
And so is there any benefit to operators to release more volumes of gas than is necessary to manage the efficient operations from a well?
No, sir. As you mentioned, that is the commodity that we are selling. So it is an incentive by the operator to maximize the amount of sales. So minimizing the amount that is utilized for this necessary and beneficial use is definitely something that we take into account.
Just so I understand, is that why you testified it's a last resort? Is that why it's a last resort, because you're trying to maintain the commodity?
Absolutely.
Now, so I understand your exhibits here went through a couple different types of wells. Is manual liquids unloading necessary at times, whether a well is equipped with a plunger lift system or not?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned before, when we look at the load factor when operating a plunger lift, the sales line pressure is a factor there on whether that plunger can surface. And so there are instances where a plunger is unable to run against the sales line pressure, and there is a need to manually unload that well.
So you used, in your testimony, you used two terms I want to just kind of dig down a little bit deeper on. Number one, you said that the process of manual liquids unloading is necessary at times. Will you just explain a little bit more about why it's necessary at times to employ the process?
Yes, I think I touched on this with H5 as we look at the flow regimes that a gas well will go through. And as I mentioned there, if liquids loading is not addressed, you eventually get to a point where that well will cease to flow and becomes unproductive. So this is necessary to ensure that we can get wells back flowing to cells in a quick and efficient manner.
Are there other methods that an operator can employ to unload those liquids?
There are some proactive approaches, as I mentioned before, in terms of optimizing that well ahead of time. Once we get to a point that we are considering manual liquids unloading, as I mentioned, this is somewhat of a last resort. There are, if the liquids loading has gotten to a point where we are unable to unload the well via manual liquids unloading, that we do have the ability to move in a swab rig and go in. John Smitherman covered this in his testimony, but this would be another way to mechanically remove the liquids. So we would swab the liquids from the well. At this point, the well would need to be open to the storage tank. The volumes of gas would be similar, if not more, than what a manual liquid unloading event would release.
Okay. And the other term that you used, Mr. Davis, was I think you phrased it as a beneficial use. Will you explain what you mean by beneficial use? That manual liquids unloading is a beneficial use?
Yes, sir. So utilizing the gas to purge liquids, again, by maximizing the differential pressure and utilizing the gas from the well to purge those liquids, this is a benefit to return this well to normal production operations.
Okay. So then going back to Exhibit H8, when you referred to the different elements of this exhibit, will you explain, by referring to this exhibit, whether there's any way, whether it's possible in this process to capture the gas that would be lost to the atmosphere during the unloading process?
So I think some of this has been covered previously, but we're taking this flow to an atmospheric storage tank. Mr. Leonard testified earlier that our tanks are rated for a maximum operating pressure of about 16 ounces, which is 1 psi, and that's maximum. So being able to recover this would be difficult. The flow from a manual liquids unloading event are transient and sporadic. So we've got high rate, high pressure initially, falling off over a very quick time. So capturing those volumes at the storage tank would be very difficult.
And aside from the challenges inherent in attempting to capture that gas, Are there other considerations that would impact your decision to try to do so? In other words, you talked about the need for achieving a maximum differential in pressure. Would there be some considerations in that process to being able to achieve that if you were trying to also capture that gas? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I think an attempt to capture that would create additional back pressure. And again, the goal here is to maximize that differential pressure. That same principle applies in terms of measurement. Any attempt to try to measure that volume is going to increase the back pressure. And the goal is to maximize the differential pressure.
Okay. So I think with that background and understanding, I think we can move into what we're proposing here, or what NMOGA is proposing in its modification. So I'm going to first ask you, I'm going to ask, it looks like I can already do it. That's great. I'm going to put up on my screen here NMOGA's proposed modifications. Mr. Davis, if you just confirm for me that you can see my screen.
I can.
Great. This is page 8 of NMOGA's Exhibit A, which addresses Part 27, Section 8, Paragraph D3B as in boy. If you would just review the part of this modification that you're addressing here, which is in the red, include red language.
Okay, so there on D3 little b, NMOGA is proposing to add or in close proximity. The little b, 3b there reads, for liquids unloading by manual purging, the operator remains present on site. NMOGA's addition is or in close proximity until the end of the loading takes. We've struck all, in both cases there, reasonable action to achieve stabilized rate and pressure at the earliest practical time, and takes reasonable, struck all in that instance there as well, to minimize venting to the maximum extent practical.
All right, so let's just break this down a little bit. You've got NMOGA is proposing to add or in close proximity. What does that mean? What does that? We heard some testimony earlier, some questions around this in terms of how do you measure that, and what does that really mean?
So for close proximity, I guess I would start with the necessity for this change, and I prepared Exhibit H9 to illustrate the need for this flexibility. NMOGA believes that the proposed change that we made allows for flexibility that's necessary. And so if we go to H9, you'll see I've got an illustration of a central delivery point. Again, I mentioned this earlier, where this is primarily from my experience in the San Juan Basin, where we would surface commingle the production from multiple wells and bring it to a central compressor. The issues that we discussed earlier, or the situations that we discussed earlier, related to upsets either on the midstream side, or in this case where we've got a central compressor, that could impact multiple wells behind it. And this is a primary concern in the winter, where we have more instances of upset conditions due to the freezing weather. The lease operator, when he goes out to the field, because there is an upset condition, or has noticed his wells behind a central delivery point or CPD have dropped off, he's going to go out there and evaluate the situation. And the first step is going to the compressor to see whether it's running or not. It may have been knocked down due to the high sales line pressure, or may have gone down because of mechanical reasons on its own. From there, the lease operator would move into the field and assess the conditions of the wells that are behind it. In a lot of instances, depending on the duration of this upset, the lease operator could have multiple wells behind that central compressor that have loaded up with liquid. And so the lease operator would assess the situation, figure out the best course of action to bring all of the wells online and the compressor. And so the lease operator has a lot of responsibilities there to take to get everything stabilized in terms of the rate and pressure on that system. So in the instance where a well may take multiple hours to unload, if that lease operator were to remain on site that entire time, he would not be able to balance his other responsibilities. The central compressor, there's a key point there to be made that once the lease operator has got that central compressor back up and running, he must maintain enough gas on the system to keep it running. And so when I refer to balancing his responsibilities, that's what I'm referring to. Lease operator would go to the wells, begin the unloading process, and the lease operator knows the wells very well, would know the approximate time that it takes for that well to unload, and then would move systematically back through the field, ensuring there's plenty of gas on the system and addressing the other wells that are behind that situation or behind that central compressor. So the proposed change there for close proximity really is necessary where we've got central compression and multiple wells behind that central compressor.
And just to be clear, this example here it's an illustration. It's meant for illustration purposes, but it's based on a real world setup. Is that right?
Yes, sir. This is a CPD that we've operated in the past, and illustrates that somewhat typical configuration that exists in the San Juan Basin.
Now, I'd like for you, Mr. Davis, to run through using the same map or illustration, if you would, this scenario where the operator is not afforded that flexibility to remain in close proximity, but instead, under the division's proposal, must remain on site. Tell me a little bit more about how that would impact his ability to balance those obligations and responsibilities to maintain the central pressure facility, as well as manage and efficiently operate the other wells in the same field.
Okay. I guess I would first off state that, you know, one of the things to consider in the proposal that we made is leaving that remains present on site. I would say that is the operator's desire is to remain on site, especially if the unloading event would be in a short period of time. Really, the only reason that this change is necessary is where the time for that well to unload is you know, hours versus, you know, 15 or 20 minutes. So in an instance where the rule goes through as proposed by the division, you know, the lease operator could go out to this set of wells that are illustrated on H9, and instead of being able to return the all of the wells to normal operating conditions quickly and efficiently, the lease operator could ultimately end up spending most of his time on one or two wells just to perform those manual liquid unloading operations.
Okay. Mr. Davis, one thing I want to just touch on a little bit is if you would, and I think you did a little bit, but I want to understand when an operator responds to an event, an upset of some kind, and is trying to figure out what's happening and how best to manage and respond. Walk through a little bit about what exactly some of the, in a little bit more detail, what the operator is looking at and looking for to understand what some of the factors are, or maybe that have contributed to the liquid unloading, so he understands how it's impacting his wells and how long it might take for those wells to unload. Just explain a little more about what the factors are specifically that he might be looking at when he arrives on a site.
Okay, so as I mentioned before, the lease operator knows these wells as he's the one that's operating them and monitoring them on a regular basis. So the lease operator is going to look at the current condition of the well in terms of the pressures, tubing versus casing, and that relative to the line pressure that exists. Compare that to his normal operating pressures, and taking into account the well's normal production in terms of gas and liquid. And based on that and his past experience with that well, is able to determine the amount of time that well is going to take to unload with a manual liquids unloading operation.
So some of the factors that these lease operators are going to be looking at, some of them may be variable in terms of, like, you know, how long the upset has existed, or other how deep the well is. So some of those factors might be variable. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, the duration of the upset is probably one of the most important variables there. We'd like to respond as quickly as possible, but sometimes in the winter, with winter conditions and the workload of the lease operators, we may not be able to get out there immediately. And so the duration that the upset condition occurred definitely is the biggest factor in how long the well's going to take to unload.
Okay. So in assessing those variables, explain then, you know, just so I'm clear about it, I'm sorry, but I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but just so I'm clear, how does the lease operator then weigh those variables to determine? You talked about the lease operator knowing their wells and knowing the production, and how does the operator take those variable factors to determine the time frame for unloading?
So the lease operator is going to prioritize their time in the field. And I know I keep harping on winter, but you know, winter we've got shorter days, and the lease operator is going to prioritize his time while he's out there and look at the wells, looking at the factors that we just mentioned, and developing a game plan to quickly and efficiently bring that entire set of wells back online. And so that, coupled with the responsibilities of restarting and keeping the central compressor running, becomes a little bit of a balancing act to ensure that the lease operator is able to get all of that back online before he returns from the field that day.
So based on what you've testified to, Mr. Davis, is it your opinion that NMOGA's proposed modifications would allow operators to get more wells back online, with more gas going back to sales more quickly and efficiently than OCD's proposal?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to talk a little bit about some of the other parties' proposed modifications. And I'm going to bring those up on the screen here momentarily, but have you had a chance to review both EDF and I'm just going to call them climate advocates, the group of climate environmental groups, and the proposed modifications in the rule as pertains to this portion of the division's proposed rule?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are those groups proposing, I'm going to say essentially, but I think there are identical modifications to the division's rule?
I believe you're correct there.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull up EDF's proposed modifications to this portion of the rule. Let me know when you can see that on the screen.
I can see it.
So just in summary, Mr. Davis, what is it, and what is it that it looks like there's essentially two significant changes? What are the two modifications that EDF and climate advocates are proposing to what the division has offered here?
So the first one under D3 there is they moved what sorry, I'm going back on the so they've moved what used to be D, I believe.
They
Sorry, C. Sorry, I had to look at OCDs. So they moved C of the division's proposal up into A and modified it to read the operator. So I guess backing up to D3 there. To unload or clean up liquid hold up in a well to atmospheric pressure provided. They moved C, the division's proposed C, up into A, and it reads, the operator uses an automated control system such as plunger lift where technically feasible and optimizes the system to minimize venting of natural gas. I believe the division's intent when it was originally proposed as D3 little c was to encourage operators to optimize their plunger lift systems prior to or in parallel to utilizing manual liquids unloading. With this change here, it seems to move that up and indicate that manual liquids unloading would only be an option if the operator utilizes an automated control system such as plunger lift. The second change is regarding prior notification. So they've added D3 little e, which is the notification to the division prior to conducting unloading of wells. It is proposed as 48 hours prior or as soon as possible. Definitely have some concerns with this just in terms of the feasibility of doing this. Most of the time, the lease operator is going out to the field and assessing the condition, does not necessarily know that a manual liquids unloading event is necessary until he gets out to the field. So being able to provide prior notice could be very difficult, especially in the areas where well locations are not in an area where there is cell phone service for that lease operator to relay the need to perform manual liquids unloading. Also have concerns on how this would ultimately reduce the volumes released by notifying the division.
Okay, I want to step back and talk about each of those proposed changes and a little bit more about the concerns real quickly. As to the first set of first category of changes, to accomplish that, EDF and Climate Advocates had to delete what the division had proposed. Is that right on the plunger lift system?
Correct. Deleted it and moved some of it into what they're proposing as D3 little a.
And is it clear based on the language that these parties are proposing what actually is going to be required of an operator in order to perform manual unloading in your view?
I thought this was definitely less clear than how the division had proposed it. As I mentioned before, had some concerns that this could potentially indicate that we need to install plunger lift before we can perform manual liquids unloading on a well.
In other words, it's unclear whether to even proceed to manual liquids unloading, you would have to retrofit a well for plunger lift systems. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
So, and tell me a little bit, I want to just kind of dig into that a little bit more. What would be the problem with mandating or requiring an operator to install plunger lift in order to first perform manual liquids unloading? What are the problems with imposing that requirement?
So I guess just in kind of simple terms, I'd say, one size doesn't fit all. Plunger lift is not the, one size fits all type artificial lift method. I mentioned earlier that there are various other artificial lift techniques that operators will take. So in this instance, I don't think that prescribing a specific artificial lift method is appropriate.
So the operator should retain some ability to determine the best method of production in a given set of circumstances. Is that your opinion?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned before, artificial lift application is an engineered solution, and it is evaluated on a case-by-case basis based on individual well parameters.
And so what happens to the wells that aren't good candidates for plunger lift systems if this rule is adopted as proposed? Would they be not permitted to undergo manual liquids unloading?
I think that's definitely a concern. Just to speak directly to my experience, we have some slim hole completions in the San Juan Basin that we absolutely could not, and I know it does say that if it's technically feasible, but so that there are some wells that plunger lift would not be possible. For some instances, it may be technically possible, but the installation of plunger lift may not be the best solution to optimize the production for that well. So this could be a misapplication of this artificial lift method.
Great. In your understanding of the way the division proposed its rule, it doesn't impose any limitations or restrictions on operators requiring them to utilize a plunger lift system as an artificial system, lift system.
That's correct.
And you agree with the division's decision to give the operators flexibility to determine the appropriate mechanism to operate and develop their own wells?
That is correct. We support what the division proposed with the addition of the changes that we had put forward.
Now, I want to talk about the next set of changes you talked about a little bit here, which is the requirement to give 48 hours notice. I think you basically covered that pretty well. Are there circumstances, is it always going to be possible for operators to provide that 48 hours notice in advance?
No, as I mentioned before, most times the lease operator is not going to know ahead of time that manual liquid unloading is necessary, specifically in the event where we've had an upset condition that has occurred that led to those wells loading up. So just from that standpoint, the lease operator is not going to know until he arrives on that location. So giving prior, specifically the 48-hour notice would be very challenging. And in some instances, the lease operator may be in a area where he does not have cell coverage and would have to leave that area of his run to be able to relay the need for performing manual liquids unloading, and then return back to the field to perform that manual liquids unloading. And touched on a little bit, but without I guess I don't see how the notification there would lead to any reductions in the volume released. So it seems overly burdensome for our field operations without any reductions in the volume released.
And I think you mentioned that these operators, they have because it's the commodity that they're selling, are they incentivized in any way to limit the volumes that are being released here?
Absolutely. They want to put as much gas in sales as possible.
In your opinion, Mr. Davis, WMOGA's proposed modifications reduce unnecessary and excessive burdens on operators? What did I say? Let me rephrase that question because I'm not sure exactly how it came out. In your opinion, will WMOGA's proposed modification reduce unnecessary or excessive surface waste without beneficial use?
Sorry, Mr. Rankin, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, I think I've mangled it twice in a row, so I'm gonna try it another way. In your opinion, Mr. Davis, do WMOGA's revisions allow operators to achieve the goal of reducing surface waste without imposing undue or unnecessary burdens on their operations?
Yes, I do.
And in your opinion, do WMOGA's proposed modifications give operators the necessary flexibility to operate their wells in an efficient and effective manner?
Absolutely.
And you asked that the commission reject EDF and Climate Advocates proposals as to these two within this section of the proposed rule.
Yes.
Mr. Davis, were exhibits H1 through H10 prepared by you?
Yes, sir, they were.
Madam Hearing Officer, at this time, I would move the admission of exhibits H1 through H10.
Let me pause for a moment to see if there are any objections to the admission of NMOGA exhibits H1 through H10. Exhibits H1 through H10 are admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have no further questions and pass Mr. Davis for questioning by others.
Thank you. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Davis?
Yes, I do have a few questions for Mr. Davis. Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Ames.
So you testified that manual liquids unloading is necessary at times, correct?
That is correct.
And what we're talking about here is the prohibition on venting and flaring in 8A, and section 8D2C provides an exemption for venting and flaring during manual liquids unloading, correct?
That is correct.
And the issue here is that 8D2C puts some conditions on that exemption. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the question for the commission, I ask you, is not whether the emissions during manual liquids unloading is necessary, but whether such emissions are necessary, let me see. It's not whether manual liquids loading is necessary or not, it's whether emissions during manual liquids unloading is necessary or excessive, correct?
Correct.
So let's talk about close proximity. How far away from a well site during manual liquids unloading can the operator be?
That's a good question, Mr. Ames. I would refer back to the example that I provided. The scale wasn't on there, but you can draw a 1.5 mile radius from the central compressor, and that encompasses all the wells that are behind that central compressor. And this is based on my experience. The lease operator would be, within that 1.5 mile radius, which ultimately equates to the lease operator being within 30 minutes of the well at any given time.
Could the radius be greater than 1.5 miles?
It could be greater.
Could it be greater than 5 miles?
I would be speculating there. I would say, based on my experience, we don't have anything greater than 5 miles, but it is possible that there are other operators that have, larger central facilities.
Greater than 10 miles?
I would be speculating on that.
Okay. But the bottom line is close proximity doesn't really have any limitation on how far away an operator can be while the well is undergoing manual liquids unloading. Isn't that right?
That is correct. I mean, in my mind, I would define that as the lease operator is staying in the area of that well. I know there are no necessary bounds to that, but within that system of wells before he heads back in, he's not going to leave that area.
Okay. Not going to leave that area. Okay, so you said that a well that's undergoing manual liquids unloading could take hours to unload based on your experience. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so it's your testimony or it's your opinion that an operator is going to stay within a few miles of that well during the entire time that it takes to unload that well?
Yeah, referring back to the example I gave, if the lease operator went to well A, began the liquid unloading operations, he may run to the compressor station, check on the pressures on the system, run back to well A, check on it, run over to well B. But again, the close proximity is he's in that area and periodically checking back in on the status of that well, checking pressures and ensuring that he can redirect that well to normal production operations and the gas to sales as soon as possible.
So you testified that an operator might not know that a well requires manual liquids unloading before the operator gets to the site. You also referred to it as ahead of time. So before they get to the site, they're not going to know, is your point, right?
In the instance where the lease operator is responding to an upset condition, he may have an idea that wells are going to require manual liquids unloading, but that is confirmed upon his arrival at the site.
And you said that sometimes the operator may not have cell service out there and then has to go back in range in order to call for help to get the job done. Is that right?
That is correct.
My question for you then is, if an operator or the personnel the operator calls to do the unloading gets to the site, say, late in the afternoon, it's an upset, they got to respond, right? And they know from experience that unloading, or based on their analysis of the situation, that the unloading is going to take hours. Are they going to stick around on site for the entire time it takes to unload that well?
It definitely depends on the situation. The lease operator may choose, and I mean, this is something that the lease operator would evaluate in the field, but may choose to shut that well in overnight if he's got enough gas on the system to run the compressor. This is a situation in the winter where it's important to keep things moving, keep gas flowing. So it really depends on the situation. He could shut it in and return in the morning to ensure he's got plenty of time to do that. But if that volume is necessary to keep the compressor running, he may stay there until that liquid unloading event has concluded.
Well, I really appreciate your answer on this one. If I understand correctly, in the winter, an operator may not want to shut in the well, may want to continue with the liquids unloading, but it's the winter. It's after dark. Nothing in your close proximity language says that the operator can't go back to town, does it?
No, but I believe that's implied with the close proximity, that he's not. I mean, I know it's been previously mentioned that you can be in close proximity depending on what you are considering relative, but the intent from our side was he would not return to town. He would stay in that area until that event concluded.
So I appreciate that it was your intent that close proximity means something within 5 to 10 miles or whatever it might be. But there's actually nothing in that language that says what an operator has to do. The operator gets to decide what close proximity means, right?
Correct.
So how do we, I have a question for you about how OCD is going to enforce this. I mean, I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm just, as an operator, you've had to deal with enforcement issues with the district office, I assume, at some level, right? You're familiar with enforcement in general? Is that fair to say?
In general.
Okay. So let's say an inspector goes to a site and the well's unloading and there's nobody in sight. Can't see anyone for as far as he can see, which might be a couple miles, given the hills and so forth. And so he sticks around for a while and nobody shows up. So OCD cites the operator, and the operator responds that the personnel was nearby. They were in close proximity. close proximity is essentially a trump card, isn't it?
I see your point that you're making there. I mean, I think from my experience, what we're asking for is some flexibility with the remains on site. But I do see your point.
I appreciate that. So you're aware that the BLM and Colorado have both adopted rules requiring that operators have to be on site during manual liquids unloading, right?
I am.
And so operators on federal land and operators in Colorado, also in the San Juan Basin, have to comply with an on-site rule too, right?
It's my understanding on Colorado that is correct. My understanding on BLM is the requirement to remain on site was in the venting and flaring rule that was vacated by the Wyoming District Court.
Good point, but it was in the BLM rule.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Davis?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do not have any questions for Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Bach or Ms. Fox, do you have questions of Mr. Davis?
No, we do not, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. And Ms. Paranos.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have no questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions of Mr. Davis?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Commissioner Engler.
Let me start off. I appreciate you have a little bit of theoretical diagrams from your H4. I will not ask you what the differential equations are for that.
Thank you.
I will assume that you learned those in the past. All right, I really want to focus on your figure H9.
Okay.
Okay, and of course the discussion and questions is this term close proximity. And I believe I heard you say for your H9, if it was roughly from your central delivery point, about 1.5 mile radius from that would be what encompasses these wells. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Which is roughly, well, that'd probably be several sections, I guess, is really what's included in that. Is that correct?
Yes.
I noticed on your diagram, so we're talking about, manual unloading and you're having an upset, particularly in your central delivery point. In your example here, you have multiple lift systems. Can you describe how that impacts this concept of manual unloading and getting everything balanced?
Yes, sir. So on there, we've got some wells that are on rod pump. We've got, there's at least one free flowing well on there, and then the others are on plunger lift. And so balancing the gas on the system entails ensuring there's a steady flow of gas to the compressor station. Once the lease operator has restarted the central compressor, he needs to ensure that there is plenty of gas on the system to keep that compressor running. So balancing the intermittent flow from the plunger lift wells, the free flowing wells, and the rod pump wells is what he's looking at there to ensure adequate gas on the system.
So would it be safe to say he would probably do, it's a flowing gas well, I assume would be a flowing well would be his first and primary responsibility, and then work from there?
Yeah, that's probably the largest steady flow that he could re-secure for the operation of the system. So yeah, I would say you are correct.
In your experience, well, this one example, but the question is this close proximity. That's again, it's rather vague. And so I guess what I want to get to is in your example it's about upset and central delivery point. Do you have, in your experience, an idea just for your different central delivery points, roughly, besides this example, what would be the proximity of all the wells that would go to a given central delivery point?
In terms of time, is that what you're referring to?
Well, distance, the thing about close proximity is it's both, it could be time and or distance.
Correct.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is an idea of whether how vast are the number of wells in terms of a given central delivery point on average.
So I would be speculating on that. I mean, I can talk from my experience. One thing that I've failed to mention here is one of the reasons that we selected close proximity is the language that was proposed in NMED's rule. So we thought it would be consistent with the language there. But in terms of my experience, most of our wells are going to be within 3 miles of the central delivery point, specific to New Mexico anyways.
Has NMOGA done any type of review or analysis to just taking your area, San Juan Basin, roughly the distances in the number of wells to a central delivery point, and then roughly an idea of time and distance?
I'm not aware of such analysis, so I couldn't speak to it anyways.
But for you, but for your experience, again, I think you're saying this 1.5 mile radius in roughly 30 minutes is representative of what you're aware of in your experience. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engler.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler, do you have questions of Mr. Davis?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Davis. Thank you for your presentation. It was really helpful testimony. I know that you mentioned in the field there are issues with cell phone accessibility, et cetera, but I'm wondering if a useful addition to close proximity would also be and post immediate contact information for operator on site. Is that something that NMOGA would be open to?
I can speak from my experience and from my company. I don't think we would have an issue with that at all. In fact, I think it does address the issue that Mr. Ames brought up earlier about enforcement there. I think that could be helpful in allowing an inspector to contact that lease operator and ensure that he is in close proximity during that event.
I think Mr. Ames's point was a really good
Commissioner Kessler, I'm unable to hear you.
Didn't hear any of that.
I think when you turn your head, the mic doesn't pick it up very well.
That might be it. Is this any better?
Yes.
Speak up.
Mr. Ames' point is a really good one, and I want to make sure that this provision is enforceable. And I understand the need to have the operator nearby. So I think that there needs to be some additional parameters on close proximity. But I think it's hard to nail down. So potentially providing contact information on posted to the location would be a way around a way to refine close proximity in this provision. Do you agree?
Commissioner Kessler, I do. I appreciate your question along those lines.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just have a couple questions. I don't want to keep beating this issue. Commissioner Kessler had, I think, a potential proposed solution to the language for close proximity. Are there any other potential solutions that NMOGA has come up with since proposing this language initially?
No, not that I'm aware of. I do appreciate Commissioner Kessler's proposed solution there. I do think that's one way to address at least the enforcement side of it. So I do appreciate that because I do think that's a way to address what we were trying to achieve.
But you, off the top of your head, or NMOGA hasn't come up with any other solutions?
I would say we've kicked around ideas, but it's difficult to put, any bounds on the close proximity in terms of time or distance, as there is a lot of variability in the field. Yeah, I would say we don't have any solutions at this point to try to address the bounding of close proximity.
Okay. I think also in the same section in 3B, NMOGA is proposing to strike the words all from in front of all. It says all reasonable actions as currently written, and NMOGA is proposing to strike the word all. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on why all, or I guess why NMOGA thinks that word should be stricken?
Yes, so I would say that all is pretty strong, and there were concerns that could be interpreted to include non-routine and possibly experimental actions that are beyond the intention of what I think the division intended there.
Do you think that just leaving it with reasonable actions would, I guess, cover enough? If that makes sense.
I do, at least from my perspective, and I touched a little bit on this in my testimony, but the operator is incentivized to minimize the volumes vented there and maximize the volume sent to sales. So the lease operator is going to take the reasonable action necessary and is incentivized to do so.
Were you were you around, or did you review any of the questions I had for Mr. Smitherman around, I think, or previous witnesses around prudent operators and how that is a little fuzzy?
Yes, I would say I was in and out, but I believe I've caught enough of it to know where you're going with the prudent operator.
I mean, would you be surprised to hear that operators who operate gas wells have vented gas inappropriately, even though that's what makes them money because it was more convenient for them?
I guess I would say I'm not necessarily surprised, but it is outside of my experience. I would say that I work for a prudent company, and that's not the way that we operate.
But do you understand how there has to be some sort of balance of not over-regulating things to regulate and bound all of the non-prudent operators? And let the prudent operator, there has to be some sort of balance of the regulation. Do you understand that?
I do, and I appreciate that to some degree. I definitely have concerns that you could create regulation that is overly burdensome, trying to capture every instance of an operator not acting in a prudent manner. So I do have concerns of that, but I do appreciate what you are stating there in terms of balancing that regulation.
Sort of moving off of close proximity, and that specific section right there. Out of curiosity, what's the cost of adding a plunger system? Is there an average?
I would be guesstimating. It definitely depends on the existing equipment on the well, the size of the tubing, etc. But I would say for Marion Oil and Gas, an average cost would be $6,000 to $8,000. With equipment costs, there could be additional labor for slick line work to go in and evaluate the tubing condition, set downhole equipment. So I would say all in $10,000 to $12,000.
Okay, so not an insignificant cost.
Correct.
What types of wells are these plunger systems usually put on? Are they typically the wells in this rule that are classified, I guess we've been terming them as regular wells, or stripper wells, or both well types?
I would say both well types. All wells eventually require some type of artificial lift as the gas rate declines over time. Newer gas wells, you're probably not going to see plunger lift installations, but as that well declines over time, you'd see that. So it really is well dependent. It depends on the flowing pressure, the flowing rate of the well, but I think you'd see them on both stripper and non-stripper wells.
Particularly for stripper wells, could that be pretty cost prohibitive, that 10 to 12,000?
It could be, depending on the well's, economics. I think this has been touched on a little bit, but our lease operating expenses depend on, the disposal cost of water, how much water the well makes, whether we have compression, various things like that. But it could be cost prohibitive on stripper wells.
Thank you. On, I think the climate advocates proposed E, it's the 48-hour notification, and I think you talked about this some. I guess from your perspective, what is gained by that provision?
To be honest, I don't see what is gained there. I think it puts burden both on the operator and the division. And I do not see how there would be any reduction associated in terms of volume released due to that prior notification.
So you don't see how that additional provision would prevent waste?
Do not.
Okay. I think that's, I have my two questions for you. Do you support this rule? Or proposed rule, sorry.
I support the proposed rule with the modifications that have been proposed by NMOGA and IPNM.
Do you, from your previous experience with this regulation, believe that it was a collaborative process?
I do, with a couple caveats. I would say that I haven't been experienced with rulemaking much in the past, but I would say it was a collaborative effort based on a first-time experience. But I think I'd be remiss in not mentioning some concerns that I had in the methane advisory panel. This was an assembly of technical experts from various stakeholders. There was concerns that not all stakeholders provided technical expertise during that process, but overall, there definitely was a lot of collaboration that occurred.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rankin, do you have any follow-up with Mr. Davis?
Madam Hearing Officer, I just have a couple because the issue was raised and I want to see if I can provide some clarity or assurances around it.
And would you keep your voice up, please? It really is hard to hear you.
I'll do my best. I'm a soft-spoken individual, but I will do my best to be more forceful. Mr. Davis, there was some concern raised around the idea of enforcement. Mr. Ames brought up a hypothetical scenario where an enforcement action or a compliance officer is in the field and identifies that there's nobody on site during a manual liquids unloading event. Ultimately, in the case that the language or in close proximity is adopted by the commission and incorporated into the rule, isn't it your understanding that ultimately it's within the division's own discretion how to interpret and apply its rules in an enforcement action or an enforcement context?
I do.
And it wouldn't be the operator's discretion how that would be applied against them, would it?
I don't believe so. I mean, there could be arguments, I guess, on both sides, but I mean, both are going to have their arguments to make.
And in the scenario that Mr. Ames raised, where the operator, lease operator, leaves a site and goes into town, would you be interested in taking an enforcement action of that nature to hearing against Mr. Ames at the division on whether or not he was in close proximity?
So just to make sure I understand your question, it is if a lease operator left the field, went back to town, and there was an enforcement action taken against my company, would we take that to hearing to dispute it? Is that your question?
Yeah, if he leaves the field, he goes all the way back into town, and he's being charged with there's an enforcement action against him for not being in close proximity. Is that a kind of case you would want to bring against the division?
No, we would not.
No other questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin and Mr. Davis. If there's no reason not to excuse Mr. Davis.
Ms. Orth, OCD has a recross on the scope of redirect that Mr. Rankin just asked.
Go ahead.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Rankin asked you whether or how you would deal with an enforcement action if OCD brought one against your company where an operator went back to town during liquids manual unloading. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes, sir, I do.
And he said, if the operator had gone back to town, would you dispute that action seriously? And I think you said no.
Correct.
My question for you is, if the operator says we had personnel in close proximity, how is OCD supposed to know that the operator actually went, or the operator or the personnel actually went back to town?
I think that would be difficult to determine. I guess.
That's fine. Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Davis at this time? No? Okay, I think I heard Mr. Rankin say nothing further. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. You're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, so it's after 11:30. As I read the order of NMOGA witnesses, I see that we would likely hear from Mr. Greaves next, and that his testimony is estimated at an hour. So rather than leaping into an hour's worth of testimony at this time, I'm wondering, Madam Chair, if you want to have the discussion around potential extra days.
Now would be a good time.
All right. Would you like to lead that discussion? Would you like me to pull?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I can lead and you can jump in as needed. So yesterday, I think we asked parties to take a look at their their timing proposals in the pre-hearing statements. Knowing what we knew yesterday and how much I think extra time everything has taken, and to reevaluate those proposals. That information will then be used to sort of plan out how many extra days are we talking 2, are we talking 5, 10, who knows, and then try to set those dates aside and hard plan things now. Were the parties able to reconsider that timing? And I can start with, I guess, Mr. Ames.
Madam Chair, OCD's already presented its witnesses. All we have left is cross and rebuttal. So I think it'd be more, I think I'd like to reserve any comments until I've heard the parties with witnesses still to present.
Okay, just to clarify, I think we did ask for rebuttal estimates as well.
I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't listening closely enough.
But if you want us to circle back to you, we can do that.
I'll take that offer. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Feldowert or Rankin?
Madam Chair, do you want this on the record? Or should we let the clerk
I will defer that to Ms. Orth. What do you think?
I don't know that it's important to have it on the record. I think we can have the discussion, and then when we get back on the record, announce any decision that's been made. We'll
Okay.
give Irene a break.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to circumvent anything here. I just thought, not sure we needed Irene going through the process here.
No, thank you for that.
No, I've taken actually, it's gone much quicker than I expected recently. And we have examined our witnesses actually. And at this point, we don't see a need to present John Maxey as part of our direct. Okay, so I'm able to eliminate a witness. We have essentially then 3 witnesses left: Mr. Greaves, Mr. Smith, and Ms. Perez. I am optimistic that we can get that finished this afternoon. I've been able to go discuss with them, cut down on our examination. I can't guarantee that, obviously. I don't have a whole lot of control about what happens beyond our direct, but I am optimistic that we can finish them up today, and if not, certainly by mid-morning tomorrow, I would think.
So just looking at your original estimates, you had Mr. Greaves at 1 hour. You had, so Mr. Maxey is off the list. Yolanda Perez at 3 hours.
I think actually it may not take that long, on our direct portion, but
And
even if it
Mr.
does.
Smith at 1 hour. So that's, I guess your original estimate was 5 hours, and that was just for direct.
And like I say, I think that can be, I think we've been able to pare that down. And I'm optimistic, like I said, that we can get that done this afternoon.
So I'm thinking sort of worst case scenario, maybe there's one of the witnesses left to finish up tomorrow. So maybe by midday tomorrow, we think that Namoga's presentation for direct and then the cross associated would be complete.
Hard for me to obviously,
I'm not holding you to that. I'm just trying to
I
estimate,
think that's
like,
fair. I
I'm
think
trying to plan it out. Like, you're going to tomorrow at noon, that would pick up with, that's what I'm trying to do. If you go to tomorrow at 1, that you are not being held to that. I just am trying to plan with a little buffer.
I think that at this point, I think that makes sense.
This is Tom Angler. I'm disappointed that Mr. Maxey isn't going to present. I have questions for him.
Dr. Engler, I'll let him know that, and you can
Yeah.
call him directly if you want to.
Thank you. I just want to throw it, since we're off the record, I just want to throw that in. I was looking forward to examining and questioning him.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to be efficient here, Dr. Engler. I mean, okay.
Okay. What are you expecting on redirect? I'm sorry, not redirect, rebuttal.
At this
Or is
point,
that still fuzzy?
I'm going to have to, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Ames. That's a little difficult since we have not seen exactly what Climate Advocates is going to present. But as you can see, we've attempted to address as much of the proposed language as we could foresee as part of our case. Again, trying to move this along.
Okay. Mr. Biernoff, are you on?
Yes, I am, Director. I'm here.
How long are you expecting your witness presentation to be?
Our presentation is not going to be long. I had estimated in our pre-hearing statement 20 minutes, and I think we should probably allow a little bit more time than that for other parties' questions, but I don't think we'll need much more time than that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Bach and Ms. Fox.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Hearing Officer. We had estimated our direct at about 8 hours and 45 minutes, and I think we overestimated the time that we would need. So I would say, taking also into consideration the rebuttal that we prepared so far, I would say we're at 8 hours, if that. And then we have not, we may present some rebuttal after our direct. We are going to try to put in all direct we can, all rebuttal that we can during the direct, but I can't represent that we will do it all during our direct at this point.
So if I'm just mapping things out, I'm looking at Namoga maybe going till tomorrow at noon, State Land Office following that maybe till 3-ish. I'm being conservative here. 2 to 3 on tomorrow afternoon. So if Climate Advocates started, late tomorrow afternoon with direct and cross, maybe end of day Thursday, Friday morning.
And then EDF is probably going to need to go out of order on Thursday. And so I'll let Elizabeth speak to that. So they may interrupt our case on Thursday.
Okay, Ms. Brownhouse, do you want to jump in?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. So I guess quickly just on timing, I think we estimated, approximately, well, actually, I don't have that in front of me. I think what I'm thinking of with rebuttal, so we would do our direct and rebuttal simultaneously. And I think we would be somewhere around 3 hours total, and that's conservative. So I am factoring in some time there for cross-examination and questions. Of course, a little hard to know exactly. I do have, my witnesses have conflicts on Friday, at least 2 out of my 3 do. So what Ms. Fox and I have discussed is, as she mentioned, EDF would need to testify on Thursday, or at least we would like to testify on Thursday, at least with respect to 2 of our witnesses. If we can get all of them in on Thursday, great, but there might be some issues with climate advocates witnesses as well. So it may be that, well, it definitely will be that climate advocates will start on Wednesday. We would then go at some point on Thursday. We may be able to finish, or if not, it would go back to climate advocates, and then we would have one remaining witness, Mr. Goldstein, on Friday.
Okay, so the way I'm trying to be conservative here, it looks like we could have direct testimony done for everybody by the end of this week, is sort of what it's looking like, which leaves rebuttal, which seems to be the unknown for everybody at this point. Does anybody have any sort of estimates, guesstimates on what that could look like? Because that's going to, I think, dictate how many days we try to block off.
So, Madam Chair, my estimate of our time for 3 to 4 hours, what does include rebuttal.
Okay.
We're planning on putting on most, if not all, of our rebuttal at the same time as our direct, since we're going last-ish in the order of parties.
Madam Chair, OCD projects about 2 hours for rebuttal.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we don't really have a good estimate. I do not think it is going to be a lot, more than 2 hours. Let's put it that way.
Okay. So I'm just, I don't know, as we've learned in this process, everything has taken a little bit longer than we have expected. I'm apt to reserve 2 days in scheduling. Ms. Orth, does that sound about right? When I'm saying that, I mean, I think we need to schedule at least another 2 days next week to finish this up. I would prefer to schedule more time than less, because it's much easier to unbook something than it is to book something. It just, might give me back 4 hours of something to work on my day job. As I'm sure everybody else has a day job they're a little behind on. Just maybe their commissioners or Ms. Orth does 2 days. It sounds like we might get done with all the direct stuff this week, so it would leave any sort of rebuttal. And 2 days would be my thought.
I would concur in that, and had kind of come to the same conclusion, that it, again, on the theory that it's kind of a gift to get time back if we don't need it, and it becomes less likely that we'll all be able to find days we can be together the longer we take to make that decision. So yes, I would suggest 2 days.
Dr. Engler, I believe Thursday and Friday are the optimal days for you. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct.
So what about Thursday, Friday next week? I know we had originally talked about that. We had thrown around MLK Day, which is Monday. I have a couple concerns about that. One of which is the excessive comp time that our employees are already starting to rack up, and that would be even more. Not excessive in a unnecessary way, just excessive in a lot.
You haven't seen my bill yet.
Oh, good. Okay, great. My thought would be Thursday and Friday next week would be the dates that we schedule to continue and finish up. Does that work for you, Ms. Orth, and Commissioner Kessler?
Yes.
That's fine with me. I'm cautiously optimistic that 2 days will be enough. I think if we put a third day on the schedule, it would get used, but hopefully we can just all, keep chugging and do it in 2.
Madam Chair, how long do you think you'll take to deliberate?
Well, that's assuming that we deliberate immediately after. I don't know if that's possible. Well, I don't think that's possible just because, well, I don't know. It sounds like you may have some catch up to do. You may be caught up by then. And I think we'll have to make a decision at the end of the hearing as to whether we need any more, before we close the record, whether we need any more information, and two, whether we want to send the parties away to help to compile anything. So I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're going to deliberate immediately after. We may decide we want to, we may not. I don't know.
Okay, so those 2 days we're trying to reserve are not necessarily for deliberation. Okay.
Right. That would still have to be done. But I guess at this point, I have like a spider web of notes, which I am trying to all weave together, and the 16 different binders. And it might be helpful to have some of that information put together by the parties.
Well, I guess my other concern is, as long as I get the transcripts, I read them and I'll be up to date. It's just a matter of when I get them.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I'm expecting Thursday, Friday would still be, that would just be to close out testimony, et cetera. We would then need to decide whether or not we wanted to kind of immediately deliberate and schedule more days, or if we wanted to do some other option.
Okay.
Commissioner Kessler mentioned maybe we need a third day. I guess, where are we on that? Do we want to do like Wednesday afternoon or all day Wednesday, scheduling more than less, or no?
No, Wednesday, no.
Nope. Okay.
I cannot do Wednesday.
Okay, so Thursday, Friday next week. That works for the commissioners and Ms. Orth. Parties, does that work in your world?
Madam Chair, it works for OCD.
Madam Chair, it's certainly, we can make it work for NMOGA. I think that means that Mr. Brankard will be once again doing the division docket, which will be interesting, I'm assuming.
Well, I hope you get used to it. He's going to be helping out quite a bit.
Oh, is that right? Okay, all right.
I will let him know, though, that he may be on the hook for that one again. That's a good point. Or we could always have Mr. Wade do it as well. Or we could go back to what we'd always done and have the engineers run it. Always that option. I think we can manage that piece. Thank you, though, for bringing it up.
You bet.
Madam Chair, Thursday and Friday work for me personally. I'd like to hear from Mr. Bach. I have not checked with our witnesses, although I do not know of any conflicts that they have right now.
Ms. Pronhouse and Mr. Biernoff?
Yes, those dates work for me as well. I have not checked with my witnesses, but I am certainly available and I will check with them.
And Madam Chair, we'll make it work for those dates.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're going to be spending Thursday, Friday next week together, which is exciting. All right, I guess Ms. Orth, is there any sort of order or update in the notice that we need to send out? I will need to make the WebEx additional invites. But is there anything else that needs to be done?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure who among your staff is still on the call. I'm sure that Florian Davidson can add to the notice on the OCD webpage, the Outreach and Public Engagement webpage, that 2 additional days have been reserved as necessary for the continuation of the hearing. And Ms. Davidson will then also have to make it clear that the invitation to present public comment is extended to those days in the event we're actually in hearing. I can help her with the language.
Okay. All right. And I can make sure to get the WebEx invites sent out to everybody. All right, I think that makes sense. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, now that we have a schedule that appears to be conservative, given the parties' statements about who will testify and for how long and so forth, can we relent and have 45 minutes for lunch?
Oh God, I don't know. That's a question for Ms. Orth. She's the master here.
Would you like to come back at 12:45, Mr. Ames?
Thank you, Ms. Orth. Not only would I appreciate the opportunity to make lunch and eat it, but also to talk to the rest of my team. So thank you.
All right, let's come back at 12:45 then. Thank you all.
All right, thanks.
Let's come back from the break, please.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Michael Feldewart. Just want to let Balin know that we have David Greaves, and then after him will be Mike Smith.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that.
I'm on and ready to go, Felicia.
Let me unmute myself. Thank you, Irene. Don't see Madam Chair. She might have a conflict. Let me just make sure we have the other lawyers. Oh, no, I do see Madam Chair.
I'm here.
Okay, great. So I see all three commissioners, and looks like all of the lawyers. Okay. So, Mr. Greaves, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And please spell your last name.
G-R-E-A, V as in Victor, E-S.
There's a lot of ambient noise where you are. Is there a way to address that?
Yeah, let me see.
Felicia, that kind of back usually comes from a couple of
Irene, say it again.
I said usually that kind of feedback comes from two devices in the same room at the same time. So
okay, let's see if Mr. Greaves has addressed it. Mr. Greaves?
Did that make it any better?
Not very much, no. Have you considered Ms. Delgado's suggestion?
Mr. Greaves, do you have two devices going in the same room?
No, I don't.
Your cell phone and the laptop, maybe?
My cell phone's off.
It seems to be better now.
Is it better now? Is that any, if I
think it's better. Irene, how are you doing with it?
how's this now?
Irene? You're muted, Irene.
Yeah, let's move forward and see how it works.
All right.
I'll stop you if I'm not getting sound.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Feldworth?
Yes, thank you. Would you please state your name, identify by whom you're employed, and in what capacity?
My name is David Greaves. I'm a facilities engineering manager. I support the Delaware, which is southeast New Mexico and part of Texas, as the engineering manager. I work for XTO Energy, which is a subsidiary of ExxonMobil.
And how long have you been with ExxonMobil?
I've been with ExxonMobil for 13 years.
And can you give us an idea of what your job responsibilities have included over the last number of years?
Yeah, so I started as what's called a flow assurance engineer, where I looked after pipeline modeling. So it's the thermodynamics and fluid hydraulics within pipelines, both onshore and offshore, in big global projects and across the world. And then I did project work, execution work out of Australia, supporting a large LNG project in Papua New Guinea. And then I flow assurance as a supervisor, leading the team of flow assurance engineers who, again, work on pipeline hydraulics. And then about 7 years ago, I transferred to XTO Energy, where I first worked as a facility engineer supporting the Bakken in North Dakota, where I looked after facilities, their design, the construction of them, and any sort of operational surveillance issues that might come up. And then I transferred to Midland, where I worked as a facility engineer and then later the engineering manager, doing very similar work to what I did in North Dakota, looking after our facility design, keeping up with the drilling rigs, building facilities, and then doing a lot of surveillance in terms of how do the batteries operate, how to make them run well. Yeah, like that.
Mr. Greaves, do you then manage a group of engineers in these processes?
Yeah, so I manage a group of approximately 20 to 25 engineers at any given time who are facility engineers. They look after tank batteries, pipelines. We have an extensive network of gas and oil pipelines in southeast New Mexico. We look after approximately 15 large compressor stations. I have 2 engineers who work at a gas plant and look after a gas plant that we are bringing online now. And then as well as the electrical infrastructure that supports these facilities. I'd say we have around 200 tank batteries and then wells that feed those tank batteries that the engineers steward or provide surveillance on.
And does the area of responsibility include the Delaware Basin of New Mexico?
Yes, all Delaware Basin.
Now, when I look at NMOGA Exhibit I-1, does that accurately reflect your educational background and work experience?
Yes.
It indicates you have a master's in chemical engineering from the Colorado School of Mines.
That's correct.
And it looks like you spent some time addressing oil and gas projects for ExxonMobil overseas.
Yes.
Mr. Greaves, as a result of your job responsibilities, are you familiar with the challenges that are associated with the installation of metering equipment?
Yes, one of my primary responsibilities, both in North Dakota and then as a facility engineer in the Delaware, was to support our flare monitoring in terms of looking after our flare surveillance and then providing decisions on flare measurement technology, assessing all the different metering types that are available to us versus where it's appropriate to perform estimation, and providing justification on what makes sense and what's the right technology, both for our company And then I also provided information on flare measurement as part of the BLM rulemaking in 2016.
Are you also familiar with the difficulty of accurately measuring or estimating low flow and low pressure gas emissions from various field operations, equipment and devices?
Yes, that has been part of my responsibility, and I've done head-to-head comparisons of different technologies to try and see what is reasonable and if there is an accurate, appropriate technology available.
Now, you mentioned something about the BLM rule. Have you assisted federal agencies on the technical aspects of rules addressing measurement of gas releases?
Yes, I met with the BLM multiple times during the 2016 rulemaking and provided expertise on metering technologies, on flaring in general and reasons for flaring, and facilities engineering, but particularly around metering. Yes.
Did you also address estimation issues?
Yes, and some of the items that were addressed are reflected in the final language of the 2016 rulemaking based upon the challenges that we were able to share about flare measurement.
Did you also serve as a technical expert for the New Mexico Methane Advisory Panel?
Yes, during that process, I presented on reasons for flaring, on the differences and capabilities of measurement versus estimation, and on other technologies.
Mr. Greaves, I know you're a humble man. Do you consider yourself an expert in these areas?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I want to first apply your expertise to the placement of flare meters, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to try to share a screen here.
Great.
And I believe I have up on my screen anyway, I hope it's on your screen. It's an exhibit that's in our document. It's entitled OCD's Changes Related to Stripper Wells. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to represent to you that this is the OCD Exhibit 4, B as in boy, okay?
Okay.
Now I want you to go down here towards the bottom of this exhibit, and at the bottom there's a reference to 27.8 F2.
I see it.
And are you familiar with this provision?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Do you understand the purpose of the division's changes here and agree with them?
Yeah, these changes reflect the recent revision, which was considered an error that when they moved after May 31st to the front of the sentence, they'd lost part of the language. But the changes in red had made it very clear going back to the rule from December that flare measurement was required on equipment well, they've clarified it here more, but for a well or facility associated with a well authorized by an APD issued after May 31st. So it's for wells coming after May 31st in terms of when they received the data. And then for specifically for wells or facilities that have an average daily production greater than 60,000.
Okay. Now you had me highlight the language here in yellow. Do you see that? It begins with the existing process and ends with associated with?
Yes.
What do you recommend with respect to that particular phrase?
Yes, so we recommend striking this phrase. That would be consistent with the submission from NMOGA, that this phrase would be removed. And I can explain the purposes for not needing that phrase with
Let me ask it this way. Let me ask it this way, Mr. Greaves. Is there some confusion or concern that arises out of this phrase?
Yeah, so an operator, if we're required to install a flare meter, we're going to put the flare meter where it makes the most sense. And there's several reasons I'll explain why it goes where it goes. It's not necessary to be able to have to delineate where it should go with, say, an existing process piping or a flow line, because facility engineer and following documentation will understand where the flare meter should go. But instead, putting words like flow line is a very confusing term written here because a flow line Common practice in the industry is that flow line means multi-phase flow, which means that it's used to specifically refer to the piping that connects a well to a facility and has oil, water, and gas. And so you would not expect to put a flare meter, which for accuracy purposes needs to be where there's gas phase, on a multi-phase line, as in on a flow line. It's also well before separation equipment in terms of where the flow line exists. So it leads to a lot of confusion to have that phrase flow line there. It also leads to confusion when it says here, pipe to or from equipment. You can imagine that you would be measuring the gas that moves from equipment to a flare, but the way the to or from works here is it makes you wonder if you're putting in flare meters between equipment, not between the equipment and what goes to the flare. So this to or from adds a lot of confusion to the statement that is unnecessary, and I think that you can accomplish the same thing by having a clear rule by simply striking out the entire phrase.
Okay, and so when you say strike out the entire phrase, you're looking at Exhibit 4B at the bottom, which references F subpart 2, and your recommendation is to strike the phrase that begins existing process and strike it all the way to the point where it says associated with.
Yes, and if you do that, the phrase, I won't read the whole thing, but it'll say the operator shall install equipment to measure the volume of natural gas vented or flared from a well or facility, etc. So
Okay.
you
All right.
remove all the specification about where you should install a flare meter.
Now, you mentioned the need for operators and engineers like yourself to have the flexibility on where to properly put a flare meter. Will this language change you propose accomplish that goal?
Yes.
All right, then I want you to turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit I-12 in the black binder. And can you explain why operators require flexibility to locate metering equipment?
Yes, it's sorry, not I-12.
I-2.
Yeah, so if you're looking at I-2 in the binder, I-2 is a simplified schematic that I prepared of a typical facility. And if you start, I will be talking from left to right on the diagram. And just to give you some on the diagram, the red lines are gas lines, and the orange lines are flare lines, so lines that have gas going to the flare. And the green lines are oil lines. Mr. Feller, were you pull it up? It looks like you paused your screen here. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I did. I'm trying to go ahead and work off your notebook. I'm going to try.
Okay. I'm holding the notebook. That's what I'm looking at.
All right. Sorry.
So, if we start from
What are we on?
I-2.
I'm getting really, really bad sound here with a lot of feedback. Can you have maybe the witness try and turn off his video to see if that helps, and just go to voice?
Okay, is that any better?
Let's try it and see.
Okay.
So, Mr. Greaves, I apologize. It took me a little while, and Commissioner Kessler, I think I now have up on the screen the exhibit that Mr. Greaves is going to refer to.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so as I was saying, I'll talk from left to right in this diagram. And so if you start with the wells, which I've just drawn as circles, in this example, I've put 3 wells. They are connected to the facility by flow line. Those could be all of varying different length. So it's just a schematic, right? But that is the correct length by any means. But they travel to the battery, and this would be for a typical oil battery, say in the Delaware, where I'm most familiar. And when they come to the battery, there will be some sort of manifold commonly, and a manifold is a set of valves that allow you to choose where to send production. And so when they reach the battery in the manifold, this is just an example, but there'll be a test separator and a bulk separator. The bulk separator is where you'll send all your wells except for when you need to do a test. And the test separator, one well at a time, where you're performing a test to know the relative production of that individual well. This might be important for doing annual production tests for the state. It's important for doing commingling. So when you have commingling conditions of approval, it will specify how much well testing you need. Off of the test separator, there are test meters for the different phases. You'll have, I've drawn an oil meter in green there, just a box test meter, and then a red box is for the gas test meter. Now, I want to clarify before I go any further in this diagram that I cut out a lot of what's happening at the facility so that the diagram doesn't get overly messy. So you don't see the water lines in here. You don't see the water tanks. You don't see any low pressure gas lines or low pressure flares if you have them. So just remember that as we look through this, that I've simplified it so that we could focus on this question. You can see first off why having the word flow line can be confusing because you're nowhere near the flare at this point. Now, if you follow the oil through the process, the oil goes to the heater treater. Companies will have some sort of secondary separation commonly to help break out any little bit more of gas or break emulsions. In this example, I've drawn the heater treater. Oil then goes to a VRT, is a vapor recovery tower. You can remove some gas there, and then they go to the oil tanks. And from the oil tanks, the oil is either sold by a truck connection or by what's called a LACT, which is lease automated custody transfer, which is a setup with pump and meter that allows you to transfer oil to a pipeline. So in each of those subsequent stages of separation, at the first stage, gas comes off. Gas is evolved from the oil phase. And typically the gas that leaves the first stage of separation, the test separator or bulk separator, that gas is at a sufficiently high pressure that it can reach the sails, enter the sails line because it'll be higher pressure than sails. And so I did not draw compression there. But on these lower pressure vessels, and particularly on the tanks, if you are to sell the gas, then it would require some sort of compression, which you might have heard of as a recovery unit. And so those hexagons, or sorry, trapezoids on their side, that's a common symbol for compressors. That's to show that they might need compression to reach the set pressure. Now, all of this, then the question was, where should we put a flare meter? Well, there's quite a few ways to build a battery. No one battery is exactly the same, it seems, but there's trends. And I've operated as a facility engineer batteries from multiple different companies, either purchases, acquisitions, or ones that I built, and they're all a little different. But generally, you will have various vessels either route to sails or to the flare, which is what's shown at the heater treater. There's a red line and orange line. Or sometimes you'll have all the gas go into the sail scrubber, and a scrubber is a vessel that drops liquid out. And then from there, you'll have that dashed line after the sail scrubber that goes to the top of the page in orange. You'll have, if it can't get into sails, there's a path for it to go to flare. And so you see there's lots of ways for the gas to reach the flare depending on pressures and how your battery is laid out. And then commonly on a high pressure flare, you'll have what's called a flare scrubber. And the flare scrubber is to remove any excess liquids. In case there's an upset, you also wouldn't send a slug of liquid to your flare. So that flare scrubber captures those liquids. And then the line moves to the flare stack. Now this is where it's most appropriate to put a flare meter. And when you look at language that's out there, when you perform engineering design decisions, you do that analysis, you're going to want your flare meter where the fluid streams are aggregated together, where there's a single pipe, basically. You can build your battery that way. I wouldn't want to put a flare meter on every one of these individual streams and then not have sufficient flow to get good measurements. So you put it in one common place. You would also want to put your flare meter after a flare scrubber because if you have a flare scrubber, the best way to get good measurement is to drop liquid out of the gas before it goes through the meter. Certain flare meters will not tolerate liquid. And if you look at the Delaware gas, it's commonly the rich gas that liquids can drop out, or you can have condensed water, and that liquid can impact the measurement accuracy. You put it after the flare scrubber, you put it where you have aggregated the fluid production, and you would also want to put it, all measurement needs some sort of straight run of pipe to get accuracy. And so you wouldn't want to put it where you're all by the vessels and often congested where you have complex piping arrangements. It's more convenient to get good measurement putting it on the run to the flare. And so by changing the language, we're able to provide the facility engineer what they need in terms of flexibility, put the flare meter where it makes the most sense, and not try and add confusion with terms like flow lines or to and from, or put it on a certain vessel when really you want it not. If you can, you'd want it on the aggregated location.
So, Mr. Greaves, I want to, with this slide in mind, I want to talk about a different related subject, and that is the difficulty of retrofitting all facilities with a flare meter. Okay.
Okay.
If we first turn
Mr.
to
Feldenwer, sorry, can I interrupt just really quick?
yes.
So the sound never got better when he turned off his video. So could you turn your video back on?
Sure. I'm sorry about that, Madam Commissioner.
No problem. I mean, it's, I can still understand you. There's just like a little feedback, fuzzy sound.
Okay, I can, on our next break, if I'm still talking, I can try a different computer.
Okay, then let's proceed with the challenges associated with retrofitting all facilities with a flare meter. Okay, Mr. Greaves?
Okay.
If we turn, with this diagram in mind, if we turn down to the next exhibit, which is I3, does this help, does this assist in explaining the challenges that are associated with retrofitting all facilities with a flare meter?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you explain those difficulties for us?
Okay, so the first point is when you build a facility, the best time to install a meter is at the beginning, right? So we appreciate that the language in the rule is such that new locations or when you're servicing a new well, that's when you would install a flare meter rather than retrofitting a location, because that's the best time when you can design your piping layout to accommodate a flare. Retrofitting afterwards can require significant changes. And so I've referenced, it's called API MPMS 1410, which is a document from API. MPMS stands for the Manual of Petroleum Measurement Standards, and 1410 is specific to flare measurement. And it's now included later on in the rule. You all have referenced it too. And so 1410 is really the go-to document for understanding flare measurement systems. And so there's three primary concerns when you are evaluating the need to do a retrofit with a flare meter. The first is safety. It says there, the flow meter and associated instrumentation must be accessible for verification, repair, or calibration. If you can imagine, a flare stack has radiation when the flare is going. And as often flares are emergency flares, you do not control when the flare will go. And so if you think about that, you've got to be able to put the flare meter in a location where personnel can come and perform calibration on the meter or inspect the meter, have access to the pressure and temperature transmitters off the meter if you have those, and be within a safe distance of the flare. And so that can drive you to need a new location for your flare in order to retrofit. It opens up the can of worms related to needing more surface disturbance to be able to locate your flare safely from where the meter should be. The next primary concern is related to liquid. And I mentioned this when talking about the diagram. So I won't read all of this, but it says the ideal flare meter arrangement consists of a single flare meter located downstream of the final vent system liquid removal equipment. And so that's that whole concept that if you have liquid in your flare stream, it will significantly impact your flare measurement certainty. And so you want to be able to get the liquid out. And so if you haven't designed a flare scrubber, or you don't have a good place to put the meter after the flare scrubber, then that will impact your ability. And when you go to retrofit, you need to consider that. And then lastly, it says straight run of pipe. And so it mentions a reference there that the typical standard for measurement is 20 pipe diameters upstream and 10 pipe diameters downstream. And what that means is in order to achieve good measurement, you want to have what's called your flow profile well developed. And you don't want to take a number of 90-degree tortuous turns on piping before entering a flare meter, because flare meters require having your flow stabilized. And the way you do that is you have straight pipe upstream. So in this case, let's say it's, for ease, let's say it's a 1-foot diameter pipe. 20 pipe diameters upstream would need 20 feet of straight pipe, and 10 diameters downstream would need 10 feet of straight pipe. So you're looking for that straight section of pipe in order to place your meter to get good quality measurement.
Mr. Greaves, given the challenges here associated with retrofitting facilities for a flare meter, is that something you recommend avoiding or in most cases?
Yes.
Okay. Are there ways to accurately estimate flare volumes where you're not able to install or retrofit a facility for a meter?
Yes, and the language in the rule currently allows for use of a gas oil ratio or GOR calculation. And by using the GOR as your means to calculate flare, you can accurately determine the flare without needing a flare meter. In fact, you can invest in accurate well test measurement, which is how you determine your gas oil ratio, where it's much easier to measure. And you already have those locations for measurement because you needed a well test. And therefore you can invest in that measurement and achieve good measurement, good quality measurement, and use math to determine what must have flared. There is a quality certainty approach to achieving flare determination without a meter.
Now, in addition to the difficulty, is there a substantial cost component to retrofitting facilities for a flare meter in circumstances where it's possible?
Yes. So I hope to answer Madam Chair's questions around flare measurement specifically and retrofitting cost here. And I pull this material from, as I'm not able to specifically say how much we charge for a flare meter because we don't share cost data. I can share what was published by API during the flare, the rulemaking of BLM Rule 3179 in 2016, which was the flare rule. And at that point, several values were shared publicly, and one of which was that an ultrasonic meter, which is a very common flare meter, and when you read through the languages, is a very much preferred flare meter, and oftentimes. An ultrasonic meter, they published that the cost is between $20,000 and $90,000 per meter. And that's the meter cost. There's a separate part of that document that then says, okay, a typical installed cost, and I want to make sure I say this right, total installed cost is 1.92 times the purchase meter cost. So they took $20,000 as the low end of the meter and then multiplied by 1.92 and said that it would be $38,000 for an install for the low end on the ultrasonic meter. Now I've seen flare meters range all over the board in terms of cost. Better meters cost more money. More accurate meters cost more money, but that $20,000 to $90,000 certainly covers it. You might be able to buy a cheaper meter that does not perform across the range of conditions you need. But 1.92 as a total installed cost multiplier is reasonable. Oftentimes it's more like 3 times the meter cost to do an install, because you may need to do piping modifications. You will need to install a pressure and temperature transmitter oftentimes. You'll need a tap to be able to do a gas sample analysis. And then you need what's called a flow computer, which takes the meter data and then does the integration on it, combines the pressure and temperature to be able to report your total gas. So there's a number of changes that have to happen. If you have to relocate your flare or change your flare header system, change all that piping so that you have a straight run, then it will be even more. And that's not included in those numbers that were provided by API.
And given the availability, Mr. Greaves, of a GOR test method, which you just discussed, in your opinion, is the cost and expense associated with installing flare meters on existing facilities a necessary burden on operators to accomplish the goals of this rule?
No, I do not believe so. That by setting clear standards on the GOR and performing the test to determine an accurate GOR, that you will achieve the same goal of reasonable accuracy of your flare determination.
Okay.
Spending
right,
money to retrofit.
Okay, then I want to switch subjects here, and I want to go to the division's Exhibit 2A, and I'm going to go down to 27.8 G1, okay?
Okay.
And I'm focusing in on G. This is reporting of vented and flared natural gas. I'm focusing in on G1, B as in boy, subpart 4. Mr. Greaves, and this addresses a portion of the rule where the operator is to provide and certify the accuracy of information on a C-129. Okay.
Yes.
All right. The division has proposed to add the word compositional analysis. I'm going to represent to you that NMOGA has proposed to also add a representative analysis or a representative compositional analysis. Okay. Okay. Do you believe that adding the word representative in this section is necessary and appropriate?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
Yeah, I think it helps to use the, would I be able to go back to Exhibit I2 and use the diagram again?
Certainly. Give me a minute here. Let's see. So I'm going to go back to Exhibit I2, which is diagram. Is that what you want to go to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I totally understand the phrase compositional there. I had not said we needed to add compositional because to me it was well understood that that must mean compositional, right? That was obvious that it must mean compositional. Now, the reason that we would recommend adding the word representative, though, is that there was concern here if by having the word compositional analysis, and some of this has been explained previous, so I'll keep it short here, but that you would be required to know the composition of the flare vented gas at the time of the event. And for many events, that's just not practicable. It's also not feasible or possible in some cases. So for instance, if you were to think about your bulk separator, for instance, will have a pressure relief valve. And this may have been Sarah's example here, is that if you have a pressure relief valve, it is designed so that if the vessel experiences an overpressure event, it will relieve pressure safely and protect personnel from the overpressuring. And so you cannot put a meter on there or have a person there ready to take a gas analysis, usually up in the air, for instance. It'd be very hard to go snag a sample, nor do we have a place to do so during the actual event. But you do need to get gas samples as part of knowing your well performance, as part of tuning the test meter and the sales meter. And so by having a representative sample, which you're required to get at some frequency, oftentimes sales meters receive samples monthly or at least quarterly or semi-annually, depending on the contract. And so you do have analyses of the gas on location. You can apply the appropriate analysis to that event. And while it not composition during the event, the exact composition, it will be representative and be very close to the in situ composition. The same would happen on the flare, for instance. When I've had a flare meter, I don't go measure the flare composition during the event. That's hard to do. But I can use the gas composition from the sales meter, because if I'm selling, then the gas must have gone to the flare. And so it's that same gas composition, and I can apply logic about what gas composition makes sense and determine the representative sample.
Okay, then and by adding the term representative, that would accomplish the goal that you seek here to give you the flexibility you need to provide an accurate sample?
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to go back to the division's exhibit 2A, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to go up to part F2. And you were previously talking about F2, and I want to now go to and discuss F3, that same section, so 27.8 F3. And you'll see that the division has removed references to specific technology and instead referenced API chapter 1410. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that that's an appropriate change?
Yes, that is a great change. API MPMS 1410 is the right code to reference there, or standard, and it is the most commonly used one for flare measurement.
And is that a standard that facilities engineers such as yourself understand?
Yes.
And that operators can implement?
Yes.
Okay. Why should the division, why was it appropriate for the division not, for example, to reference any specific technology?
Yeah, flare measurement is challenged. It's a very difficult process. And it's difficult because it doesn't meet the paradigms that you're used to with normal gas sales measurement. Under normal gas sales measurement, you have consistent flow rate, you have consistent composition, you have high pressure gas. All those things help you get good quality measurement. But with flare measurement, you don't have all the luxuries that you're used to with sales quality measurement. You can have very low pressure. It's after a vessel, you don't want to put back pressure on the system oftentimes because it's going to flare. It's your safety relief mechanism. You want to be able to have a clear path to the flare. And so you'll have low pressure. There's a high variability in the rate, which is called turn down. So the term is turn down, which describes the max rate to the minimum rate. And when you have flare measurement, you have to design for the max rate your facility can do. You also have to design infinitely, an infinite turn down to essentially zero, because you may have small events happening. You might also have purge gas in your line. And so you have such a big rate, and meters aren't normally designed to handle a wide turn down. Many of you are familiar with orifice meters. They're used for sales measurement. Orifice meters, depending on which manufacturer you go to, will say they can handle a turn down of 5-to-1 up to, I've heard some say 14-to-1. I don't know if I believe it, but I've seen 14-to-1 published. And so if you imagine, okay, 10 MCF up to 50 MCF if it was 5-to-1, or 1 million up to 5 million, but I can't do 0 to that. And so flare measurement's very hard, and 1410 recognizes the challenges of flare measurement. It recognizes the issues with putting a meter into your system and what that means. And it describes all the different meters out there and how any one of those meters might be the right choice, but there is not a one-size-fits-all meter. And that's why it was so appropriate to not only reference 1410, but also to strike this section here, which technology should be used, because there are a lot of technologies out there, and at any given point in your design, there may be one of those technologies may be better than the other. But to say there's one that's right for all of them just is not the case with what.
And is that the division's approach here, is that consistent with that API 1410 standard that you referenced, that's referenced in here, Mr. Reeves?
Yeah, if you would go to my exhibit I5,
Certainly.
I've included some quotes from API 1410 that I think are that illustrate this point.
Now, I4 discusses the API standard that the division has referenced, right?
Yeah, so I4 is, I've shared a quote from 1410 that is one of my favorites that talks about how flare measurement is distinctively different from custody transfer, and I've summarized some of that for you now.
Okay. Then if I go to exhibit I5, what do you want to point out here?
Yeah, it's key to know the type of technology for flare measurement. You need to be able to pick what's right for your flowing conditions. And so I appreciate that the NMOCD changed that and made that clear. If you look at these quotes, I wasn't cherry picking. It's very clear when you read 1410 that 1410 was to be agnostic to the types of measurement available. It says it is the intent of this standard that no flare measurement technology be excluded. No single type or flow meter is suitable in all flare gas measurement applications, and all gas flow meters have a finite range of use. And so I've used probably used, I think, 3 or 4 primary technologies. I've looked at other technologies. It really depends on my flow conditions that I expect based for the type of meter that I pick.
Now, the division's exhibit 2A, when you get down here to subpart F5, the division has made a decision here about discussing when metering is not practicable. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with this language change by the division, and in particular their addition of low flow rate to the existing language of low pressure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And why is that appropriate?
As I was saying about flare measurement, it's very challenged. And same with venting measurement. And so there are times where it is appropriate to estimate the volume. And particularly when you think about metering technologies, they really struggle at low pressure and low flow rate. And those are 2 different things. You can have them simultaneously, but they are 2 different things. And so I think it's important to make it very clear that low flow rate is included there. When you have low flow rate, you don't have a stable flow profile, as I was explaining earlier. And that unstable flow profile makes it difficult to get quality measurement. And you are not able to achieve the quality measurement that you're paying for, and so it's better to estimate. Also, there's many times when you experience, when you have a different scenario, I'll take an example, like a pipeline blowdown. You may have low flow rate at a period of time, and there's a great way to estimate that, right? You don't need to have a meter for that situation. You can use estimation approaches that in that case are very accurate. You can take the diameter of the pipe and the pressure and temperature and the composition of the gas in that pipe and use that to determine what amount of gas must have been blown down when you're doing a depression. So there are times when there are appropriate estimation methodologies that are accurate, and particularly those are used when you have situations around low flow and more pressure.
And I believe, Mr. Greaves, you have an exhibit that discusses this in more detail. Is that right?
Yes. If you go to I6.
Oops. Let's see here. I'm one ahead of you. Okay. Up here in Namoga exhibit I6. Now this looks like a pretty extensive exhibit here.
This is for Commissioner Engler.
So what's important here? Orient us to this exhibit and why it's important,
Okay.
what you just discussed.
Yeah, so the right-hand side of the exhibit are all quotes that I've pulled from API 1410. And they talk all about the challenges of flare measurement. And I've summarized them on the left with the bullet points, but I'll pull out a few things here. Flare measurement provides unique challenges. Flare meters are expected to operate over a wide range of velocities. And then if you look at the next underlined point, it says the user is also cautioned that operation at these low velocities may also subject the meter to flow instabilities. If you read the next section, at those low velocities, error can become significant. So, you know, I'm a facilities engineer who really likes meters, right? But I like meters that are accurate. I want to pay for a meter when it's appropriate to pay for a meter that can give me valuable data. So at low velocity, that's difficult. Other points there talk about specific meters. So for instance, orifice meters are typically not suitable as flare meters. Doesn't mean they're not always not suitable. It doesn't mean that they're always not suitable, but typically not. And that's because meters like orifice meters that you're familiar with put a restriction in the piping. That's how they measure, is they perform a restriction. They introduce a pressure differential, which then can be measured. And often on flare runs, flare piping, you will not want to introduce a pressure differential or some sort of restriction because it introduces a safety concern. You don't want to clog your flare system because that's how you relieve gas in a safety event, in an event, in an emergency. And so those are quotes on the right. On the left, I've summarized the main issues: low pressure, low flow, turn down and safety, liquids, and variable gas composition. Certain meters can't handle gas compositions change. You need to have a consistent gas composition. And when you face these challenges, and when it means that an accurate measurement is really not possible, then you're looking for an estimation approach. And the table that I've included at the bottom is pulled out of API 1410. And it was just there to demonstrate to you that 1410 gives you examples of meters and has a number of tables and documentation around what are the pros and cons of those meters.
Okay. Now, back here in subpart 27.8 F, measurement of vented or flared gas, we get down to the bottom here, and the division has language in here referencing and adopting the use of a GOR test.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned that you believe that is appropriate, Mr. Greaves. Do you have an exhibit that demonstrates how that's done and why it's appropriate to use a GOR test as your method of estimation?
Yeah, if you go to exhibit I-8.
Okay.
So yeah, I'd like to use this to explain what GOR test is used and hopefully address some of the questions that have been raised about GOR. And so again, the sketch on the right, this is extremely simplified just to make a point. But when a well test is done, or any number of vessels, sorry, let me go back. When you look at a facility, you have produced gas, which is your total gas that you make, and you may determine that by a meter, although it's more commonly done with a GOR. And so I'll explain that in just a bit. So that's your produced gas. That's the total amount of gas on location. And then your gas has really three dispositions, to borrow an accounting term, or three outlets. It can go to sales, and there may be multiple sales meters, but let's just treat it as one sales meter. It can go to a flare, or it can go to be used for beneficial use. And so I've drawn these little boxes to represent meters. So you might measure produced gas, or you might get it through GOR, and you'll measure the sales gas. And then you're performing a balance on the system, the in and the outs and the difference to determine the flare. And so if you look at the words on the left, talk about what is GOR. Okay, the GOR is the gas to oil ratio. So when you do a well test, which that frequency is set by the division, totally set by the conditions of approval, whether from the division or perhaps from the BLM. and at a minimum, it talks about an annual well test. You will go test a well and determine how much gas it makes to how much oil is produced. It's just a ratio. And the language proposed by NMOCD is 24-hour well test, which is good. That's important to do a sufficiently long well test so that you can average out the fluctuations in flow and determine a good quality GOR. Now you know how much gas is made for every barrel of oil. So you can do, and to go back to that well test, you have a good quality meter at a location that's easier to meter. It's high pressure gas. So now you're able to do the system balance. And the system balance, well, the flare gas must be equal to how much gas I made, which is GOR times oil, plus the other dispositions, the other outlets of that gas. So it's GOR times oil minus sales minus beneficial. And therefore, without having a flare meter, you do have a sales meter. You do accurately measure the GOR. And beneficial use gas, you can accurately determine with manufacturing data, or you may have a meter. And so you have the right number of equations to unknowns. You have now one equation and one unknown, which is flare, and you can solve for the flare volume.
Now, Mr. Grease, when we go back and look at some of the proposed changes to subsection 27.8F, 6 and 7, we've looked at the divisions changes. You believe these are appropriate, correct?
Yes, with one caveat there.
What's that?
Well, they've said that it says to allow the division to independently verify the volume, rate, and heating value of the flared natural gas. I did not understand why they needed to verify the heating rate, or the heating value, sorry, because that is not part of a GOR test. You do not go and determine the heating value, because the heating value doesn't impact the volume determination in doing a flare calculation.
So then your suggestion would be to modify this language by just deleting the reference to heating value?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you see any reason to require an estimation of the heating value, this particular provision?
I was not able to think of why that was included.
Okay. All right. Now, I believe that Climate Advocates has proposed a change to this section. Have you reviewed that, Mr. Greaves?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that they have proposed to eliminate the use of a GOR test and replace it with a EPA subpart W method?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Would you explain whether you think that's appropriate, and if not, why?
Well, I think it's appropriate to keep the language as written by the division rather than mention subpart W, because when you look at subpart W and you read the section on associated gas flaring, which is what we're talking about here in terms of using the GOR, the subpart W recommends, if you don't have a flare meter, using the GOR. Right, so subpart W's methodology is take the GOR, multiply by the oil rate, and subtract off the sales volume. So they're actually the same, except for one difference, which is subpart W does not mention the beneficial use. And so you still need to do a proper balance, and that's why beneficial use must be subtracted. Which we can understand that. So there is one issue there that subpart W doesn't include the beneficial use. But given that they're the same, they both use GOR times oil minus sales. To me, thinking about trying to make a simple rule that people can understand, this is industry standard. It's well understood what GOR test means. I prefer to see it written rather than bury it in having people go reference subpart W and have to do what I did, which is then go study that and realize it's the same thing as what I was already saying with the exception of changing of also subtracting beneficial use.
You mentioned subpart W does not account for beneficial use.
Yes.
And is that because it's an emissions reporting methodology?
I don't have the background to know why it doesn't account for that.
Okay. Okay, then I want to then move to the next topic is NMOGA, and that is NMOGA's proposed to eliminate 5 reporting categories in G2. Okay, Mr. Greaves.
Okay.
And I want to apply your measurement expertise to that particular topic. I believe if we turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit I-9, does this identify the reporting categories that currently exist in G2 that NMOGA seeks to eliminate?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you provide us a discussion based on your expertise as to why it's appropriate to remove these as reporting categories in a section like G2 that is designed for a monthly production volume?
Yeah, at a general level, these 5 categories are difficult or impractical or impossible to measure, certainly to measure accurately or with high certainty. They are also challenged from the standpoint of quality estimation, which means that the calculations that you could perform, and I know Madam Chair will be very interested in my opinion about the calculations, so we will talk about some of that today, that the calculations have high uncertainty, and therefore, for purposes of production accounting, where you really want to have you want to have quality reporting values, especially because that then leads to your gas capture percentage, which has its own implications. You want to have an accurate number. These 5 categories are very difficult to have an accurate volume. And so they don't lend themselves to being reported in the same way as the other categories, because you'd be adding highly uncertain volumes to highly certain volumes, which creates unreasonable or numbers that just don't lend themselves to credibility. They're overall generally low flow, low pressure, very inconsistent flow rate, which make them difficult to measure as well, which is part of the reason for removing them.
Okay, would you, can you apply that specifically to some of these reporting categories?
Yeah.
Let me step back. I think we've had a lot of discussion about downhole operations. I think we've had a lot of discussions about liquids unloading. So would you focus on the latter 3, uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatic controllers and pumps, and then improperly closed beef hatches?
Yeah, that would be fine. And I agree that everyone's probably heard enough on some of those categories. So I'll spend most of my time talking about uncontrolled storage tanks, if that's okay. And in general, the concept of measuring tank vapors. And so having listened to the witnesses and some of the cross-examination, people are familiar with some of the methodologies out there for estimating tank vapors. And MOGA's proposal is that these 5 be removed from the categories to report monthly, as well as then subsequently removed from the categories that would count against you, say, in the gas capture plant. And so tank vapors are a very complex subject. It's one of my favorite subjects because it's when a facility engineer who works at a small tank battery gets to do a lot of good engineering and really think about the dynamics of the system that is being operated. And so I want to explain the sources of gas and the dynamic situations that make accurate measurement difficult. And in the same process, I'll try and address some of the questions that have been raised by the commissioners related to why we can't just go use HYSYS or ProMax or 42 or API 2000. So when you look at storage tanks, there are really three primary categories of gas, of emissions, if they leave the tanks, let's say. So you have your flash gas. Flash gas is the gas that evolves from the oil that enters the tank or over time. That's one component. We have the breathing component that's related to, I'll probably call it thermal effects, which has to do with how the temperature, the ambient temperature, and the weather conditions, the meteorology impacts the gas that's in the tank and causes it to either expand, at which point the uncontrolled storage tank might leave through a thief hatch or through a pressure vacuum relief valve, the valve that protects your tanks, or it might cause it to contract, which can cause ingress into your tanks because you're protecting your tank. So whenever you've heard this week people talk about a pressure vacuum relief valve, it's doing both things. It protects against overpressure and underpressure against vacuum. And so you have the second component. And then you have these working losses. And I'm just giving this background. I know some of you will be very familiar with this, but I'm giving this as we get into the details. So working has to do with the relative changes in the volume of the liquid that's within the tanks. So it has to do with you are flowing fluid from separation equipment into the tank. And as it fills the tank, it expels the gas becomes compressed and the pressure will build to go somewhere. At the same time, you are pumping out of tanks. And so when you pump out of tanks, then you are changing the volume in the other direction. And so these three events are happening. And each of those three events has a number of complicated thermodynamic factors behind them that influence the ability to accurately, for production accounting purposes, report the volume or determine the volume. There are ways that I'll get into about how to do design conditions, which I thought Mr. Leonard did a good job on explaining how, he said, can't remember his exact words, but this gas is having, an identity crisis, right? About where it wants to be. There's these factors that drive this identity crisis. So when we look at these three situations, and as we talked this week, I thought it was important to go through this. So I'm looking down, I made a lot of notes in my mind. I thought, these are all important things to share with people. So you have oil entering the tanks. That oil has a certain amount of flash gas. While the flash gas can be determined through HYSYS, the flash gas is dependent upon the pressure and temperature that the oil comes from. So the oil is coming from a separator. Let's say that separator is the heater treater. The heater treater, to accurately know the flash gas at any given time and then integrate that over a month, you would need to accurately know the pressure and temperature of that oil all throughout that time. It's not enough to use a HYSYS design condition. You need to know it throughout the whole process. And any sort of change in the temperature and the pressure of that vessel upstream will change how much gas evolves in the tank at downstream. So you have that effect. Once it's in the tank, there are mass transfer limitations that really become important as you start to model this in detail, and heat transfer limitations and kinetics. All three things happening related to whether the gas can evolve out of the oil phase. And so you'll have to consider things like, does the oil enter the top of the tank or does it enter the bottom of the tank? And there's a whole lot of very interesting debate about whether you should go to the top or the bottom to help break out the gas. And then the more time that the oil sits there in the tank, there's more time for that gas to break out. So that's some of the limitations that we're talking about and why it's not a simple calculation. Then there's all the effects that happen from what's going on with that upstream vessel. So that upstream vessel might have a large control valve on it that opens wide open, that's just called snap, which will have a very different response to how much gas is happening in the tanks versus if it's operating in throttle, where it tries to hold a steady level. That control valve or dump may become stuck, and you've heard about that. And when it becomes stuck, then you can have more gas come in, more oil at a higher rate than you designed for. That's kind of some of the upstream side. We start to look at the other side of the tanks. You have your pumps that are operating in terms of evacuating the fluid. Many operators will design their LACs, the LACT LACT, to operate, say, turn on at 8 feet and off at 6 feet. And so it turns on and then it pumps down. And so you have these changing volumes that you need to account for as part of those working losses. Some folks have installed what are called variable speed drives or VFDs, variable frequency drives, on their pumps. So they try and maintain a constant liquid level. So that'll impact that calculation. And then there's one of my favorites. So I can't remember everyone who's a chemical engineer on the call, but I know a few of you are. So this is my absolute favorite, which is the gas blanket. Okay, so I get pretty excited about nerdy things, so just bear with me. We're talking about uncontrolled storage tanks, but I want to expand it to talk about tanks in general. And that's because NMOGA has proposed excluding low pressure gas and tank vapors from the gas capture calculation. It is very common for operators to put what's called a gas blanket on your tanks. And a gas blanket is produced gas that is put like in the vent system on top of your tanks. You'll have vent piping, and you'll put in a gas supply into the tanks. And you put that gas supply to keep oxygen out. So we've talked a lot about oxygen this week, and you want to be able to keep oxygen out. I know you might all be sick of talking about oxygen, but you don't want oxygen in your tanks for corrosion. You don't want oxygen in your tanks to have, because you don't want an explosive mixture. And you also don't want oxygen in your tanks because you want to be able to run that vapor recovery unit if you have one. So if you have a vapor recovery unit, then you commonly will have a gas blanket, not always, but commonly will, because you're trying to keep oxygen out. And so that gas blanket is very interesting because depending on the composition of the gas blanket can dissolve into the oil phase, or it can strip components out of the oil phase by equilibrium, by fugacity. And so I've sent gas blankets into tanks that are mostly methane, depending on where I steal them from the process. And I've helped strip some of the light ends out of the oil. I've also sent very rich gas blanket into my tanks and seen that the oil basically eats up the gas blanket. It dissolves into the oil phase. And that depends. So you're now looking at as well the composition of the gas blanket and the composition of the oil phase, and then trying to determine the driving force or equilibrium of where the molecules go. So you have the gas blanket adds a whole lot of complication in terms of predicting the behavior, because it's not just flash gas that provides a supply of gas. Now you have this other gas that you introduced. There's a lot. I mean, I have a long list. I know you don't want to hear me talk forever. But when you look at, you've got to account for the RVP of the oil, which is the reed vapor pressure. So how volatile is the oil? You also have to account for sources of oil that come in that aren't part of normal production. So you might all be familiar with the fact that it's very common on tank batteries to have a recycle oil stream. So a recycle oil stream takes oil from your tanks and sends it back upstream to where that heater treater was. This is to get any water you may have accumulated over time, maybe break an emulsion or get it hotter to help get gas out. Well, now you've increased the oil flow rate into the tanks, even though you haven't changed the oil flow rate into your battery. And so you have to account for that. There's other ways to do that too. For instance, on your LACT, it's all LACTs, it's all the ones I've operated, have what's called a divert line. And the divert line says, hey, I have bad oil at this moment. I'm not meeting spec. I need to send that oil back. So it recycles it back to the tank. And now you've added more oil volume. And it's not live oil. And so it doesn't have the same flash factors. It's dead oil, but it does change that level in your tank. It gets even more complicated. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So, Mr. Greaves, I know you're passionate about this.
Sorry.
I'm conscious of the time here.
Cut me off. It's okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You just provided all these circumstances, which is very helpful. Is there any place to measure these kind of vapors that you see released from these storage tanks?
No, so there is not a good place to measure. If it's an uncontrolled storage tank, the place where the tank vapors will go is either out the thief hatch, because a thief hatch is a mini pressure vacuum relief valve, or it will go out the main pressure vacuum relief valve. And that vents to atmosphere. It's already low pressure. So we're talking, I think Joe said it earlier, a few ounces. And an ounce is a 1/16 of a pound, right? And so many tanks out there are rated for 4 ounces, 8 ounces, 12 ounces, or 16 ounces. And so you have very few ounces, which means most of the meters out there that you're used to, like a differential pressure meter, or a meter, for instance, one of those pieces of technology, won't be able to measure the gas whatsoever. It won't see flow. There's also just no good place to put it because you're trying to get all the vapors to one place and then have it go through a meter. But the point of a pressure vacuum relief valve is to immediately evacuate the tank to protect the tank, not then route it into a piece of pipe and can measure it.
Now, you spent some time here giving us an understanding of the variations of these tanks and gas moving in and out, et cetera. Is that, as a result, Mr. Greaves, are operators able to accurately estimate for production accounting reporting these types of periodic low pressure emissions?
No, and I did want to explain that. So I'm familiar at a working level with a number of the methodologies out there. I personally use API 2000, which describes how to calculate working and breathing losses. And when you read it, it's a simple set of math that they've used in API 2000 because it's for design conditions. You're trying to design how big does my relief valve need to be? How big does my pipe need to be if I'm going to flare? And so, for instance, it says, if you're a volatile liquid versus a non-volatile liquid, multiply this number by 2. That's the extent of the math there. So it's not accurate, right? But it does give you a good box, like Joe was saying, a good box to work within. If you look at subpart W talks about flash, and it makes some big assumptions, right? It says, take the oil and the methane CO2 content of the oil from the separator as it leaves the upstream separator and goes to the tanks, and then either assume that it all is emitted, and that's how much gas comes out, or multiply it by your flash factor. You're basically a description of how much vapor comes off your oil. And so they don't have all the nuance, and the nuance here actually adds up to a big percentage of the volume. They definitely have a hard time calculating the thermal effects. What I love about the thermal effects described in API 2000 is it specifically references Southwest United States, right? Where we are is the reference, because you can have such big temperature swings on the tanks where we are, which leads to these big. So they're while it is possible to estimate the volumes, you would not want to estimate them for production accounting. I kind of think of it this way, okay? I've got 5 kids, believe it or not, okay? So that's why I don't have hair left. I have 5 kids. I'm totally crazy. And I know that I have 5 kids, right? Like, I know with certainty I have 5. Trust me, I know. I've been there, 5 C-sections. I know they're 5. Now, my wife tell me she wants, 3 more kids, okay? I just die right there. But she tells me that she wants 3 more kids. But she says she wants 3 plus or minus 2. So she might want 1, she might want 5, okay? So I know what I have for certain. I don't like to add 5 to that. That's a terrible number. 1 I might live with. 10 I couldn't live with 10, right? 6 would be crazy. 10 would be dead. So that's why, I know that's a simplified approach, but that's why I'm getting at what I'm saying. We don't like to add very certain things to very uncertain things. We like adding certainty.
Now, and with respect to vapors from uncontrolled storage tanks, that is currently as a reported category, that would be a component of the gas loss calculation, right, Mr. Greaves?
Yes, it would.
and a component of the gas capture would count against the operator.
Yeah, uncontrolled storage tanks would count against you in the gas capture calculation.
Okay, and in your opinion, are there any credible method of estimating those releases for monthly production accounting reporting?
No.
Okay. Now, when we get to pneumatic controllers and pumps, that those, as the rules currently drafted, that those emissions do not count, would not count against operators, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because as we learned earlier this week, they are part of beneficial use.
Okay, but do you have the same problem in trying to report them, those releases for on a monthly production accounting scenario?
Yes. So I won't be quite as animated talking about pneumatics. However, you do face the same similar challenges with, there is good quality average data, right? That's part of subpart W, but it's average data, right? And it represents lots of different controllers, lots of different operating scenarios, not your actual operating conditions, right? To accurately know your pneumatic controllers in terms of volumes, and we've heard some of this today, you would need to know the pressure of the pneumatic gas, supply pressure. You also need to know the frequency at which you actuate, and then that assumes no leaking or anything, which I'm not an expert on pneumatics in terms of leaking or anything like that. But that assumes, okay, if I could actually know my actuations, then I'd be able to use this manufacturing data. But we don't have data on our number of actuations. So people use subpart W, which has average data, which just is not appropriate, again, because it's got low accuracy that you're trying to then use as part of these calculations.
Okay. And then you may have touched on some of this a little bit, but releases from improperly closed thief hatches. Now, those would be the same type of releases that you just discussed with respect to storage tanks, right?
Yeah, much of that's the same. See, ideally on a tank, if your tank is not controlled, that gas would be going to the pressure vacuum relief valve. But if the thief hatch is not properly closed, or there might be some dirt on the seal, then the gas may escape through there. Not all of the gas, but it's very hard to calculate that because you're looking at all the dynamics of the tanks and then trying to apply that to something much worse, which is trying to apply it to an unknown orifice size. When we do gas calculations, we usually talk about orifices, just how much area, cross-sectional area is there for the gas to escape from. On these thief hatches, oftentimes we're talking very little. Now, if the lid's open, okay, totally different. You know the orifice size, but you don't know the volume again because of the dynamics. So whether it's open or just barely cracked with some grease on there, it's not something that's feasible to get an accurate calculation. And instead, oftentimes what's happened is, you get those little, the seal isn't setting right, the lid didn't come down perfectly. As I was saying, oxygen is coming in just as likely as the gas is coming out, based upon the temperature swings throughout the day and how the liquid level changes.
And does this have the same type of breathing that you were talking about earlier, depending upon the circumstances at the time that the hatch is either closed or open?
Yes.
So you had vapors.
It has the same effects as uncontrolled storage tanks in terms of vapors in or out.
Okay. Now I want to apply your expertise here, Mr. Greaves. In your opinion, do these reporting categories that NMOGA has proposed to eliminate constitute circumstances where operators cannot measure the releases? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, with respect to these reporting categories, do they involve circumstances where operators can estimate the releases with any consistency or accuracy for monthly production accounting reporting?
No, not with the accuracy that is expected for production accounting.
Okay. You mentioned oxygen. Okay. Are you familiar with how oxygen can get into a gas stream, even for sales?
Yes.
And you were here for Mr. Smitherman's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you have another circumstance where oxygen gets into the gas stream for sale at no fault of the operator?
Yeah. So I thought we've heard a lot about ways that it can go downhole, which has been effective. Hear about that, and it's been a productive conversation. We've heard a lot about commissioning, and I'm very familiar with that. But what we want to talk about here is kind of the last way that you might have oxygen is through running a vapor recovery system on tanks. And so all those dynamics that I was talking about can lead to oxygen coming into the tanks. It's part of the protection for the tank. You don't want your tank to collapse. If you've seen a collapsed tank, you would know you don't want that to happen. And so oxygen can come in, and you will do all you can to prevent that if you have a vapor recovery unit, because what happens is you get a little bit of oxygen that comes in, and then that vapor recovery unit collects that oxygen and then routes it over to the sales scrubber or to the sales line down the sales meter. And what's happened is you've gone and made this effort to collect the vapors off your tanks. And then you've ended up shutting in your entire facility or flaring everything because the oxygen spec is no longer met. And many of those contracts, as we've learned about, have a zero oxygen spec, right? And so 0 is a hard number to get to. And so a little bit of oxygen can really impact your ability to sell. And so it's kind of the first thing people ask when you have oxygen is, oh, are your vapor recovery units on? Well, yeah, I'm trying to make them work. But you get that oxygen in. Now there's ways to try and prevent oxygen, which is why people install a gas blanket. And so if you had to ask, when you were a facility engineer and not the facility engineer manager, where did you spend all your time? It was trying to help operators keep their gas blanket warm, because I was trying to keep oxygen out of the tanks. And so you can do a lot in terms of engineering. You want to make the best gas blanket valve ever, right? And I've tried a lot of different valves to achieve this. And then at no fault of your own, you design it right, you pick the right orifice size for the control valve that will allow gas to enter. You pipe it in a good place, you put a good pressure transmitter on to control it, and then you get a massive temperature swing like we had this week with snow, and suddenly your valve that's right for normal conditions isn't going to be right for these huge temperature swings that happen. And then you'll get some oxygen. And so, it's one of those, we're back to a situation where you had some oxygen, and even as a prudent operator, as we've used the term this week, you can have oxygen in your tanks that then goes to your vapor recovery unit and then could shut you out of the sales line.
Okay, Mr. Greaves, I want to, were you here for the testimony when the promoter has proposed a change to the definition of venting? Have you seen that?
Yeah, and Mike, I guess, sorry, I want to go back just a bit on what I was saying.
Sure.
I just had one more thought.
Okay.
I talked about VRUs, right? Here we've talked about uncontrolled storage tanks. When you do go gauge a tank, right, which is an activity you'll do on the tanks quite often, even if you have automatic tank gauges, you'll go and you have to go clean them off, or you have to go open it up and go calibrate that automatic tank gauge. That also introduces oxygen. So just thinking, I tend to think about it from vapor recovery units because we work so hard to get oxygen out, but normal activities around your tank can also bring oxygen.
So then let me ask you this, Mr. Greaves, based on your experience, is it, in your opinion, is it appropriate for the division to always penalize operators due to venting, or I'm sorry, flaring that is caused by the failure of the gas stream to meet pipeline specs for oxygen?
No, it is not. I have personally tried myself so many times to keep the oxygen down that I know it is not appropriate to always penalize. for oxygen.
And currently, the way the rule's drafted, am I right, Mr. Greaves, that any flaring that would occur due to pipeline impurities would not account against operators unless it was caused by oxygen?
Objection, leading question.
Okay.
Feldowert, would you rephrase, please?
Mr. Greaves, you reviewed the rule, correct?
Yes.
And do you understand how flaring events are treated for failure of gas meeting pipeline specifications?
Yes, so the gas capture percentage calculation, the numerator at the top of the equation of what is captured includes sales, beneficial use, emergencies, let's see, where it was flared due to emergency, where it was flared due to N2H2S or CO2, or vented or flared from a delineation well with division approval. So none of those categories specifically include oxygen.
And are you aware that the division, the way they drafted the rule, would penalize oxygen for, if it has, or penalize operators for volumes that are flared due to oxygen in the system?
Yes, that's correct. If you have oxygen in the system, since it counts against you, it appears to look like a penalty.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you then about NMOGA's change to the definition of venting. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Under NMOGA's change, if that was adopted by the commission, okay, Mr. Greaves, would the activities that you just described related
All right,
to
I'm getting
uncontrolled...
let me turn this off. Okay, I'm back.
If NMOGA's change to the definition of venting was adopted by the commission, Mr. Greaves, okay, that would be consistent with the Colorado definition, correct?
Objection, leading.
Mr. Feldowert, would you watch that, please?
Mr. Greaves, would it be consistent with the Colorado definition?
Yes.
And if that definition was adopted, would categories like uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatic controllers and pumps, improperly closed thief hatches, would those low pressure emissions constitute venting as normally as defined by Colorado?
No, they would not.
Okay. And you've had experience with the BLM rule?
That's correct.
And did the BLM rule attempt to address these low pressure emissions that you see from uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatic controllers, and improperly closed thief hatches?
Yeah, I think it's important. I was going to turn to the language, but I'll summarize it. I think it's important to note on the BLM rule, the 2016 rule, where there is a gas capture percentage imposed, and it was 98%. At the time, it was set at 98% to be achieved by January 1st, 2026, I believe. That the way the calculation is done for that gas capture percentage, it says the term adjusted total volume of gas produced means the total volume of gas captured over the month plus the total volume of gas flared over the month from high pressure flares. And then there's a credit, it subtracts off a credit. And so what that means, without reading the whole section, is that the gas capture percentage applies only to volumes that are flared at a high pressure flare. And the rule purposefully excludes tank vapors, whether they're flared or vented. The focus is on high pressure flare to achieve that 98%.
And do you have an understanding as to why the BLM approached it that way, given the challenges associated with trying to estimate these types of low pressure volumes?
Objection, calls for speculation about what BLM was thinking.
Mr. Feldowert, I have to agree with that.
And Mr. Greaves, you actually met with the BLM with respect to their rule
Yes,
and advised them on issues like you just advised the commission?
yes,
And based on your understanding of the rule, the BLM then did not seek to include these types of low pressure circumstances in their accounting for gas capture.
yes. And we did have very good conversations about the challenges of low pressure measurement and estimation.
Okay. Mr. Greaves, were NMOGA exhibits I-1 through I-10 prepared by you or compiled under your direction and supervision?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, I move the admission into evidence of NMOGA exhibits I-1 through I-10.
We pause for a moment in the event there are objections to NMOGA exhibits I-1 through I-10. Exhibits I-1 through I-10 are admitted.
Madam Hearing Officer, I pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Ames?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I just had a couple questions for Mr. Greaves. Good afternoon, Mr. Greaves.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ames, there's some really bad feedback. Mr. Felderwort, would you be able to mute unless you actually have to object?
I have already muted.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how else to help this then. Let's give it a try. Irene, speak up if you can't hear this, okay?
There's a lot of background noise, and I just can't, unless somebody else is actually is on their device and not muted. I don't know where it's coming from.
Perhaps, Mr. Greaves, you can mute yourself until you need to answer the question, and maybe that would, it would leave me only speaking. Maybe that would help. And then I'll do the same for you. Can you hear me, Mr. Greaves? Yes. Mr. Greaves, you testified that about 5 reporting categories: downhole operations, liquids unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatics, and thief hatches. And if I understood your testimony correctly, you were not comfortable reporting on these categories because of the reliability of the data that would be collected. Is that correct?
Based upon the challenge to measure and the challenge to accurately calculate a estimate that is meeting the objectives of production accounting, that they were not appropriate to include.
Right. So I think you said you wouldn't be able to meter these. Is that right?
Be very difficult to meter with any certainty.
But you can estimate them. Isn't that correct?
You can estimate them, but not with a high amount of accuracy, with the accuracy that you would have, say, anywhere near what a sales meter would have.
And you can model them, right?
Yes.
And you actually, your company, other operators have to estimate or model these emissions from these categories for some permitting and even some federal requirements. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And so you testified that these 5 categories would be counted as lost gas for compliance with the 98% natural gas capture requirement, right?
Object to the form of the question that misstates his testimony.
Mr. Greaves, do you remember whether you gave that testimony?
I did not say that. I said that all of them except for the pneumatics would count against your gas capture.
Thank you. That was my next question. I wanted to ask if you knew if pneumatics were excluded from the 5 categories for reporting. So you are aware of that. Great. And for the other categories, the 4 other categories, you are aware that the capture requirement allows 2% free waste, right?
Object to the form of the question. I don't know what you mean by free waste.
It's not a valid objection that council doesn't understand the words.
Object to the form of the question.
Okay, would you?
There's nothing wrong with the form of the question.
All right, Mr. Greaves, would you please mute yourself unless you're speaking?
It keeps auto unmuting. I'm trying to.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Ames, now I've lost track of the question myself. Would you please re-ask it?
Sure. Mr. Greaves, you're aware that the natural gas capture requirement is 98%, correct?
Yes, I am aware.
And therefore it allows 2% lost gas without consequence. Isn't that right?
That is my understanding.
And one might call that free waste. Isn't that right?
I'm not an expert on waste, but I can see that 2% you're saying is you have a 2% margin or something.
And that would cover the categories of venting and flaring, the 5 reporting categories that you have a concern about with respect to estimating. Isn't that right?
Well, I do not think that devouring the 2% that you may have, which you have called free waste, with 5 categories, or really 4, not 5, that are highly uncertain is appropriate when there are other categories that are related to high pressure flaring and venting that are enumerated in your rule, that it is appropriate to devour the 2% with categories that you cannot appropriately estimate or accurately estimate.
Cannot accurately estimate, but which you consider to be fairly small relative to the high pressure venting. Isn't that right?
Relative to if high pressure flaring may be large or small, it depends on the operator. The purpose of this rule, as I understand it, is heavily to eliminate routine flaring. And so as you get smaller and smaller, then it may or may not be a large contributing factor. You know, a high uncertainty on a number that that may be small may make it a significant portion of your 2%.
But you just said that it's almost impossible to monitor or estimate reliably. So you really don't have any data to back that up.
Well, I would not want to include that in my 2% with something that I can't accurately estimate.
All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have just a few questions for Mr. Greaves. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, you testified during your direct, and this is, well, let me orient you first. Mr. Feldwert was asking you some questions about OCD's proposed rule, part 27.8, F like Frankfurt or 5. Do you remember talking about that provision?
Yeah, I'm going to turn to that, but yes.
Okay, and you testified that for wells that are not required to be equipped with metering equipment, that you agree that operators should use a methodology that can be independently verified to estimate vented and flared volumes, right?
Yes, in terms of the GOR.
Right. And are there any methodologies that an operator might use that you're familiar with that cannot be independently verified for this purpose?
Can you clarify, you're talking about the associated gas flaring, or what specifically are you speaking about?
I'm speaking specifically about the language that you testified about earlier this afternoon. And the language, I'll just read it. The provision says that if metering is not practicable in the circumstances such as low flow rate or low pressure venting and flaring, the operator may estimate the volume of vented or flared natural gas using a methodology that can be independently verified.
Okay, can you restate your question now that I reoriented?
Absolutely. I was asking you, are you aware of any methodologies that operators might use pertinent to the provision we just looked at that cannot be independently verified?
Let me think for just a minute there. I think if you are able to develop an approach to estimate, that it therefore implies you would be able to share said approach.
Are you aware of any any reporting methodology, estimation methodology that cannot be verified?
I may struggle to give, if say my estimate is based upon looking at SCADA data, it may be difficult to provide some of that SCADA data, but I could still would be able to describe why I've determined what estimation methodology I've used and why I would believe that makes sense as an appropriate methodology.
Okay, I may not have understood your answer, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to say that I could give all of my data that, you know, the number of factors I might need to include. I just haven't thought about the implications of providing all of that data. You know, for instance, if you have to estimate a PSV release and you need to know all the pressures and temperatures and flow rates and everything that, I don't know how easy, I don't know if I feel comfortable speaking for everybody of providing that data, but I could certainly, for that instance, provide a, what was the phrase, a methodology. I can describe that, I can provide a methodology that could be verified.
Okay. But you're not here today thinking of a methodology, again, pertinent to this provision that cannot be independently verified.
No, I'm not thinking of such a thing.
Okay. Great. So you testified earlier this afternoon, I believe, that you had assisted the BLM with that agency's methane waste rule. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, I provided expertise and met with them on multiple occasions about the challenges of flare measurement like we've talked about today.
Okay, but you were not hired by the BLM as an expert or a consultant, right?
No, that's why I wanted that to be clear. I met with them in multiple occasions.
I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, but not as a hired consultant.
Okay, you met with them on behalf of XTO?
I met with them via XTO and through API.
Okay, and who was paying for your time when you were meeting with the BLM regarding the methane waste rule?
XTO Energy.
Okay. Were you part of a delegation that was led by the North Dakota Petroleum Council that met with the Federal Office of Management and Budget to express concerns about the BLM rule in the fall of 2016?
I believe so. I'm having a hard time remembering if that was one of the meetings that I participated in.
And at the time, in the fall of 2016, the North Dakota Petroleum Council said that the BLM methane waste rule posed a serious risk to the state, tribal, and national economy, and that the federal government should instead be focused on approving permits for more pipelines. You agree with that statement?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I don't know how that relates to this particular rule that is before the commission, number one. And Mr. Greaves just indicated that he was did not recall whether he was part of that council. So his opinion on what the council said has absolutely nothing to do with the issue before this commission.
Totally disagree with that, Madam Hearing Officer. First of all, the witness said that he believes he was part of that meeting. And Mr. Feldewerd has also presented the witness as someone who helped the BLM manage their rulemaking. So I think it's appropriate to ask some follow-up questions about that involvement.
I agree. Please, Mr. Greaves, if you can answer the question.
Okay, I don't remember if I was at that meeting, Mr. Baronoff. I'd like to say yes or no, but I don't remember. But my expertise both there and here today has to do with measurement and estimation methodologies. And that is where I provided information before and currently.
Well, I'm asking you again, do you agree that the BLM rule should have been set aside because it was harmful to the economy and that the BLM should have been focused on improving more pipelines? Have you ever espoused that position?
I object to that question. It has nothing to do with the rule that's before this commission.
Mr. Feldwert, Madam Hearing Officer, has presented multiple times on the subject of the BLM rule, including through this witness, and has analogized to this rule and has made statements about the shortcomings of that other rule. So I think it's appropriate to determine what this witness knows about the BLM rule.
Well, that's a different subject.
Aren't we still on the same subject, Mr. Birnau?
We're on the same subject. I had a question that has not been answered by Mr. Greaves regarding his view of the organization that he went to Washington, D.C. with to lobby the BLM about.
I object to that. There's absolutely no evidence in the record of that, Mr. Birnau. Ask him whether he went before you ask that kind of question.
Right. I'm not sure that I heard a foundation laid for that question. Perhaps I missed it, Mr. Birnau.
Madam Hearing Officer, I asked this gentleman if he was part of a delegation led by the North Dakota Petroleum Council that met with the OMB. He said he believed he was. That organization made a statement, and I'm asking the witness if he agrees with the statement that his traveling companions announced.
That mischaracterizes his testimony, Mr. Birnau.
And I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer.
Go ahead.
And at this point, I'm simply looking for an answer, a straightforward answer, one way or the other, whether Mr. Greaves, who says that he's assisted the BLM through multiple meetings, agrees with what this other party said about their rule, which has been compared by the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association to this rule.
Mm. All right. So, Mr. Greaves, if you can answer the question, have an opinion about that letter, please answer the question.
Okay, and I apologize, Mr. Birnau, that I don't remember if that was one of the meetings that I was in with them. I can remember certain meetings. I don't know if I remember that meeting. But again, my expertise is around measurement. Do I believe that it's very important to be able to have gas pipeline takeaway capacity? Yes, and that the way to reduce flaring is through having adequate sales line capacity. That is just the nature of how gas works. If you want it to be able to go down a pipeline for sales, but I don't have the expertise to comment on what you're asking.
Okay, and you did not tell, Mr. Greaves, you did not tell the Office of Management and Budget or the BLM that you believed or that XTO believed that the BLM methane waste rule was dangerous to the economy, did you?
My expertise was brought in to talk about measurement, as I've said.
So you did not make a statement to those agents, right?
About the rule
harming the economy.
I don't believe I've said that. I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Greaves. Madam Hearing Officer, I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Birnau. We've been going nearly 2 hours, and so what I'd like to do is take a break before we continue Mr. Greaves' questioning. We take 15 minutes? come back at 2:55. Thank you. Let's come back from the break, please.
I'm ready, Felicia.
Oh, thank you, Irene. We need Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves. There you are.
I'm going to see if this works any better.
Oh, I think it does already.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
Thank you for figuring that out. Let's see, Ms. Fox or Mr. Bach, are you going to have questions of Mr. Graves?
Madam Hearing Officer, this is David Bach. Yeah, I'll have a few questions here. Let me see if I can get my lighting. Doesn't really matter. Hello, Mr. Greaves.
Hello.
Good afternoon. So, Mr. Greaves, are you aware that, that XTO and other operators are required to report their venting and flaring data to OCD on the C115 form?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the C115, but I understand that.
And do you have any idea how much venting and flaring XTO reports per year?
I don't have those numbers in front of me now.
Would it surprise you that it reported venting and flaring 4.5 billion cubic feet in 2019?
I don't know the number to know if that's accurate or not.
Okay, but that we do have an exhibit on that, but it sounds like you're not familiar with it. But the reason why I'm asking about this is because, you know, you testified about 5 sources or sources and operations that are the NMOGA is proposing should be excluded from the rule. Is that correct?
Yes, 5 reporting categories.
Downhole operations, liquid unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatic devices, improperly closed defhatches.
Yes.
So it doesn't sound like you wouldn't know how much on the C115s, how much of XTO's venting and flaring that are reported came from those 5 categories.
No, I don't know the fraction of that volume is from those categories.
Okay. Are you familiar with NMOGA's methane mitigation roadmap?
No, sorry, sir. I'm familiar with measurement. That's not my expertise. I'm not familiar with it.
No, I understand. I just wanted to ask because, you know, you talked about these 5 categories, and I don't know. So I don't know if it would surprise you to learn. Let me ask this as a question. Would it surprise you to learn that NMOGA's roadmap stated that 4 of the most significant sources of venting were fugitive emissions, storage tanks, pneumatic controllers, and well maintenance and liquid unloading?
Well, I'm not familiar with the data, so I'd prefer if I knew the data well to be able to answer that question better.
Okay.
I mean,
Understood, but I guess I'm a little confused because I did understand that you were testifying about those 5 categories and saying they shouldn't be part of the rule. Is that they shouldn't be covered by the gas capture requirement? Is that correct or no?
Yeah, they should not be reported, which would then change their impact to the gas capture percentage.
Okay. But I don't know. I mean, NMOGA put out this report and did say that these were 4 of the most common sources of emission. So it sounds like someone at NMOGA had an idea of how much gas was being vented as a result of those operations. But I guess if you haven't read the report, it's not fair to ask you to explain why they said that. So I apologize for directing some questions that may not be maybe not exactly in your wheelhouse. I want to go to the BLM role, which I think is in your wheelhouse, right? So I think you testified that BLM exclusively focused on venting and flaring of high pressure associated gas as part of the gas capture requirement. That's correct?
Yes, within the rule, their language is that the venting and flaring, the gas capture requirement is focused on high pressure flare gas.
But BLM did adopt specific performance standards for pneumatic devices, correct?
Yes.
Did they adopt regulations of downhole maintenance and liquid unloading?
Yes, although I will admit that my expertise was brought in around measurement and estimation, and less about, I'm not about air emissions or the categories, liquid unloading, and what was the other one you said?
Downhole maintenance and pneumatics. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And BLM did adopt performance standards for storage vessels as well. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So I just thought it was helpful clarification that while let me ask this as a question. So BLM did consider venting from these sources to be waste in this regulation.
I'm not an expert on definition of waste. I just know what we focused on for measurement and estimation and the gas capture calculation.
Okay. But would you agree that just because something can't be measured with great precision doesn't mean it's not a significant source of waste?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the definition of waste, but I can see that your approach is that they're independent. Whether it's waste or not is different than whether it can be measured and accurately determined.
Right.
I can understand you're trying to segregate those two activities.
Right. And I appreciate you answering my question, which I probably could have phrased in a more coherent way, but I think you got it. So I think we're clear that there may be a source of venting that's just hard to measure, but it may still be significant and may still warrant regulation. And you wouldn't disagree with that.
Not necessarily. I'd have to think about the exact situation you're describing, but yeah.
And I appreciate that. And I wanted to ask one technical question about GOR. One of the themes of your testimony is that it's important that these things be accurate and something you can measure with reasonable consistency. How accurate is GOR? How could the gas to oil ratio? First of all, how much does it vary within, a single day? Does it vary during a single day?
I think the easy way to talk about this is we can, without getting into a lot of complications about uncertainty and how to define uncertainty, which is a whole different realm of expertise. I can just kind of speak anecdotally, if that's okay. I've spent a lot of time looking at our well tests and our GOR. And when I use well tests, I'll stage it with this. A typical uncertainty for flare meters of high pressure gas, when you have, and I'm going to set the stage with flare meters, so just hang with me for a second here. A typical uncertainty may be 5% if you're greater than 1 foot per second. So again, trying to get to the rate, that's where the velocity comes in. And that's for high pressure gas. So where you can accurately measure, you can target, say 5% is typical for higher rate. When you're on a separator, it's very similar conditions, where you have high pressure gas, but you also have very consistent. You have a well test separator where you determine the GOR is more consistent than flare, and it can be easier to get even a greater certainty. And so I've seen where I do 24-hour well tests. It's not unreasonable to have the same order of magnitude of certainty, if not better, on my GOR when I look at doing a gas balance. So if I look at taking those well tests and then using that to do a gas balance against my sales, and if I did have a flare meter, then I can see that I can get very similar, if not better, uncertainty.
So so you do 24 hours as an average, is the averaging period that you would do?
It's very typical. Me personally, I've done always I do 24 hours because I want to smooth out any erroneous or behavior a well can slug or whatever. So yes, 24 hours for the wells that I've looked at provides good, reliable data.
Do you have any familiarity with the Canadian federal government's regulation in this area and how they recommend operating calculate GOR?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would it surprise you that they recommend a 72-hour averaging period? Do you think that is consistent with?
I'm going to object on the grounds it rests on facts that are not in evidence.
I think that this, I mean, he testified about GOR methodology, how reliable it is. I don't understand why it's problematic to ask how other regulators have proposed averaging it. And we can introduce this regulation as an exhibit. We're fine with that.
Right, and I think as an expert that Mr. Bach can pose a hypothetical to Mr. Greaves. Go ahead and answer the question if you can, Mr. Greaves.
Okay.
And I'm happy to restate it if you'd like to.
Please, thank you.
So the question was, would it surprise you that the Canadian federal government or any regulator would say that 72 hours is the appropriate averaging time for a GOR test?
Well, I don't know the Canadian government or their and Canada's not New Mexico. Sorry, Adrian, Madam. I thought you might laugh. But it's very dependent. For some reservoirs, you could do much less than 24 hours and have consistent flow. Perhaps their reservoirs are very different and need a longer time. So I don't know their reservoirs to know that. 24, I've looked at our data and it provides very stable data for where I operate in the Delaware. I think it is interesting that you said Canadian because like I've read another document from Canada that I have near me and I did not, I think we may have actually entered this as an exhibit, but it's from Canada, it's from Alberta, it's an engineering firm there. And they specifically say GOR values be developed based on at least a 24-hour test and that these results be updated annually. And so here's people in Canada using 24 hours, not 72. So I'm not sure where the 72 comes from or why they're saying 72. Must not be across the board Canadians believe in 72.
Sure. Appreciate that. And just to pick up on that one, and then I'm almost done. I appreciate this colloquy. It's been interesting to me. But you said that paper you referenced said it should be updated annually. Test, and that's because the well characteristics change and okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff. I really appreciate it. I'll pass the witness.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Ms. Paranos, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Greaves. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you.
I've got my first question is, how is your wife going to react when she hears this recording about having 5 more kids?
Well,
You don't have to answer that. That was just a simple question. That's right. No, I do have some real questions.
I like that question better, but thank you.
We're going to center the recording, by the way. No, I do have some legitimate question. I want to go to it's this discussion between let's see, the division wants compositional analysis of vented and flared natural gas, and NMOGA wants to change the word compositional to representative. I do believe you probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I should clarify. It's we keep the word compositional, but we put representative comma or representative compositional.
Oh, so it does have compositional in it.
Yeah, we're not trying to remove the word compositional.
Okay, that's good. I was wondering about that, but I do have. Would it be? My suggestion here is, it would be nice to say not just a representative compositional, but also say of analysis of vented or flared natural gas from that well or facility. Because representative is just too undefined for me. So would you agree or that having that quantifier there from that well or facility be reasonable?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I when I say the word representative, and if you listen to my examples, right, the examples I gave were from that well or facility. Right. Because you have to, I don't like to speak for all of NMOGA, right? But because you have to know your gas composition somewhere for your facility at the sales, you're going to know a representative sample. You won't have it the first day though. So I don't know if maybe we feel comfortable when day one, when you bring on a well, a lot of times people use analogs, because they know what formation it's in, they know the area, they have good samples. Sometimes that's best, but eventually you have to get, an operator will have to get a gas sample for the location where they are in order to tune the sales meter.
Yeah, and yeah, I appreciate your examples. And see, for me, it's I want to get away from this overuse of analogs from somewhere else. Okay, I have a different question. Again, it goes back to the geo. And I want to ask questions, and hopefully you can help walk through me on some of this. And you answered, I guess, where I was going to go with some of this. So, if I could have a facility that has a flare meter, and then if I also can then do a GOR test and do my balance equation, have you compared in a single facility between the two to see the variation or how close they match or don't match?
Yeah, this is my own practice, right? So this is not all of NMOGA, but my personal practice, again, trying to make sure it's very clear. When I have all that data, I like to do system balances, and have seen, anywhere from 2 to less than 10% system balance there. Because I want to know how good, I like to use that to then know how good are my meters and if I've tuned them right. So I have done that.
Oh, so you have a flare meter measurement, right? With probably some accuracy.
Yeah.
And then in your equation, you got your test separator, so your GOR times oil, minus your sales meter, minus your beneficial use, which you list there a variety of ways of getting beneficial use. So you got your calculated volume from this equation, right? And that's, I guess, going to have plus or minus as well. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, and I thought you had asked if I also have a flare meter so that I could do a balance. If I don't have a flare meter, then I use the GOR calculation, as you're saying.
No, but you're absolutely correct. So I have both. And so
Okay.
I guess I don't want to worry about balance because that's to me the balance is the equation of the comparison between a calculated value and the flare meter value.
Oh, okay. I see your question.
Have you ever done that?
No, no. And I guess the way that I describe the balance that I've done, and I was just looking at some of my recent ones to give you an idea. They're even better than I thought. So I was sorry about that. The reason I was describing it the way I did, even though I haven't said I'm going to compare what a GOR would give me versus what the flare meter would give me. I think that's what you're asking. Is that correct? You're asking what would a GOR give me? Okay. I've done it by balance, which mathematically will lead to the same thing. I've said take all the gas that would be produced if I used based upon my well tests, and then go subtract off the flare that I measured, subtract off the beneficial use that I calculated, and subtract off the high pressure sales, the sales, and then look at that difference. And it's the same math, right?
It's the same thing. Yeah.
It's the same thing. And when
Yeah.
I've done that, and oftentimes it's within, I'm looking at 10 batteries right now, and many of them are less than 1%. Many of them are within 5%, give or take. So these two approaches being comparable, given that a flare meter is typically 5% uncertainty, has a 5% uncertainty, that's pretty good that it's very good that my gas test meter is getting within that same uncertainty as the flare meter within this balance.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, what you're doing is what I'm asking. And yeah. So
that's why I try and say that I have confidence in the GOR approach. If this was giving me 30%, 50%, I'd say I don't have confidence in the approach.
Now I've got a follow up on this, and this is where I like to get your expertise on. When you do just the balance calculation, again, you take GOR times oil minus sales minus your beneficial use. What you have that you're calling flare volume is really flare plus anything else. That could be losses in anything else. I'm not saying anything individually, just some of the facility. And so is it possible to take, again, I'm trying to take that calculated volume, and when you compare it to a flare meter volume, is there sufficient accuracy there to say, oh, okay, I know how much went to flare. The rest of this that is not flare is coming from somewhere else for the whole facility. Is that clear? Is that good? Okay.
I know what you're asking. That would be very hard from the standpoint of when you look at, I just think about relative volumes. If I have a sudden flare event of gas, and I'm routing, say, all my sales to flare suddenly because there was a midstream emergency, then that volume relative to, say, whatever we've talked about today, a leaking flange would be very, that's orders of magnitude smaller, right? So I wouldn't know that. Now, that's the standpoint from the measurement certainty and how many significant figures there are in that flare measurement. If instead I have an event that, say, I knew the PSV, let's say I have a facility where the PSV is routed to the flare, which some companies do, they route their PSV to the flare line. And I knew that the PSV lifted, let's say I had data on the pressure in that vessel, so I knew that the PSV must have lifted because it overpressurized. Then I could back out and know, well, it must, the certain amount of this volume must have been attributed to that. But without knowing the events, I would not be able to back it out through a balance given the certainty of flare measurement.
Yeah, those sporadic.
Or GOR. Either way, it would be. I would not be able to get it. Yeah.
Right. Those sporadic. I was thinking more about uncertainty of the plus or minus, but yeah, the sporadic events will overshadow these minor, what I would call minor losses. Or yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting. It's too bad. I thought I had something I really could. I thought I had something new here. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kessler, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Greaves. I'm looking at your exhibit I-8, which has your calculation description of measurement for the calculation for estimation based on the GR method.
Okay.
And we've talked about subtracting out beneficial use. And the context of my question is in with respect to the division's language in the proposed rule that says independently verifiable. So for audit purposes at the State Land Office, it's important to be able to go in and verify each different category of the calculation, right? So it's pretty easy for us to validate sales. How, in your experience and based on your expertise, how do companies track beneficial use?
Yeah, I'll answer from my experience if that's okay. So personally, we keep track of our equipment in terms of we know where we have equipment, right? And so I know where I have treaters. The heater treaters is an easy example, right? It's on traditional batteries. It's one of the most common uses of least use gas. And so a heater treater, I will know how many heater treaters I have, and I know where I have them. So X battery has 3 heater treaters. I then also keep track of the size of the heater treater. And so I know this is, call it a 6x20, which means it's 6 feet in diameter, 20 feet tall, and it's a 500, I'll get the unit wrong, 500,000 BTU, whatever the right unit is, right? And so I know how much the BTU value is, or the heater value for that heater treater. And then I also know the manufacturer, right? So then I go to the manufacturer. This is if you're not measuring it, right? This is when you're using data. I go to the manufacturer and I get from them information for, we don't use 1,000 manufacturers. We might use 10, right? For heater treaters. So I go to each of them and get their information. Now a heater treater is pretty standard, and there's a really nice API calculation you can use for a heater treater. So I might use that. But let's say I use the manufacturing data, which is going to give you a very similar answer. And I use the manufacturing data and I say, okay, well, this brand uses this much. I put that into my accounting software and say, every month I need to know how much that heater treater ran. So my operator says, hey, I had that heater treater on for 3 weeks. Okay, I take 3 weeks, and the software does this, and it multiplies that time that it's on by the factor that you've inputted into the program that the manufacturer gave you. Like, I use this much MCF per day or this much MCF per hour, and it multiplies the two. And that's very easy to track and then be asked about. I was not responsible for that in New Mexico, but I was responsible in North Dakota for that. And I knew all of my equipment, and I knew the factor for each brand. And I'd gone to each manufacturer and I had that information. Like, this company says this is how much a pilot uses based upon if you follow their specifications, and we did. Right. So I was able to provide that if ever asked.
So for any lease, we'll just use your company. For any lease, XTO should be able to estimate the beneficial use for a given well. Do you know how long XTO keeps records of that?
No, as long as we keep I can't tell you how long they would keep the documents that went into the factor, but many, I'm not an expert on the amount of time you have to keep things, but there's always a records of how long you have to keep things, and that controls it. I can go back several years myself and see how much we produced for every well, because we want to know what a well produced, and this is part of what it produced. I just don't know how many years the data is stored.
But those, to some extent, that lease use, the beneficial use is an estimate then, right? If you're just saying, well, I use this piece of equipment for 3 weeks, I mean, that's not necessarily, that input wouldn't be something that when you get to that granular level would be auditable, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So you said that when you were talking, you used the example of a heater treater, and you said you would talk to your operations staff, and they would say, we ran the heater treater for 3 weeks.
Oh, they would report every day how many hours they ran it.
Okay, so that's based on an actual, also a record that's kept by XTO.
Yeah. For XTO, knowing what I know, we have them do that, so that's how we choose to calculate lease use. Our choice is we want operators to write the hours that a piece of equipment is on, and then the engineers have worked with the manufacturers to determine the factor that gets multiplied by that time.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to ascertain is whether or not each of those independent pieces of information is then independently verifiable. And it sounds like based on record keeping at XTO, it would be.
Yeah, I'd be able to, if required sometime to give you, I would be able to print the hours on data for a piece of equipment, and you would be able to see that I multiplied the hours on by this factor for the piece of equipment and get to the number that we got to.
Have you ever worked for a company besides XTO?
No.
So do you have knowledge about how other companies calculate their beneficial use?
I know, I can tell you, that it's pretty standard. I don't know the details of how they do it, but I know that when I've talked to other people, it's very common to work with the manufacturer and determine the right estimation methodology. And I know that.
I'm wondering for smaller companies, for some.
Oh, okay. I don't know how. I don't know them in detail. No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair, I don't know if you have more than 20 minutes of questions, but if you do, we can take a break anyway.
Okay. I actually don't think I do. I say that. We'll see. Okay, my first standard questions here. Do you support the rulemaking?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I've come here and made it very clear, right, that I'm a technical expert, really focused on measurement, and that's where my expertise is today. So within that role, I do support many of the provisions that the division has developed in this process. Particularly some of the revisions that have happened December 30th, and then in the last few weeks, right, to Part 27 and 28 on measurement. I do support those changes, and I believe that with some changes that I've discussed today, that it would provide some certainty related to the ability to implement this rule and be consistent. And so with those changes, I think it could be better, and that's how I'd measure my support.
Okay. From your experience with this rulemaking or previous, do you feel like it's been a collaborative process?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your testimony, I believe, that ultrasonic meters can be anywhere from $20,000 to $90,000. What's the variability or what causes that variability?
Yeah, and that's if I just want to put on the record, right, that an ultrasonic company, I don't want them coming after me, right? So that's the number that API published as part of some comments to the BLM rule, based upon data that they had. So with that caveat, With metering technology, you can pay for accuracy sometimes, right? And so you can pay for there's multiple passes to an ultrasonic meter, and you can have multiple probes that might impact the accuracy. You can pay for if you think about an orifice meter, if you've seen an orifice meter, they have what are called senior fittings, where you can pull out the orifice and still keep flowing, and that way you don't interrupt flow. So there's that for ultrasonic, and then there's also some ultrasonic meters are insertion type, where you put in your own fittings on the pipe and insert them. Other ultrasonic meters are prefab and built with the diameter of the pipe, and it's flanged up. And so you can imagine on those, if you have a bigger pipe to flare, you need a bigger meter. And so there's kind of a whole variability. A lot of meters, you always think pipe diameter. Like Coriolis, you're paying for pipe diameter. For ultrasonic, there's different ways to do it. So sometimes you're paying for pipe diameter, sometimes you're paying for accuracy, and there's a balance there.
Okay. So talking in the measurement provisions, I think in, oh gosh, is it like F, one of the later numbers, is one of the GOR, you said setting clear standards on GOR measurement, and basically saying that if there were clear standards for GOR measurement, then it's a very accurate and can be as accurate as a meter. Do you recall stating that?
That sounds like something I would have said.
Okay.
It's been a long afternoon, but I'm sure I said that if you wrote it down.
Do you feel like the division's proposed rule gives those clear standards on GOR measurement? Are there enough confines in it to make sure that the GOR calculations that would be utilized would make those numbers as accurate as a meter or on par?
Yeah, I was trying to pull up.
I think it's F 6 and 7-ish on 27. So 27.8 F 6.
Yeah, sorry.
And 7 talk about GOR.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the language within the New Mexico rules 1915-18. But
Madam Chair, I did try to bring it up on the screen.
Thank you.
We can't see it. Maybe you
Hold on. How about now?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I can see that, annual is important. I think that an operator is likely going to do more when they need to, because the division already makes them do more when needed. And so annual is, sets the boundaries that works for a lot of wells that are on decline. And that's why when they're on decline, annual is plenty fine. When they're declining, the division a lot of times makes you do more tests. I know that's part of the commingling, at least.
Yes, that was an issue as of late.
Yes, I've heard that. So I think, it says an annual well test, an operator is going to do what makes sense. If they're not going to want to have, if you have varying different circumstances, they would go get another test. It's part of wanting to accurately report your production, and you accurately want to know what your well is doing.
So that sort of maybe begs the question, if it is I don't remember how you just stated it, a well that was in decline. If it's a well, if it's a newer well and the division is requiring potentially more well tests for commingling or something else of the sort, would it be more appropriate to require the usage of those?
It can be. Sometimes it's hard to program in, depending on how your software works. All like GOR is changing a lot. Like say I don't want to speak for everyone's software, but if the division's requiring you to put in a different GOR every week, I don't remember it's a long it's a long document that describes how to do the GOR. That I would not necessarily want to commit everyone to go do that, because you do monthly reporting, right? But I think people will want to, use the GOR that's most appropriate. I know when I've done it, if my GOR has changed, I've wanted to go put that new GOR in, because then it lets me know my flare volumes more accurately. But I also don't think that we want to burden this rule with a long, complex explanation of how to do GORs and when it's necessary, because even though a well might be on decline, that doesn't mean the GOR is changing, right? Sometimes when you plot GOR, the oil and the gas are declining, right? And they're declining such that the GOR is fairly constant. Now it depends on your reservoir, but an operator is going to know that, versus saying, I have to have a GOR with every step change in production. Well, that's not always how GOR works. It can be actually constant over a period of decline, relatively.
Okay. I'm just trying to think about how to make this, as you said, I think simple without burdening the rule with a very lengthy explanation and making it so cumbersome.
Yeah, I'd like to think about that too. I need some time to really consider that, Madam Chair.
But you feel like in general annual is adequate?
Yeah, for many of your wells, and the majority of your wells are on decline, annual is very good, right? Like, I mean, I've watched them for years and say, wow, that's GOR is not changing, even year to year.
Okay. Going back, so in F, I think actually, let's see, could you scroll up a smidge, Mr. Felder, please? Up into 2.
Certainly, give me a minute here.
Yeah, and I think this is the
F2.
Yeah, is this the outdated version or the I don't think this has the most recent edits,
Yeah.
but that's okay. This language I'm asking about is still the same.
Okay, otherwise I can bring down Exhibit 4B, which has the more recent language.
If you have that handy, that might be good.
I may have spoken too soon.
That's okay. So if you look in F2 and this language is still existing in the other, in the second line, to measure the volume of natural gas vented or flared from existing, and then it goes into the section I think you said should be removed about the process piping. But I wanted to ask about the word vented. And I asked, I believe, Mr. Powell this question as well. I think it was Mr. Powell or it was Mr. Bolander. I can't recall.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I'm concerned about, I guess, in your experience, are there many situations where you can meter gas that's vented? I'm thinking of like a PRV or some other things. Do you have any experience metering gas that's vented?
No, and I do remember your question because I felt the same way. When I look at this this language about metering vented or flared. I'm trying to think when I have had a meter on a vent, right? Like I've never put a PSV. I've never put a meter on a PSV. Okay, so that's a common one. I've never put a meter on a gasket that might be leaking, right? I don't know how to meter that. So I didn't know what was really meant by having the word vented there. And so I when I've thought about how I would live this rule after it came out, then I thought, well, I guess maybe if I ever put a vent stack, which I can't imagine building, I've never built a vent stack, okay, but maybe there's something that would be permanent as a vent stack that I could maybe then put a meter on that. But I really struggled to know when you would measure gas that is vented.
Okay, I believe, I don't know if you heard it or recall, the justification was just they were trying to keep consistent throughout the language.
Yeah.
But do you feel like keeping the word vented in there may actually create more confusion than
Absolutely.
not?
It's
Okay.
bothered me from day one.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. That's helpful. I mean, I do think that, or do you think that likely if that word weren't removed, venting would probably fall under number 5, which talks about when metering is not practicable. But
exactly.
It sounds like it would just be better and less confusing to remove that word entirely.
That would be great, Madam Chair, and very clear, because in my mind I just jumped to 5 anyway, right? Because I didn't know how to do it.
Okay, thank you. So actually, just staying here, and I didn't notice this until today, and I would like your thought on the interpretation. So here it appears that the operator shall install basically equipment to measure the volume of natural gas vented or flared, and as you would prefer it written, from a well or facility associated with a well authorized by an APD issued after May 31st. So the way you read that is that you only have to install new metering equipment on new facilities that have been permitted after May 31st of this year. So long story short, you don't have to retrofit facilities. You only have to install meters on new facilities.
I was confused. I think I know what you're saying is, how do you interpret it? And you can ask if I interpret it the same way. I'm struggling with.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be tricky here. I just
okay.
Make sure that I'm reading this the same as you are. Basically, I think the way it reads is, and I would like a confirmation on this, is that only new facilities permitted after May 31st of 2021 require measurement equipment. So basically, you don't have to go backwards to your previous existing facilities and retrofit. Is that how you read it?
I've read it both ways. Okay. To be honest, I've read it that it meant the facility, but also the way it says facility associated with a well. So I have wondered, does that mean if I drill a new well and bring it to an existing facility and my new well has an APD after, do I need to go and retrofit the facility?
Okay. So then maybe there's mutual confusion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I've had my own internal debate about which was intended.
So, and then if I go, and this is not up here, and I don't think you spoke about this, but it's on the same line, and if it's outside of your realm, that's fine. If you look in the part 28, so part 28, I think it's actually a different section. It's E. Is the measurement of vented and flared gas as opposed to F in part 27. And the comparable language here is in 2 again, and it
Yeah.
just very plainly says the operator shall install equipment to measure the volume of natural gas vented or flared from a natural gas gathering system. The way so that one's much more simplistic, correct?
Yes, and my understanding of that one, it's everything. I mean, in terms of it's midstream facilities, there's no, you can still estimate for low pressure and low flow, but you're going to read that and believe that a high pressure flare would need a meter, whether it's new or existing.
You would have, okay. So
Yeah.
we have, it seems maybe some inconsistencies between 27 and 28 in terms of retrofit, correct?
Yes, retrofits are required as part of 28.
Okay. And I think your testimony was, and maybe it was in one of these exhibits, that it's quite difficult to retrofit, or can be quite difficult to retrofit existing systems, correct?
That's correct.
Do you expect that the cost would go up from the 20 to 90? And then you said on average it's 1.92 times the meter cost. Would that be for a new facility, or would that be for retrofitting, or both?
That was for adding a meter, where I, because I kind of help provide some of that information working with other operators. Adding a meter without needing to go repipe the facility. So that assumes that I've got straight pipe and liquid scrubbers and can cut in new flanges and go install a meter.
Okay, so you would expect that cost factor of 1.92 would go up if you're having to retrofit the facility?
Yeah, and my experience with Delaware is that there's a premium to do anything in the Carlsbad area. So even that, yes, but it would go up with retrofitting.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. You mentioned, you said you just said, I think that's assuming there's a liquid knockout or a scrubber. Is it possible that some of these existing facilities, you might have to add that in addition to the meter?
Most of the facility, I can best speak to facilities that I've inherited, or most of mine have had flare scrubbers. It's occasional that people didn't put it because it is a good practice, right? So maybe we bought some really old facility that didn't follow all the best practices. I don't know. I'm just trying to give an example, and then it wouldn't have it. But typically, people would want to have installed a gas scrubber. But there have been times where I've seen without a flare scrubber.
Okay, so there could be even more, not unintended, but unexpected costs than just the meter.
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Orth, I know I said I needed to take a couple minutes break, but I let me just power through this real quick.
And then I get to be done, so that's great.
And
well, I guess
you
there's
get
stuff
to be done. Yes. On E, okay, so if we go to E in part 27, which is performance standards, and I don't recall if you were the one to talk about this. You briefly mentioned it. Auto gauging on tanks. I think you talked about it in the context of oxygen.
Yeah, I've only talked about it with oxygen.
Okay, so you might not be the best person to answer some other questions.
Probably not.
Okay. So you talked about beef hatches and how, some of them can be designed to breathe. I can't remember if that's the word you used.
Yeah.
And that's a part of normal operation. But are you familiar with circumstances where the thief hatch is left completely open?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
And since that is not part of normal operation, does that seem like an important piece of venting to be counted in, in your gas capture calculation?
I guess if you look at my testimony, well, it may be a volume that you want to capture or that you want to report. It's very difficult to know the amount of gas that's released, and I can say that because I've tried, right? So I've looked at the thief hatch size, and I've looked at the we don't want to find thief hatches open. The 1 or 2 times I've found them, I have really the operators don't like me when I come to site, right? I've chewed them out very clearly. Right? How could this happen? And it wasn't always their fault. Someone showed up and did it, right? Maybe the truck hauler. But the challenge, where my expertise is here, is the challenge is about calculating that volume. And so, if I've tried to calculate it and I've had a VRU running, right? And so I've had a VRU going, which really makes the challenge of, well, how much gas must have gone out? Because I didn't just blow down all the tanks. I didn't just see like, well, my pressure was this and my reservoir size, basically the empty volume of the tanks was this, and now it's 0, which would have required me having the data on that. A lot of times you won't have that data, but with the VRU, I have that data. It doesn't just go to 0, right? So all the known approaches that I like to use to calculate gas volumes, which is typically the CV, which is size of the hole that you have, and the DP, tend to not work in terms of the accuracy that I need.
But does it seem, I can understand, I think, the data quality concerns from your testimony, but does it seem like there would be more of a hole in just not reporting that than reporting a number that may have a degree of accuracy?
I don't know. I just don't like adding bad numbers to good numbers.
I mean, maybe restate that in another way. If New Mexico is trying to determine what basically the entirety of waste is within the state, wouldn't the number at the end of the day likely be more accurate if that information is included, understanding there's a degree of accuracy, than if the number is completely excluded?
Okay. It won't necessarily be more accurate, but it'll have, what I don't like about, I know you want me to say yes. I know what you want, but if I have a number that, it's here and its margin of error is here, then, the uncertainty puts you, it's a plus or minus. So I wish there was I just don't have a good way to do it. That's the problem. I just don't have a good way to give me a number that I can stand behind and say, yes, this is the right number to report. When we find a accidentally open thief hatch, we want to deal with it right away. And we do lots of training to make that happen. And we go through a lot of effort to really hold people accountable with that. And I just don't have a good way to tell you what the number should be.
Do you think it might help companies hold operators accountable internally if these accidents actually counted against them in their statewide gas capture than if it's just you did wrong? please do better. If there's it's more tangible, would that potentially help companies hold their operators more accountable?
Well, we do, and I don't know all the details of all the rules related to LDAR, right? But we do a lot of inspections on ourselves because we'd rather inspect ourselves than have other people inspect us, right? Better to catch it ourselves. So we already do a lot of that. I can, it makes sense that what you're trying to say is you're trying to make it very clear that there's trying to give more impetus to operators, right? I guess is, I can see that's, for a prudent operator, I don't like to use that term because I don't have the Merriam-Webster dictionary in front of me, but for a prudent operator, we're trying to avoid that at all costs, right? And we're trying to make sure our third parties don't do it, and the third parties don't get their hands slapped, right? Like it's the operator, it's our responsibility to look after our battery. And so it's not always your fault per se that they did it. So I don't like that respect. So I don't know. I think there's other ways that prudent operators come up with to motivate their employees to do what's right. And, we try and work really hard to hold our operators accountable. And if you set objectives, and this is one of like XTO's objective, I can speak for XTO, and we take this very seriously, that's an objective we hold operators accountable for. And I didn't need to go tell you that it happened in that case. I don't know how all the reporting works. I just know that, hey, we found this and we took it to that operator.
Okay. Well, that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Felderwerk, do you have any follow-up with Mr. Grieve?
Can I have 5 minutes to confer with my co-counsel?
Let's take 10 minutes then.
Thank you.
All right, and come back at 4:10. Let's come back from the break, please. Irene, you doing okay?
I am.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have Mr. Feldewart with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Orth,
Madam Chair.
sorry, would it be possible, or Mr. Feldward, to ask Mr. Greaves one more question?
So your question to me, Madam Chair, is whether you can ask him one more question?
Yes.
Well, as you can expect, my answer to that is going to be certainly.
Great. Did we have the hearing, not the hearing examiner, the court reporter? I don't want to start before she's ready.
She's confirmed she's here.
I'm here.
Okay. All right, just one quick question. I think back, I say it's a quick question. Back in part 28, and again, we're in E2, which would be the equivalent to F in the part 27. So it doesn't, we talked about this, it doesn't seem to have any sort of exemption for retrofitting. It's anything and everything. I guess my question is sort of along that. In part 27, and maybe you're not the person to ask this, but maybe you are. In part 27, there's an exemption for retrofitting for stripper wells, which is the under 60 MCF. But there doesn't seem to be an equivalent for an exemption for retrofitting.
No, there's no exemption for retrofitting as written in part 28.
Do you recommend that there should be some sort of equivalent exemption for retrofitting if retrofitting is required for part 28?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure where. I don't have a good off the top of my head boundary, I guess I'd say, as to where you wouldn't have to retrofit.
Is there any sort of midstream equivalent to a stripper well? Or maybe Mr. Feldward, if you know of another witness who might have any insight on that.
So I guess, Madam Chair, your question relates to 28.8E2.
Yeah. So in 27, right, there's the exemption for retrofitting for stripper wells, it appears, and maybe some ambiguity in the language where it makes it unclear as to what exactly is supposed to be done, is what we talked about in the testimony. And then in part 28E2, there is no ambiguity. It's pretty straightforward, but there's also not some sort of exemption. I understand that midstream doesn't have wells, but I guess my question is should there be some sort of equivalent type of exemption for midstream operators who are maybe, is there a similar scenario where they're all along the economic margin and installing I don't know, from what Mr. Greaves said, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of metering equipment would put them belly under? Belly up, belly up.
The best I can do is suggest that, at the end of the day, I can do some inquiries and maybe have, answer for you tomorrow.
Okay, that would be fine. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Sorry, maybe that wasn't exactly for you, Mr. Graves.
That's fine.
All right, let's see, Mr. Feldemore, do you have follow-up for Mr. Greaves?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do not. I think we're in a position where we can call our next witness at your convenience.
All righty, thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. You're excused. Mr. Feldemore, if you would call your next witness, we do have, if you remember, a stop around 4:30 for 2 public commenters. So perhaps we could get him sworn in and you could get some of the introductory background out of the way before we accept public comment.
Yeah, I think certainly, and then there's one small part we might be able to get out of the way. So let's see if we can get that done.
Great.
We'd like to call Michael Smith.
Yes.
I see you, Mr. Smith. How's your
Can you hear
sound?
me okay? Yes, can you hear me okay?
It's not great. It's that echoey feedback the way Greaves had before he put on the headphones.
Okay, I can try to speak closer. Does that help at all?
That is definitely better. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Feldemore, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, would you please state your full name, identify by whom you're employed, and in what capacity?
Yes, my name is Michael Smith. I work for Devon Energy as an environmental professional.
And as an environmental professional, what are your job responsibilities?
Currently, I advise the company on environmental policy and regulatory matters. Previous to that, I was the supervisor of our air permitting group.
And does your experience and job requirements extend into New Mexico?
Yes, they do.
And how long have you been involved in Mexico for behalf of Devon on behalf of Devon Energy?
I've worked for Devon since March of 2015.
Okay. If I turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit M2.
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect your educational background and work experience? I think it carries over, I'm sorry, I should say M1 through M2.
Yes, it does.
Okay. It indicates that you worked for 4 years with the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality.
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what you did for that state agency?
Yes, I assessed oil and gas facilities for compliance against air permits and regulations.
And did you deal with enforcement issues?
I did, yes.
Okay. Since leaving that agency, have you been assisting oil and gas companies with their air permitting facilities and issues?
I have. I've worked as a consultant, performing, obtaining air permits and doing emission inventory, and then with DC Midstream and Chaparral Energy prior to Devon Energy, also working with air permitting and emission inventory.
So, Mr. Smith, am I correct? You're familiar with both oil and gas production operations and then oil and gas gathering, or some people call midstream operations?
I am, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar, therefore, with the federal and state regulatory obligations and processes for air emissions from oil and gas operations?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how those air emissions are tracked, measured, and estimated for environmental reporting?
Yes.
And are you generally familiar, Mr. Smith, with how volume production accounting takes place for the oil and gas upstream operators?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I want to share the screen real quick and see if we can get to this topic before we have to take a break. I have up in front of you, or Mr. Smith, on the screen, NMOGA Exhibit C14.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And are you familiar with the NMOGA Exhibits C12 through C16, which dealt with NMOGA's proposed changes to the definitions in these rules?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Are you familiar with the EPA Quad OA new source performance standards?
Yes.
I hope I said that right.
Yes.
And have you worked with those routinely?
I have, yes.
How long have these Quad OA definitions been utilized for oil and gas operators?
Yeah, these definitions have been in place since 2011 when Quad O was promulgated.
Okay. And drawing upon your experience, do these definitions accurately convey, for example, when the completion phase ends and the production phase begins?
Yes, they do. And these are definitions that are well understood within the industry.
And do you agree that it is important where possible to maintain consistency in the meaning of terms like we see in exhibits C12 through C16?
Objection, leading questions. Council is testifying.
Mr. Feldward, if you could please take care not to lead.
I guess I'm at a loss as to what the problem is with the question.
Madam Hearing Officer, non-leading questions are who, what, where, when, why, and how. And these questions are essentially the answer which the council would like the witness to give. And they're answered yes or no, or I agree or I don't. That's the definition of a leading question.
Right. No, I understand, Mr. Ames. Mr. Feldward, would you please rephrase the question?
Sure. Mr. Smith, do you understand, do you have an understanding about whether it's important to maintain consistency in the meaning of terms when possible?
Yes, wherever possible, it would be beneficial for there to be consistency, especially across different regulating bodies.
And in your opinion, will adopting these changes to the definitions that NMOGA has proposed promote that consistency?
Yes, I believe it will. It will ensure, certainty that these definitions are consistent.
And when you say consistent, would that be consistent with what agencies?
Consistent with EPA and with the Quad OA definitions.
Okay. And do you believe that it would assist in avoiding confusion among operators as to when these phases end and when they begin?
Yes, it would avoid confusion, and it would allow certainty when complying with these rules, that there would be consistency across these different agencies.
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, we're about ready to move into a different topic that's going to take a little more time.
All right, let me ask our technical host if we have the two public commenters yet, and let me give you their names, Mr. Lamkin. Glenn Schiffbauer and Mara Matheson.
Mr. Schiffbauer is here at least. I don't see the other one, but it could be a calling music.
All right. So, Mr. Feldward, let me make a request of you. While we're taking public comment, if perhaps you could work with Mr. Smith to either practice muting and unmuting the way we had to do with Mr. Greaves, which helped some, or I don't know if Mr. Smith has the same headphones, for example. It really is hard to hear his testimony.
Understand. I'm not, let's see what we can do.
All right, thank you very much. So let's switch now from the technical case to accept public comment. We have at least one of our commenters available already. His name is Glenn Schiffbauer. Mr. Schiffbauer, I understand you're on the call, and if you would please keep your comments to just a few minutes.
Thank you very much. Is volume okay?
That volume is good, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Schiffbauer. I'm a resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Center for Methane Emissions Solutions, or CMES, the National Business Coalition representing the views of companies in the methane mitigation industry across the United States and in New Mexico. CMES appreciates the opportunity to participate in today's hearing, and my testimony today is intended to serve as a complement to the written comments CMES submitted last week. Our members commend Governor Lujan Grisham and her administration for the thoughtful, deliberative approach undertaken to address methane emissions from oil and gas sites in the state of New Mexico. While we think the proposal before us today takes important steps, there are refinements that can be made to meet the critical goals this rule intends to meet. Specifically, CMES respectfully suggests the following. The proposal requires both midstream and upstream operators to capture 98% of their natural gas by the end of 2026, while also requiring reporting for gas loss at each stage of operations. We support this policy. However, the policy currently states that any operator that fails to meet required gas capture targets could be denied future drilling permits, prohibited from starting drilling operations, or face enforcement actions such as fines. Our view is that in order for the 98% capture goal to be met, a more stringent result should be considered, especially since viable options for compliance are readily available. Further, in order to be certain that flares function at 98% or better, CMES encourages OCD to require the use of auto-igniters, continuous pilot lights, and regular site inspections. Last, CMES strongly supports OCD's inclusion of emerging technologies as a means of compliance under the ALARM program. Such incentives create important market signals for innovative companies to continue to develop cutting-edge technologies to address methane waste. The methane mitigation industry in New Mexico stands prepared to provide solutions that will help address this serious issue, while also supporting our oil and gas partners. We welcome the opportunity to be a resource to the department as this rule moves forward. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Schiffbauer. And I forgot to ask you if you would please spell your names, first and last.
Yes, it's been an issue since I was a fourth grader, but Glenn, the easy one, Schiffbauer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lamkin, do we have Ms. Matheson with us?
I don't see her name on the attendee list, but I've unmuted the call-in users.
Are any of the callers Mara Matheson? Mara Matheson? No? Let's just take a very, very short break. I feel like I can't really move back to the technical case since it's just turning 4:30 right now. So let's just take about 3 minutes. Let's come back from the break, please. Mr. Lampkin, do we have Ms. Matheson?
Nobody new joined the meeting.
All right. Well then, please excuse the 3-minute break. Let's get Mr. Feldewert and Mr. Smith back on the screen.
I'm ready to proceed when you are, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right. Let's just make sure we have Irene still.
Ready to go.
Thank you. Anytime, Mr. Feldewert.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I've put back up on the screen what was marked as NMOGA Exhibit I-9. You see that? Whoops. You see that in front of you? Mr. Smith? Can anyone else hear Mr. Smith?
No, I can hear you clearly, but not Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith? We can't hear you. Well, I think you fixed this too well, Mr. Feldewert. We can't hear a thing.
Well, I didn't do anything because I would not be the right person.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very good. But now there's feedback.
Yeah, I apologize. I tried to put earbuds in, but they weren't picking up the audio.
All right, let's do our best to speak loudly and slowly. Go ahead.
Certainly. Mr. Smith, I have placed back up on the screen NMOGA Exhibit I-9, which are the 5 reporting categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude from Subpart G2.
Yes, I see those.
And Mr. Smith, with respect to the remaining categories that exist under Subpart G2, can you please discuss them and characterize them in relationship to these types of categories?
Yes, the remaining categories are sources of high pressure venting and flaring. And that would include both, both routine and non-routine events.
And when you say high pressure venting and flaring, routine venting or flaring, or non-routine venting and flaring, do those terms have meaning within the industry and within the EPA world?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does it, in your opinion, is it appropriate and makes sense for the division to track these types of events for monthly production accounting purposes under Subpart G2?
Yes, I believe it does. And as others have testified, those are volumes that can be accurately measured or estimated.
And in your opinion, will that provide useful data to the division for the purpose of preventing unnecessary and excessive surface loss?
Yes, I believe it will. Those are the volumes that, I think are, again, they can be accurately measured or estimated. It's going to provide the division certainty in these volumes that are reported. And it will allow them, as we have broken them down into various categories and as they are listed out, will give the division valuable information in regulating these sources.
Now, by contrast, why will the categories that NMOGA seek to exclude not provide valuable information for purposes of addressing unnecessary and excessive surface loss?
Well, as others have testified, the remaining sources, these would be low pressure or low flow, low volume sources. And, I think it's been pointed out that these are normal operations. They're necessary operations. They're not accurately measured or estimated. And therefore, when I look at this rule and we're looking to get accurate data and essentially establish a meaningful baseline, these remaining sources, again, as I think as Mr. Greaves said, they provide uncertainty, and you begin to add uncertain values to values that are certain.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It is repetitive. As the witness himself has said, others have already testified, and in fact, he's now referenced Mr. Greaves' testimony on the same point. If Mr. Smith has something new to add, I would ask that council elicit the new information. But it does not help this process to have witnesses repeat testimony that has already been delivered.
Yeah, Mr. Feldeward, I was hoping that there would not be duplication of prior witnesses, particularly the one immediately prior.
Madam Hearing Officer, first off, I'm setting up the additional discussion of Mr. Smith. So I assumed I would get some leeway to do that, number one. Number two, if you look at what the division did, they had 3 witnesses talk about the same topics and utilize similar exhibits throughout this time, and we didn't object to that. It's their case. We've spent a lot of time dealing with this obstreperous behavior by Mr. Ames, and including, Mr. Ames sits there and talks about how the rules of civil procedure don't apply to these proceedings so that they can be efficient and effective and we can move things along. Yet he tends to object on very minor questions and issues leading, as he terms it, leading questions. My effort has been here to try to move this thing along, to try to get these numerous witnesses presented. And I think we've done a pretty good job of doing that. And it's a little frustrating to have Mr. Ames continually inject himself on these types of objections. We just started with this witness.
Right. No, I understand. I think, though, he's not the only one, Mr. Ames, to want to avoid duplication. So long as that is not the testimony that's going to be elicited from Mr. Smith, you can continue. I will just ask you as you proceed to avoid duplication.
Certainly.
All right.
Now, Mr. Smith, do you remember where we were?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, when we look at these low pressure sources, are these low pressure sources already regulated by other state and federal agencies?
Yes, they are. Yeah, in all of these cases, these are sources that are either currently regulated or proposed to be regulated under NMED's ozone precursor rule.
Okay. And do you understand, or have you seen literature or postings by the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department and the New Mexico Environment Department indicating that they were going to try to avoid redundant or conflicting requirements?
I do, and I remember the statement from the governor's executive order that these 2 rules would create a regulatory framework and that they would be complementary and attempt to avoid duplication.
And is that reflected in what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit M, as in Mary 3?
Yes, it is.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about how these 5 categories and these activities or the emissions from them are already reported to the NMED or EPA. Recall that discussions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there was questions about why and I may be inartful here, but I wrote down process model. Why the process model, there's been questions about why the process model used to estimate emissions from these sources for the NMED should not likewise be used for monthly production volume accounting under G2. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Would you please bring your expertise from dealing with the NMED world to explain why that's not appropriate and why that does not work in this type of accounting under subpart G2?
Yeah, and I guess the way that I would answer that is that when we do utilize process modeling, there are multiple ways to estimate emissions, but we are establishing an emission limit within our air permit. And so we are typically using worst case scenario operating parameters and to determine the maximum emission limit that we will be operating under.
And why is that not, why should that not be utilized to come up with a monthly production volume for the accounting under G2 and then for the lost gas and gas capture accounting?
Well, as I said, we're calculating these emissions using worst case parameters for the purposes of obtaining an air permit and establishing the limit that we will operate under. The purpose of those methodologies is not to predict a volume for a monthly production accounting report.
Would the utilization of those methodologies come up with reliable data for gas loss accounting?
Well, I don't repeat testimony, but I think the previous witness explained why those would not be accurate for production accounting.
Okay. And is it your understanding from, were you present for the division's testimony?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And was it your understanding, what was your understanding with respect to the type of data that the division wanted based on their testimony?
Yes, I believe the division stated multiple times that they were seeking accurate data in order to establish a meaningful baseline, and that accurate data was critical to this effort.
Mr. Felderword, are you about to move to a different exhibit, perhaps a different topic?
Hold on one second. I'm trying to find a certain exhibit.
Okay, I'm asking because the second commenter from the 4:30 session has appeared.
Oh, I see. Yes, that's fine. While I'm fumbling around trying to find the exhibit, we can pause.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Matheson, I understand this. Mara Matheson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay.
We have all the commissioners here. If you would please spell your name and make your statement, and I'll keep it to just a few minutes.
Yes, I promise I will keep it short. My name is Mara, M-A-R-A, Matheson. It's M-A-T-T-E-S-O-N. I'm really grateful that you're allowing me to make a comment, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. I'm a teacher. I taught for almost 20 years for the Bernalillo Public Schools, and now I'm a teacher at the Caris Children's Learning Center in Cocha de Pueblo, where we're a language revitalization school. And of course, I'm very interested in children and their future, and children in New Mexico and their health. And so I'm eager to have the rules that you are proposing, negotiating, strengthened as much as they can, so that we can protect children's health and protect the land and protect the future. I am inspired by the idea that we could have nation-leading methane rules, and as a teacher, you know, we're partly about using resources wisely, and so it seems to me that if we were able to have rules that did not allow for waste, or that allowed for a lot less waste through flaring and through venting, we could recapture not just the resource itself, the methane, and use it. We would be causing less pollution, and then we would also be able to, sell it to make more revenue for schools. The other thing is that as a teacher, we're about enforcement, and so when there are rules and procedures, we support the following through on them. And so I would support and encourage you to create the situation that would allow for the least waste and the most enforcement of companies that allow for checking and making sure that waste isn't happening, waste isn't occurring, and abuse isn't happening. And I guess with that, I would end my comments. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madison. Mr. Feldewar and Mr. Smith, can we have you back?
I am here.
Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Smith, I put up on the screen what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit M4. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And this is an introductory slide, as I understand it, to the subsequent slides dealing with this topic.
That's correct. These are the specific categories that NMOGA is proposing to remove from the reporting categories.
And did you prepare this slide and the subsequent slides?
I did, yes.
Okay. As I move to M5, can you explain how this slide is put together and what it conveys?
Yes, again, this is a summary slide showing the various reasons why NMOGA feels that these reporting source categories should not be included. I'll point out that the top bullet points have already been discussed, so I will not discuss those again, but we did want to point out that these sources, even though we are proposing to remove them as reporting categories in this particular rule, because they would not necessarily provide useful information as far as a monthly volume reporting, they are reported to both EPA and to NMED, and so these categories are, in a sense, reported, but they're reported to other agencies as air emissions, which would be more appropriate in this context. And then if you look down there at the bottom, the Environment Department is proposing to regulate these sources, so we do not mean to say that these sources would be otherwise unregulated. They will be regulated.
This slide that we're looking at, M5, addresses routine downhole maintenance.
Yes, it does.
And then I see a similar slide for under M6 for manual liquids unloading?
Yes,
And does it have similar information from the prior slide?
it does. Yes, it's very similar to the prior slide.
Okay. Then slide M7, you put this together as well?
Yes, I did.
Now this deals with the topic of uncontrolled storage tanks.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you please identify how that slide is put together and what additional information you have added for the commission?
Yeah, so we've already pointed out that I think the concept of an uncontrolled storage tank has already been explained. But what I wanted to point out here is that again, we are calculating the emissions from these sources. They are evaluated against the permitting thresholds within MED, and we talk about estimating emissions from these sources. We do that as part of our permit application process, and then we would also calculate emissions from these sources again in the emission inventory. I did want to point out that others have pointed out that there are process simulation software packages that exist that can predict and estimate these emissions. There are others, and you can see there that in the MED's permitting program, they do allow for operators to choose the most appropriate estimation method or the calculation method for calculating these emissions. And again, I'll state that when we are calculating emissions for permits, we are using worst case operating parameters and scenarios that will establish a cap or an emission limit, if you will.
Mr. Smith, what is the significance of this bullet point I see down here? It's a sub-bullet point under the third one. It says multiple acceptable calculation methodologies exist to estimate the emissions from storage tanks that do not require emission controls. Why is that significant?
Yes, with this source in particular, and really with all of these, there are different methodologies that exist to calculate the emissions from these sources. And just to point out that there is variability. So when we take a look at the reporting categories, and I think again we have volumes that these from the high pressure sources that are accurately measured or estimated. When we get to these sources, we start to pull in variability and recognizing that different methodologies exist and are acceptable, but each of those methodologies will produce a different emission calculation or an emission total. And that then would start to introduce uncertainty or perhaps inconsistencies across how you can compare operators.
So when you say variability and inconsistency, are you referring to operator reporting?
No, just that you have options in how you calculate these emissions.
And so is it possible that one operator could use one methodology and another operator could use a second methodology if they were, if this was somehow utilized as a standard for reporting?
Yes, that's correct. And so the data, you could have two operators using different methodologies that would produce different results.
And does this same analysis and slide, I see it's titled uncontrolled storage tanks, does it also apply to controlled storage tanks?
It does. The same logic applies there.
Okay. Now, if I move down to the next slide, which is M8. This one deals with pneumatic controllers and pumps. Would you please explain how this slide is put together and what information you were able to offer the commission on this topic?
Yes, and again, so this is a summary slide. The top two bullet points have already been discussed. But again, looking at the third bullet point, pneumatic controllers, we do report those to EPA through the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program. But I wanted to point out that these are using factors, and when we're using these factors, the volumes that are derived using those factors, it's not going to reflect the actual volume of gas released. And again, I won't get into further details. It's already been explained, but again, we look at there is a reporting program that does capture information from these sources and can show you the relative contribution of these sources. But again, it will not produce an actual volume for production accounting. And then that last bullet point, we did want to point out that these sources are not otherwise unregulated. Just because they are not reported here, they are regulated both federally through subpart Quado A, and then is also proposing additional standards for the pneumatic devices.
Mr. Smith, I see a sub bullet point here about halfway down. It says studies have shown a wide range of emission factors.
Yes, if you go to the next slide.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, and what we're pointing out here is that we are relying on EPA's emission factors. My understanding is that those factors were based on a very small sample of devices back in the mid 90s. There have been more recent studies. I think you can see here that these various studies show quite a bit of variability. That again leads to some uncertainty into whether or not these methodologies, even if you use them, will reflect any actual volume that's being released.
And then I believe M10 addresses improperly closed or maintained thief hatches.
Yes, it does.
And what are you showing on this slide?
Yeah, well, here again, I think we've already talked about the difficulties in trying to come up with a number when you have this current situation. But whether it's in this case, this would be a controlled storage tank. Again, these sources are regulated. They're regulated by NMED, and the emissions from storage tanks, both controlled and uncontrolled, are reported to NMED. If we did have a leak from a thief hatch, that is something that would be identified and corrected through our leak detection and repair program.
Okay, anything more about these slides?
No, sir.
Okay. Now I want to take a look at, I'm going to try here. Give me 1 minute. Here. I want to direct your attention to what was slide 16 under the Oil Conservations Division Exhibit 4A.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Now focusing, Mr. Smith, on the 5 reporting categories. As you look through these slides, I want to ask you a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
This slide from the division, as I look at the second bullet point, states that accurate data is critical to establishing meaningful baselines and enforceable goals to reduce natural gas waste. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
In your opinion, will operator efforts to report under the categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude meet that goal?
No, because we've got data from these high pressure sources that is going to be accurate. I think it would be very meaningful to an established line and an enforceable goal. Again, we start to, with all of these other sources, we start to introduce uncertainty into what would otherwise be a certain value. And therefore, I think it would, in a sense, make the overall data set less meaningful because you are going to have, there's going to be a lot of variability and inconsistency, and it's not going to give you a true sense of what that baseline is.
If I move to what was marked as slide 19 in Oil Conservation Exhibit 4A, I see under reporting. Now, when we talk about the categories under G2, we're talking about reporting categories, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And it indicates in this bullet point that streamlined forms, set threshold, reduce categories for reporting while still ensuring meaningful data capture. In your opinion, will attempts to report under the 5 reporting categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude provide meaningful data capture?
Not to the level of accuracy that I think would be expected for production accounting.
Okay. And if I move to their slide 25 on Exhibit 4A, it reflects an objective on the right-hand side. Do you see that, Mr. Smith?
I do, yes.
And it says one of the objectives of the rules was to obtain complete and accurate measurements and reports of the volume of vented and flared natural gas. Will that be accomplished if operators are required to report under the 5 categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude?
Again, I don't believe that it would meet that that objective to obtain the accurate measurements.
If I move to slide 49, this slide specifically deals with 27.8G, right, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And its counterpart in part 28, which is 28.8F.
Correct.
And again, it shows as an objective, obtain reliable, accurate data on the volume of produced natural gas that is being vented and flared. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
My same question, will that objective be met if the reporting categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude remain within 28.8G?
I'm sorry, could you state that again?
Will this objective to obtain reliable, accurate data be met if the reporting categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude remain within 28.8G?
No, I do not believe it would.
Okay. Now we'll move to a final slide, Mr. Smith. Slide 83 in the division's Exhibit 4A. Now this specifically relates to the subsection you were addressing, 27.8 G2. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And it notes, for example, that drilling operations was deleted because volumes are too small to measure and are not considered waste. Is that criteria equally applicable to the categories that the 5 remaining categories, or the 5 categories that NOVA seeks to exclude?
Yes, I think as has been demonstrated, and again, not to go into too much detail, but it seemed like the same criteria that was used to delete, that the division used to delete these categories, would also apply to the remaining categories that NMOGA is proposing to delete.
And would that, this category, or this basis down here that we see for Bradenhead and Packer leach test, delete because volume is too small to measure and not considered waste? That criteria, does that criteria likewise apply to the categories?
Objective, repetitive, leading, outside his experience. I mean, are we going to go side by side where the division has said that we need accurate data and he's going to offer the same opinion?
All right.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have to object on the same grounds. I mean, I've been sitting here for 20 minutes now, and it is leading question after leading question. It is repetition after repetition. And a lot of this appears to be outside the scope of his expertise as a lawyer and compliance specialist.
Mr. Felderword, all 3 of those objections seem relevant here.
Well, I don't see how it's outside of his expertise. He is familiar with the reporting that is done to the NMED under these 5 categories, and is qualified to discuss why that is not applicable to this production accounting reporting.
All right. What about the fact that we've heard this testimony before, though?
Mr. Smith is offering his expertise on this same criteria. We heard this from the division. We have not heard it from our witnesses.
And Madam Hearing Officer, virtually so many of the questions that are being asked are yes/no questions that are leading.
Right. I mean,
I've refrained from objecting for a while here.
Yeah. Mr. Felderword, how much longer do you think we'll be hearing from Mr. Smith?
Well, I think I was about ready to end up before these objections.
All right. So if you would please wrap up and do it in a way that is not leading, please.
Mr. Smith, I want you to look at the rationale that was utilized in this exhibit for the deletion of venting in excess of design specifications for pneumatics. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And what's your understanding based on this slide as to why that category was deleted?
Well, if there is no credible method of estimation, it doesn't make sense to have it in here as a reporting category. And there's a very low accuracy to the information that you're going to get. And so I would say that, again, the categories that NMOGA is proposing to delete would fall into that same category, that there's not a credible method of estimation for the purposes of production accounting. The calculation methodologies that are going to be employed are for other purposes, such as reporting the greenhouse gas reporting program, or establishing permit limits, or calculating emission inventory.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, were NMOGA exhibits M1 through M10 prepared by you or compiled under direction and supervision?
They were.
Madam Hearing Officer, I move the admission of evidence of NMOGA exhibits M1 through M10.
Pause for a moment in the event there are objections to the admission of NMOGA exhibits M1 through M10. M1 through M10 are admitted.
And that concludes my examination of this witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veldort. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Smith?
The other witnesses on the same topics. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we lost the first part of your sentence. Would you repeat that?
Yes, I have no questions of Mr. Smith that I have not already asked the other witnesses on the same topics. And so there's no need to put Mr. Smith through that again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Smith?
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't have any questions for Mr. Smith.
All right. Ms. Fox?
I do, Madam Hearing Officer. Let's see, Mr. Feldwert, if either you could share your exhibit I-9, or I can too if I have sharing capability, which I don't right now.
Would you like me to do it?
That'd be great. Either way.
Okay, let me see if I can get to it here. Okay. All right, I think we're there now. It would be I-9 in Moga's large black binder. Okay. Is this what you need, Ms. Fox?
It is. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fox.
Mr. Smith, you're familiar with OCD proposed 27.8 point D entitled Venting and Flaring During Production Operations, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And that provision generally prohibits venting and flaring except under specific enumerated circumstances. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And looking at Moga's Exhibit I-1, I heard, I think you probably have to mute while I'm talking and vice versa. Thanks. And I heard your testimony that if looking at the sources under I-9, that you object to OCD regulating those sources because those are sources that are subject to regulation by NMED and EPA. Is that correct?
No, what we are proposing to do is delete these from the reported categories and have them uncertain values be establish a baseline and determine compliance with the gas capture percentage.
Now, I heard you say many times that you objected to OCD regulating these sources. Did you mean only that you object to the reporting requirements for these sources?
Our objection, as we've stated here, is we are proposing to delete these categories from the list of reported categories. We did want to point out that they are otherwise regulated.
And you concede that virtually all of the sources listed in I-9 are accepted from the venting and flaring prohibition in OCD's proposed rule, and therefore OCD is not regulating them for that purpose.
But the volumes that would be estimated from these sources, other than pneumatics, would be counted against our gas capture percentage.
Mr. Smith, that wasn't my question. My question was, you concede that these sources are exempted from the requirements of 27.8D, the prohibition on venting and flaring.
They are allowed, yes.
That's all I have, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Ms. Paranos, do you have questions of Mr. Smith?
Sorry, hang on one second. Just 1 second. Sorry. If she's talking to me, hang on 1 second. Can't hear anything. That's interesting. Can't hear anything. Why do I have no sound?
I can hear you.
Oh.
I can't see you, but that's okay. Can you hear me? Ms. Pranos?
Hi, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you. I was having audio problems there. I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions of Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I do not.
All right. Commissioner Kessler just had to depart and said that she had no questions for Mr. Smith. So we're to you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, that didn't come through at all. I trust Mr. Smith is muted.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. Do you support this rulemaking?
I do support the aspirations and the objectives of the rule. I do believe that it needs some modifications as proposed by NMOGA to be for me to fully support it.
Do you believe, from your experience in the past, present, whatever, that it was a collaborative process?
Yes, I do believe it's a collaborative process and appreciate that, and would hope that that collaboration would continue through the finalization and implementation of the rule.
Thank you. So I don't know if you were on the line earlier. Mr. Bach, I think, asked the last witness a couple of questions about the NMOGA methane mitigation roadmap. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
And from, I think, some of your testimony, it seems like you may be a witness in greenhouse gas reporting. Is that correct? Have a lot of experience in it?
Yes, okay. I have experience with greenhouse gas reporting.
So it appears that this report was predicated off of greenhouse gas reporting, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And on page 5, it talks about, I think, the sources or the main sources. And if you're looking at, do you have this in front of you by chance or no?
I think well, let's see.
I could share my screen, Balin, if you let me.
I have it in front of me now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Balin. So it's on page 5. At the bottom, there are 3 little graphs. Do you see those?
Yes, I do see those.
Or charts. They're not graphs. Sorry.
Yeah.
And on the right-hand side, oh, I'm sorry, on the left-hand side, it's getting late, is a chart of all of New Mexico, correct? And represents New Mexico.
Yes, that is correct.
And is it correct that it shows the largest sources were pneumatics, unloading equipment, liquids, I'm not quite sure what that means, and tanks, followed by other. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that, yeah.
And there's a striking similarity to those categories as there is the list on I-9, Exhibit I-9 from NMOGA that is attempting, or that is proposed to be stricken from the regulation, correct?
Yes.
do you think that there could be a large gap in understanding the whole of New Mexico's waste if those categories were not reported?
I think I would point out that the greenhouse gas reporting program, it does not, it can give you a sense of the, I guess the sources that would be the, the relative contribution of those source categories. I think where we struggle is that if we're using these methodologies to come up with a number, and then that number is used to establish a baseline and enforceability around that, then that would be problematic. I think, again, the greenhouse gas reporting program was never meant to establish a limit or a cap. So I think it's acceptable in that context for there to be some uncertainty, because it does allow for large scale analysis, and it does provide some consistency in how operators report. It is a reporting framework that operators are required to do. It's mandated, but what it doesn't do, I think, is produce a volume that would necessarily be appropriate for determining compliance with a gas capture percentage.
So, but do you agree that if those sources were potentially left out of the roll up for the total, that there is no way of truly knowing what 98% is because you don't have the whole to divide by?
Well, I guess I would also look at that, though, if we did include data that is uncertain and doesn't reflect the actual volume released, that you might have information, but I don't know that it would be accurate. Again, we're adding uncertain values to those that are certain. And I think that it would still potentially lead to some inconsistency. I think the reporting program, again, it's looking at its purpose to understand the relative contribution of these sources. I think it provides that data, but I don't know that it would give you a true sense of what is actually being released to the atmosphere. Whereas if we focused in on the high pressure venting and flaring, those would be very certain, and those values would be broken down into these reporting categories that I think would give the division a very good sense of why the high pressure venting and flaring is taking place.
So what you're saying is because there may be some uncertainty, it means it shouldn't happen at all. There should be none of that information because there's some sort of level of uncertainty that people are too uncomfortable with.
Well, again, information is good and information is empowering, but I don't know that it would, again, give us a true sense, because, we do have these high pressure sources that we can focus in on. And those sources can be very accurately measured or estimated. If we start to add in these other source categories, I fail to see how we are establishing a meaningful baseline, because we're using these values that, again, the program itself allows for some uncertainty, allows for operators to choose different methodologies. It has factors that, I think are suspect, but again, can provide some useful analysis and insight, but just not necessarily for accounting purposes.
So there seems to have been a lot of talk I think you've mentioned it. I think almost every witness has mentioned it so far. It's not good enough for production accounting. Geez, what is good enough for production accounting here? Because it seems like a lot of the categories are not good enough. So I would love to understand, what is that bar?
Sorry, I was trying to get myself off mute. I think that, if we have, again, I think Mr. Greaves, going back to his testimony, he provided a good, a good explanation of that certainty. But, if I start to add in, all of, emission factors, they like we talked about with pneumatics. I mean, the emission factors that exist, we know that those aren't accurate. There is newer data. It seems to me that would not, it wouldn't give the division the certainty or the useful information that they are seeking here. As far as what we can rely on as far as production accounting, I think in this case, we have two situations. We have these high pressure sources that we can very accurately measure and estimate. And I believe those are, the sources that, if we agree that information is appropriate for the division to have, and even breaking it down into those categories to understand why those volumes are being vented or flared. There is certainty there.
I still don't think, though, you answer the question. What is the bar to be production accounting certified? Checkbox, it can go in production accounting. Because again, I think almost every witness has testified some form or fashion similar to that. So I want to understand, what is that bar? Is there some API method that states that? Like, what is that? Is it tangible?
I don't know that I have that particular answer. I do know we do have one more witness coming up that is talking about reporting and maybe speak to that more clearly. But where we have known uncertainty, it does seem like that wouldn't meet that bar.
Okay. So are you familiar, I guess, I think actually maybe Mr. Featherwork pulled it up earlier. In NMOGA's pre-hearing statement on page 4, they list the definition here of surface waste. And they have underlined in bold the unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use. And I think what some of the prior witnesses have hinged upon is this unnecessary or excessive loss or destruction. I guess in terms of maybe, and I think I heard you say this earlier, it was on a slide. Does NMOGA think that an open thief hatch would not be waste?
Well, an open thief hatch, if we're talking about a typical tank battery, I think, we just talked about that being the end of the line. When you have storage tanks, you can do one of 3 things. You can capture it, you can vent it, or you can combust it. And in this case, if you've captured what can be economically captured, then the other 2 options are to vent or flare. From my standpoint, I think from a combustion would be preferable there. But the same logic would apply to an uncontrolled storage tank as well. You don't have that third option. But an open thief hatch at that point, those are volumes that are otherwise not recoverable.
So you're saying it's not waste? Correct.
In that context, no.
What about at a midstream facility with a tank? Is that the end of the line?
To the extent that you're dropping out the liquids in that particular context, it could be.
Okay. Okay, we can leave it there. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Feldewart, would you have any follow-up with Mr. Smith?
I do not, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Smith, you're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Is there anything we need to talk about before we adjourn for the evening and plan to reconvene at 8 a.m. in the morning?
Madam Hearing Officer, I would, this is Ari Baronoff from the State Land Office. I would just ask if Mr. Feldewart, if he has any revisions to his time estimate for Ms. Perez's testimony tomorrow, just so I can make sure that my witness is ready at the right time.
Mr. Feldewart?
Sorry, I was on I was on mute. We do have one more witness, Ms. Perez. I anticipate maybe 2 hours. Okay. Hopefully it can be shorter than that, but I anticipate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. And actually, I have a question. Mr. Feldewart, do you intend to file, for example, a brief written reply on your motion targeting the claimant advocates and EDF's proposed air emissions equipment language?
No.
You don't? Okay. Do you think it would be important to set aside really truly about 10 minutes, not very long at all, to make a verbal reply?
Certainly.
All right. So we can do that when you are done with your last witness. And let me just say, we've read the motion, we've read the two responses, and I really truly would be just looking for a reply from you.
Understand.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn and we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.